All right, and welcome to. I have two streams going. There we go. All right, welcome to the Esports Ohio Overwatch Southwest Regional Premier Tournament hosted by Esports Ohio here at the 1819 Innovation Hub in Cincinnati, Ohio. We have two teams coming at you today. It is Eaton High School and also Forest Hills District local schools, I believe. So that's just a combination of two different high schools. But I'm joined today here by Nacho in game. Nick, he is one of the players on UC Red. So go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah,
Nick.
so I'm Nick. I'm the flex support and captain of the University of Cincinnati's varsity team, and looking to have a good cast with Cody today.
Should be a really good one. I haven't watched high school esports in a couple years now, so this will be very fun to watch. A lot of prominent figures that will be coming into collegiate Overwatch here soon, hopefully. There's a lot of good players on both sides of the teams. They've made it this far. Esports Ohio is a very competitive, competition. So there's a lot of good players that come out of Esports Ohio, theoretically. But looking towards collegiate Overwatch, this is something for all colleges alike to keep an eye on because, these are people that they might want on their side in the future, especially for all those Overwatch clubs with the new revamped OWCS tournaments as well.
Certainly, and coming from Esports Ohio myself, and I believe you came from Esports Ohio too. Yeah,
I did.
We know the talent in this league, and we are looking to see these teams perform today. I believe we're going to be getting into the game soon. Looks like the starting map is Oasis.
Yeah, we will. It is. So map one is the Control Oasis for a tournament. It's the same as pretty much the entirety of Esports Ohio, just regular matches, but we will go into hybrid and then Flashpoint. That's kind of universal for all types of tournaments that we see throughout all games. But looking forward, I think Oasis is a very good map to play on. A lot of teams have fun on Oasis.
Certainly, and a lot of different various compositions can be played on this map. The point that we're on right now, University, offers some brawl opportunities, so that's what we're likely looking to see these teams roll out on. See the lineups break in a second.
All right, and starting out here, you're going to have that Orisa Sigma lineup, and this is, both teams can theoretically do a little bit of poke here, but Genesis holding on to that Reaper will be something to keep an eye on. We see a lot of good Reaper plays, and especially with a little bit of Reaper tweaks, as well as Lucio. I mean, Reaper, sometimes you could say he has a cosmetic ult with Lucio's boop, but I mean, if you get that positioned well enough, that can be crucial for your team.
And we see the teams roll out for map one.
Soldier and Echo here for Eaton will be another crucial thing to look at. Echo does a lot of good poke damage as well as Sojourn. There isn't really any counter to Echo besides that Cassidy there on Oil. So Cassidy theoretically needs to get close to that Echo, but that can be kind of detrimental at sometimes as well.
Certainly, and the Cassidy on Forest Hills finding a crucial pick on the Moira from Eaton. They're looking to engage on the Sigma at this point, and seems like they elect to just hold this point, hold their angles.
Forest Hills with the initial capture there. That is very big for Forest Hills there, especially getting that first capture. Getting this first sub map on Oasis is very crucial for your team to really steamroll into other gameplay. But looking forward, it's shutting down Apollo there. That will be something to keep an eye on. This might steamroll Eaton onto the point.
And well shot on the Echo is coming up on the copy. Gets picked off by Mini Raxu on the Lucio though.
Forest Hill still holds on to that point though. 3 to 4 ultimates here approaching for both sides.
I'd like to see Forest Hills get a little aggressive here, push these staggered Eaton players, but I like to continue holding the point. Coalescence beat Arisol and High Noon coming up for Forest Hills, but Forest Hills finding the first pick, and Eaton needs to go with their ultimates quite soon, otherwise they're just going to continue to stagger out.
And it looks like they will just continue to get staggered out after that Cassidy ult takes out Dewey as well, and Zero goes down too. 60% and counting here for Forest Hills. They're doing a decent job at holding this. They're playing a really defensive angle. They're not getting aggressive like you said there, but that is also giving Eaton enough time to build up all 5 ultimates. So we'll see a pretty heavy ultimate dump here probably for the next team fight.
Yeah, certainly there's going to be a large alt fight here. I'd like to see Eaton open up with something to get going a little faster here. Yeah, Forest Hills goes with their ultimates first. They respond with the Coalescence and Lucio beat.
That
Sojourn getting
Coalescence and
pressured on
Lucio
point.
beat.
Couple trades going out here. Genesis picking up 2 on the Reaper. Looking at Theorissa on point. The Death Blossom comes out. Doesn't find anything.
Still kind of even fight here, still overtime, but it looks like Forest Hills is getting those eliminations that are crucial, and Apollo and Major will clean up the fight as well as Genesis. And it looks like potentially Forest Hills will take this first submap home.
And a pretty conclusive round from Forest Hills at that. Eaton's composition, if they captured the point first, it would have been really good. They had quite the pokey composition, but when you're retaking with that comp, Forest Hills just decided to go faster, held their positions a little more, played to the Reaper's advantage, playing those corners, and ultimately just got on top of Eaton, used their ultimates first. We'll look to see if there are any composition changes up for Eaton here.
Looks like they will opt for that Soldier. That Soldier, instead of the Echo, can make or break things. You have 2 kind of hit scans now. You have that Sojourn and Soldier. So both theoretically, I mean, you can make things work. I'm not really surprised that they chose this, but I think there would have been a more aggressive angle to take. I mean, you do have Tracer in this meta. Tracer is very valuable, and neither team is opting for that. But they do hold on to the Mei for Forest Hills, so Mei is also really good as well, if you play her right, if you will.
Bit of a hybrid composition coming out with Forest Hills with the Monkey. With the Brawl with the Mei and the Cassidy and more Lucio, but Monkey gives them some dive options for these DPS that Eaton have gone with. Big Fluff finding a kill on the Cassidy though opens up the fight for Eaton. Nice rock from Zero, ultimately gets traded out. Forest Hills cleaning up this fight.
Kind of surprising after Big Fluff, took out one of Forest Hills, but theoretically looking at it, Forest Hills has done a great job of, after one elimination goes down on their side, they really come back and go aggressive then. And like you said previously, they're not really taking those aggressive angles. They're more or less taking those defensive angles. They want to keep this point alive. But once that elimination goes through, the whole entire team bounce back, and it kind of has that vendetta against the killer.
Eaton swapping over to the Ramatra and the Reaper, looking to blow up this Winston on the side of Forest Hills. Gets walled off, the need to save the Ramatra.
Looks like Zero will get taken down once again, and Forest Hills will just keep on rolling onto Eaton here, making the ball roll very quickly now. They're finally taking that aggressive angle. It looks like, they're not really staying on point unless, actually they're going back to stay on point here. But really looking at their team composition, you can make a lot of space happen here. You don't need to really stay in the corner and play like this. I think realistically, you can take that chance and go all in. They do hold on to that Reaper on Eaton's side, though. But, looking at this, it looks like Eaton isn't really playing to the tempo that Forest Hills is.
Genesis going with the mail. It splits the team, and Forest Hills gets a nice engage here. Eaton responds with the Coalescence and the Rush, but they're down 2 players. Gets the beat and the Coalescence out of Forest Hills, though, so a decent fight for them. But we need to be seeing Eaton get back into this point fast. Forest Hills is going to be looking for some staggers.
And it looks like that is so 90% and counting here. They will get another team fight here, but no ultimates besides that Winston ultimate on Forest Hills side. Well, I guess you do have that Soldier Advisor as well, and it comes out early here. And it looks like that'll take out Big Fluff as well as nobody else. As the actually Oil will clean up the fight pretty quickly here, and it looks like Forest Hills may potentially come on top, but Zero does hold on to Annihilation.
Ends up being taken out, gets blown up, and that's gonna be Oasis going to Forest Hills.
Yeah. 1-0 in favor of Forest Hills here, and realistically, they did a fantastic job here on Oasis. That defensive angle you really couldn't do anything into. You know, in this meta, you see a lot of aggressive angles being played by teams, and playing a defensive angle in tournaments is not really, you know, you see it sometimes, but not a lot of times. You see, especially with the Winston. So that comes with no surprise at all that Forest Hills took that one home. But going on to our next map, we got Hybrid. What do you think the map choice is going to be here?
So seeing with the how Eaton decided they wanted to play that map, they were going with some poke with the Sojourn Echo and Sigma. So we likely won't be seeing them take them to a brawl map. You saw Forest Hills playing with the aggression. So while Kings Row might be a favorite map pick to many, I don't think that's a good strategy for Eaton with the compositions they've been playing. I'd like to see them go to something more pokey, maybe an Eichenwald where they can control the high ground on second point, maybe get a full hold going on Forest Hills. But if you're Forest Hills here, if they go to Kings Row, then you're in quite the good position. End up going to Blizzard World, a great poke choice for Eaton. That'll play a whole lot more to their composition. So hopefully we can see some longer angles taken and walling out the brawl before they get on top of you. Eaton needs to rotate away from the Lucio speed from Forest Hills, play the long game, and allow their DPS to get some value.
And it looks like we will go into that Blizzard World. They choose. Looks like Forest Hills will choose for defense here first. All right, and looking forward here, Forest Hills does hold on to the defense first, which, like I said previously, they're a really defensive team. They don't like to play really aggressive unless they have to. But we might see different things here on Blizzard World. That Winston might change into a Sigma, and you might be able just to poke and just keep on running with a Lucio as well. But it looks like both teams may potentially here soon get ready. It looks like they're taking a short break, but
Game audio up as well on my end.
But looking at tournament rules here is the first of 3 match best of 5. And if you're just tuning in, we are on to our hybrid map, Blizzard World. Next will be Flashpoint, but it is 1-0 in favor of Forest Hills. Seeing a lot of good things come out of Forest Hills. Their tank actually plays very, very well. I think he takes really good angles. But looking at more of a tournament standpoint, I think both teams' DPS can kind of play more of a flankier angle. You don't really hold on to a Tracer or Sombra. You hold on to May Reaper or May Sojourn. So you can't really do much. But I think a Sojourn or Echo can do a little bit more in the backline. Theoretically, we see a lot of good plays come from a flanking DPS. So especially in this meta, I think you can agree as well. Tracer is very, very viable, or a Sombra. I mean, Sojourn is kind of just Soj.
Certainly, and Tracer and Samba, while very good, we did not see that coming out from either team. Sojourn Echo's still super powerful characters in this meta, very DPS centric, and we're hoping to see that on a long range map such as Blizzard World. Like I mentioned before, we're looking to see Eaton come out with a more pokey comp. They might have liked the dive too and try to get on top of Forest Hills, but based on what we saw in Oasis, looking to play these longer angles and allow their DPS to get value, Sigma to find rocks, and for them not to be ran on top of. As for Forest Hills though, they are electing to go with a bit of a pokey brawl. We'll likely be seeing them hold corners here. And if you're Eaton, you're wanting to get on top of them. You're wanting to get on top of that Cassidy. You're wanting to get on top of that Baptiste. But Forest Hills is going to be hard to wall out with that Ramatra and the May wall.
What matters is that we fight.
That indeed, you do hold on to Ramatra May here, which you'll be playing around those May walls to really isolate different heroes on the enemy team. Theoretically, you want to isolate either Zero on that Reinhardt. He'll probably switch. We don't really see a lot of Reinhardt, in which he does. But you want to isolate either a tank or a support. And getting that initial pick off on a tank really lets your team really roll the ball onto the other one. But starting out here, Eaton will be on attack. They choose for that Winston.
And I like this pick a whole lot more from Eaton than the Reinhardt. It's going to allow them to take this high ground early and then begin to get on top of Forest Hills. Forest Hills doesn't have the opportunity to rotate that much due to not having the Lucio, so they're going to be bunkered down on point trying to wall out Eaton. But if Eaton takes proper angles, then those angles can't be pushed out due to the not having the Lucio.
Forest Hills giving off this high ground really early is kind of surprising to me. Well, actually, you know, you take out Zero, but looking forward, I think Forest Hills giving off that high ground was kind of, you know, that was a gamble.
The high ground is ultimately a little fake, especially when you're running into dive like that. So I don't mind them holding the or dropping from the high ground. Forest Hills having the opportunity to bunker down on point allowed Oil Drinker to get the kill on the Winston jumping in initially. But as mentioned before, if Eaton surrounds them, they can't really chase out these angles, but if Eaton goes in all at once, that plays to what Forest Hills wants to do a little more. Genesis finding the pickoff on the Sojourn, though, is going to open up this fight for Forest Hills.
That indeed, getting that Sojourn out initially is kind of really crucial here for Forest Hills, and it looks like they may potentially look to come up here and clean up everything else. But Zero will take more of an aggressive angle here and force Major back out onto point where he stands. But now, like you said initially, you know, surrounding Forest Hills here will be very, very detrimental to them.
Eaton not doing enough due diligence on their initial staging of their attack allows Forest Hills just to sustain on point. It's a tough hold to break now that Eaton is coming up on ultimates, or Forest Hills is coming up on ultimates. Eaton swaps over to the Orisa. This should allow them to sustain a little bit more. They're going to walk as 5, and this might be a better option than the dive that they were trying to initially go with. However, Genesis with the mail is likely what we're going to see to start here. They decide to go with the window, and it finds Zero on the Orisa. This is a great fight from Forest Hills. Saves their ultimates, and they'll be able to go with next fight. Eaton not finding much off of that fight either.
That indeed, but Eaton does hold on to 4 ultimates here. You don't have a tank ultimate anymore after that swap. But 4 ultimates to 3, I mean, you do have that favor, but you also have Reaper Blossom as well as Soldier on Rails, and that can be really crucial for you. But Genesis holds on to that May Blizzard. Coalescence comes up from Big Bluff as well as Genesis Blizzard here. Nothing quite happening yet as a lot of support ultimates are dropped from both sides. Wallshot gets taken down now, 4v5, and it looks like Forest Hills will clean this one right back up.
And Oil Drinker on this Cassidy, he is finding so much value in these mid fights. The fights are just going a little too long, and Forest Hills, their DPS are just outlasting Oil Drinker finding these shots mid fight, and it's taking out Eaton one by one. Hope isn't gone for Eaton though, as they still have their DPS ults they can go with, but you want to get in this fight fast. You don't want to give Oil Drinker the opportunity to get off this high noon. You want to get on top of him as soon as possible.
20 seconds remain. Cassidy ult comes out from Oil Drinker. Nothing quite yet, but that Orisa ult is quickly approaching. Go time comes out from Wellstat, and Souljourn kills. Nothing happens as Souljourn gets taken down, and it looks like Forest Hills will clean this one right back up. Potentially, though, that Lucio beat comes out from Exility. Now it's just like a 2v5. Unfortunately, it looks like Eaton will not be able to make anything happen here on their attack.
And I think that was just a symptom of Forest Hills' ultimate cycling. Forest Hills was often winning those fights just off of 1 or 2 ultimates. Their DPS were finding some picks that allowed them just to take some dry fights, which allowed them to build their ult bank. Eaton couldn't go and get anything going with their ultimates. Blizzard World is not a losable map, though. Eaton still has the opportunity to draw, and this type of map, it's a difficult attack if you don't know what you're doing. So if Forest Hills rolls out on the wrong cop, Eaton could do the exact same thing, build up the alt bank, and start alt cycling. So we'll see if they can adapt.
Forest Hills now on the attack here. They only have to capture, like 30% of the point. They have to get that one at check mark. Looking forward here, I think this might be a roll just over Eaton on Blizzard World here, as I think Forest Hills probably has the better speed and brawlier comp, how they play the composition. But Eaton now kind of is copying Forest Hills, how they played the previous on defense. They hold on Ramatra Sojourn now, as well as Baptiste Lucio. But looking forward here, I think Eaton might be able to do a little bit. It might be able to stall him for a little bit, but I think Forest Hills, like I said, has a better team composition and plays a lot better in this kind of brawl comp.
Eaton holding the high ground to start. Likely going to have to give it up. They're being forced out by the brawl from Forest Hills. Forest Hills finding the kill on the Baptiste, and that's going to open this fight for them significantly.
4v4 now after Mini goes down, as well as Oil Drinker, but Genesis takes out Exility, and now you're down that support. Forest Hills may potentially just opt to back up here, but they don't, as Major takes out Well Shot, and it looks like now it's just a Ram v Ram brawl. But Zero will look to take out Genesis, and he does. Eaton still holding on.
Though, so this Ramatra's going to live.
Yeah,
Forest Hills need to find out a way
on.
to force out this Ramatra, otherwise Eaton's going to be in this fight still. Dewey finding the pick onto the Lucio. That's going to open up this fight. Coming up on the overclock, and Zero is finding some cleanup. This is a good hold from Eaton so far.
Eaton is doing a really good job of holding these angles, just like Forest Hills did initially on defense last time, what we've seen. But looking forward, Dewey does hold on to those rails on Sojourn, as well as that Ramatra Annihilation coming on Zero. Major holds on to his as well, so that's nothing to be afraid of. But a lot of ultimates from both sides do approach here, so another probably team fight, heavy, ultimate use will be happening very soon.
Heat coming out from Eaton to help the Ramatra. Ramatra all coming out, splits the team a bit, but Zero's getting low, and they cannot save him. May coming out from Genesis.
Apollo does get taken down, but the Lucio beat comes out from Mini as well as those rails from Oil Drinker, and it looks like that Sojourn will just clean it right up, and Forest Hills will take this one home to match point 2-0.
2-0. Forest Hills just looking significantly better on this brawl. I'd like to see Eaton maybe go back to the comp they were running on Oasis, maybe play a little more pokey. It'll allow them to take the fight a little slower, and while Oil Drinker, he was finding those kills in the slower fights, with a better composition with maybe a Sigma or something, you might be able to wall off those angles and start taking the duel with him properly.
That indeed. I think they played a lot better on Oasis. I mean, Eaton did. But Forest Hills, I think they're going to just keep what they're doing the same. There's not really anything to change. You're kind of just playing the game at this point. There's not much that Eaton can do without really making some significant changes happen here. And at a regional standpoint, you really have to keep in mind that this is really the only chance that you get to make things work. You don't really get second or third chances. And in the terms of, high school esports, everybody's at the same level. There isn't really a big disparity. You sometimes do. But I think realistically looking here, coming from, other gameplay of tournaments, I think Forest Hills just has the better team composition and how they play with one another. You really have to learn how each other play. And, Forest Hills plays around Oil Drinker and that Sojourn, and Sojourn just cleans team fights up very easily nowadays. But you also hold on to Ramatra as well.
Definitely.
So, but looking forward, I think, our next map is Flashpoint.
Eaton's...
You only have 2 maps to choose from.
They're electing to go with the Suravasa. That's the more pokey of the two, which I think plays into Eaton's favor a bit more. While their back is against the wall, we could hopefully see some adaptations, see them start to turn things around. In the brawl on Blizzard World there, they kept it close for a couple fights, but ultimately the ult dump from Forest Hills ended up cleaning up that fight between the Overclock, the Beat, and the May ult. So hoping to see the adaptations from Eaton here on Suravasa, and we will see as we go in.
Yeah, it looks like we will take a little bit of pause here. I guess Eaton needs to make some changes, but like you said, the more pokier comp does favor Eaton because I think, Forest Hills has a really defensive composition and they like playing defensive in the past 2 maps that we've seen. They don't really want to take those aggressive angles. You really have to play around how your tank wants to play. And I think Forest Hills tank really wants to stay in a more alive position. He doesn't want to go out too soon. But in terms of Flashpoint, I mean, once one goes down, the rest of your team kind of folds over or is able to get out because, you either hold on to a Lucio or a Moira. You want to play fast here. You want to play poke fast, especially on this first checkpoint. We see a lot of Junker Queen or Ramatra. And like I said, Lucio as well.
Certainly, on Flashpoint, you definitely can't afford to stagger out these fights as much as you can with a 4-minute time bank. The percentage ticks up so much faster than Control. You're not going to see as many fights on each point, so this first fight is going to be of large importance. Composition's relatively the same on both sides, though, from Blizzard World. Forest Hills electing to go with the Orisa that they had played on one of the maps on Oasis. Might see the Reinhardt come out from 0, but I'm not too certain about this pick. You are down 2-0 though, so it might be a time to switch some things up. So end up going with the Ramatra, which I think is a better option.
There's still Eaton is holding on to the same composition that they've ran. Orisa pick from Forest Hills. I mean, it comes kind of a surprise, but I mean, you want to play defensive, right? So you want to stay alive, and I mean, it looks like Forest Hills will just make Eaton back up and choose a different position here right off of the rip. Having that May on Oil Drinker is kind of crucial as well, and an initial wall here to, get somebody out of the fight will be
shots
crucial.
On the soldier there from Oil Drinker. Major Bear finding the kill on 0 as well opens up this fight for Forest Hills, and they get the early cap. So if you're Eaton here, swapping over to the Zarya, this is a great counter pick into the Orisa, and that's ultimately what we want to see. Quick adaptations and getting back into this fight fast.
That indeed. Zarya, I think, is a better pick here for 0. You can't really play that Ramatra into Orisa May. You have a chance of really getting poked out very easily. Still looking like an even team fight here off a point now, but, Eaton might potentially look towards the point more here. Forest Hills is doing a really good job of defending this point and really cutting off these angles as a team whole. And like I said, that May wall is just crucial. Takes out 0. And Forest Hills will clean this one up.
Yeah, and Oil Drinker, despite not playing the May on the previous maps, that was Genesis, finding some crucial walls here and comes up on the early ultimate. So Forest Hills is going to have a 4 ult bank going into point 2. Eaton still building up some of their ults after the swap. Looking to see them go with an early Coalescence, hopefully. Might open up the fight, get some ults out of Forest Hills, and get you back in the ult game.
Early Coalescence happens a lot. You see a lot of, Coalescence trying to initiate those team fights. I've seen it so many times. But, you have Moira on both sides, so nothing can really happen when both Coalescences are going at once here. But Eaton will opt for the high ground here, looking to poke out more, but Big Bluff goes out. That forces out the Apollo Coalescence. But it looks like, Forest Hills will just clean this one right back up as quick as it started.
And they are taking the fight on the point, though, so Forest Hills not finding any early percent, which is good for Eaton. Opens up the point, but if you're Forest Hills, you're going to take that fight. You only used the Coalescence there, got out the copy and the beat, and ultimately won the fight. Coalescence and Overclock coming up for Eaton, though, might be able to get them back into this fight. we just want to see it early from them. That way they can engage and get some other ultimates out from Forest Hills.
Looking forward here. I mean, Apollo takes out Dewey, and that is big for Forest Hills here as Dewey held on to that ultimate.
Great
Paraiso coming from Major.
Zarya finding the cleanup here, and Eaton, they're going to have a respawn, and they should have a touch from here. So if they want to take this fight and stay in this game, need to see them go fast here. Because once you're down 2-0, then you're set up for the reverse sweep on Flashpoint, and that's not a position you want to find yourself in.
Kind of even ultimates here for both sides. That Moira ultimate coming from Apollo very soon. Zarya grab comes out as well as that Sojourn ultimate. Ultimates from both sides here. And it looks like Forest Hills will come out on top, but you know, that was a lot of ultimates from both sides equally.
Yeah, and if you're Eaton, you'll take that retouch. Forest Hills using 4 of their ultimates there to close out that point. And while they go up 2-0, Eaton is looking better going into this fight. Coming up on the copy, and they have the Coalescence still. I would like to see that out from Big Fluff to open up this fight. They'll be able to get a touch before this point opens, so get your Zarya some charge and go in with the Coalescence. You'll have the copy mid-fight. It's a good fight for Eaton here.
Looks like Eaton will choose for that main choke angle here. They do hold on to that Echo copy, but the Coalescence comes out from both sides now. Maywall down there on 0. He is in life support, but Dewey gets taken out by Major, and it looks like the entirety of Eaton is on low HP as Major is just cleaning everything up with the help of Oil Drinker. And Forest Hills will take that first capture.
And the May from Forest Hills on each of these maps is just finding so much value with these balls. Coming up on the other ultimate too, which is historically throughout the series, it's been splitting Eaton, and Forest Hills is capitalizing on that split, just going on the isolated players. Eaton will have the beat to react to it, but nowadays, beat gets burned through, and prefer to see an engage with it.
Ooh. That was a very nasty blizzard there, but yeah.
The boots for the cleanup. Again, Forest Hill is just winning the fight off of one ultimate, and now they've got this crazy ult bank. Eaton with a rough touch now. They're going to be fighting into the high noon and just having to go on top of the point. Going to be hard to pressure out that Cassidy playing far away.
You really only have one more team fight here. You have no ultimates in the bank, but beat Cassidy, High Noon, as well as that Orisa ultimate. All are in favor of Forest Hills here. It's looking very bad here for Eaton. Does Forest Hills take this 3-0 home? And it looks like they will. Forest Hills 3-0 victory over Eaton, sending them off into the semifinals.
Yeah, and that is a great win for Forest Hills here. Seriously looking like a contender at this Southwest Regional. And historically, in the past couple years in ESO, Forest Hills has had a great team, and it doesn't look like they're slowing down at all. If you're Eaton, you'll take some of those fights, but might be back to the drawing board.
Indeed, and looking forward here, no other matches have really cleaned up quite yet. It looks like everybody else is going in progress. Oh, your camera is dead. Nope, it's back alive. Now we're back and moving. All right. But I mean, that's just a 3-0 victory. We see a lot of 3-0 victories happen, right, Nick?
It's been a couple 3-0 losses recently on varsity, but we turned it around. But for this regional, Forest Hills coming out with a strong 3-0.
Yeah, and I mean, looking forward here, we will see another quarterfinal match, I believe, in another block here at another time. I don't think it's happening quite yet. They might opt for a break or something. So
yeah, I believe we might be going on break, waiting for the next match. That'll be the semifinals. I'm not too sure who it's between just yet. I believe the other match might just be finishing up, so it'll be Forest Hills versus the winner of that match.
That indeed, but I mean, there's not much to say about 3-0 victories. That's just the game. I think Forest Hills definitely deserves that one. They did a really good, fantastic job on all 3 maps there. I think they executed everything perfectly. Eaton unfortunately is no longer a contender in our regionals here, but I think Eaton has good things in the future. But like you said, we do have another match coming up here very shortly, probably in about an hour or so here. So we will see you all very soon. Once again, my name's Cohen Daviduck, Icy Wolf in game, brought to you by UC Esports, as well as my co-host here, Nacho Nick on UC Red Varsity. But we will see you all very soon for our Esports Ohio regional tournament. See you all very soon. All right, and welcome back to our Esports Ohio Southwest Regional Premier Tournament, hosted by UC Innovation Hub at 1819 in Cincinnati, Ohio. My name is Cohen David Icy Wolf in game, joined today by Nacho Nick. Nacho in game, and Nick's his real name. I don't get those confused, but he is a red team player for UC Varsity. Anything about yourself, Nick?
Yeah, so I play flex support for the University of Cincinnati's varsity team. I've captained them for a couple semesters now. Doing quite well, and honestly, hosting and casting this tournament is going to show us some potential collegiate talent in the future. And first up, we've got the matchup between Beavercreek and Fairmont, 2 seed versus the 7 seed.
And like we've seen previously, we've seen Forest Hills versus Eaton. That was 3-0 victory for Forest Hills. They're going into the semifinals. So whoever theoretically wins this match will be playing against Forest Hills. I believe that it's set up. I haven't taken a look at the bracket.
I believe that there's another match going on. So the winner of this will play the winner of Saint X and the team that they are playing. So between the winner of this match and Forest Hills, they might find each other in the finals if they each go on a pretty good run. Some news just came in, and Loveland 3-0'd Fairborn. So Loveland was the 5 seed, Fairborn was the 4 seed. Nice little upset win for Loveland there.
Yeah, that is. And realistically, I mean, we might see 3-0s across the board here in our quarterfinals. When you have a better team, that's just kind of what happens. But looking down the line during semifinals or finals, rather, you get really into the nitty gritty and you get really close games as well. But just right now, it's really who gets to make it to the semifinals, realistically. But starting out here, we will go into our first map, which will be Control on Oasis, like we've seen in previous matchups. And then it just goes off from there. I haven't seen much from either side of the team here. You have the higher seed of Fairmont, like you said, at number 2, and then Beavercreek's number 7. So I'm not quite sure what's going to happen. But looking at other games that have happened, we've seen a lot of Vermatra gameplay, a lot of Poke, a lot of Sigma as well. We've seen Forest Hills come out with Orisa as well, which was surprising. But that's just kind of how Overwatch goes.
Yeah, all of the tanks are honestly pretty good, and in this DPS centric meta, those are the players that you're often looking towards to pop off and show the highlights of their team, win these team fights even without some ultimates. But ultimately, that brawl style with the Ramatra or the Sigma, even maybe seeing some of the Reinhardt might come out. Right now, this meta is quite diverse, and most of the things can work if you play it properly. These two teams are playing for quite a bit here at Regionals. This is a single elimination tournament, so say Beavercreek finds the upset on Fairmont, that's Fairmont going home, and Beavercreek looking forward towards semifinals and finals. Same way around. This is Beavercreek's game to win or lose, Fairmont's game to win or lose, and one of them's going to go home. So playing for a lot on this first map on Oasis. Sounds like we might be having some audio issues, though. So might want to go to a short break before we get into this first map.
Oh, the camera is broken. Well, we are back. Um, after some technical
are back
issues,
now.
audio and on, yeah, the players had some audio issues, but we are back for our premier regional tournament for Esports Ohio. Number 2 Fairmont against number 7 Beavercreek. Going into Oasis here. This is very good map to start on, and we see a lot of good things come out of this map. Both tanks probably are going to choose that more pokier fast comp, but we shall see.
Yeah, loading into Oasis, finding ourselves on the same exact point that we found in the previous game, offers quite a few brawl possibilities on this university point, and we'll see what teams end up going with. No particular prior knowledge, but we do know that Fairmont is the 2 seed and Beavercreek is the 7 seed. So Beavercreek looking for an upset, and Fairmont looking to close this out with pretty cleanly. Seeing quite the composition come out. The Maga quite strong right now. Strong pick from Beavercreek, and Fairmont might find himself on the Roadhog. And if that's the play, I've found my favorite team so far.
Looking forward here, you have finally our first Tracer here. We didn't see any Tracer come out from our Forest Hills or Eaton game. So that'd be something to keep an eye on. But they do opt for, or Fairmont opts for that Hog, Cassidy Reaper lineup. That can kind of shut down that Tracer or Soldier theoretically, especially with that Cassidy.
Yeah, not the worst composition to be playing Maga into at all. Maga quite strong right now and is going to be able to sustain forever against this Roadhog if he starts finding his chain gun bullets on it. Fairmont just taking the point, and Beavercreek holding that high ground, looking for the picks with the Roadhog, but not finding anything so far. Beavercreek finding the first cap.
Beavercreek still on the low ground here. They do hold on to that checkpoint capture. Still counting up there from 10%. Fairmont still holding on to the high ground here, looking to get a first initial elimination to make things work. And it looks like the do as Gear takes out a Sallard there. Still now 4v4 now as Marshmallows. Just Marshmallows, I'm gonna call him. Takes out Vayne there. Relay not really able to make anything work here as everybody is just in a really tight corner here on Fairmont's side. Not really able to move at all as that Mauga is just pinning you down.
Yeah, and you'll take that if you're Fairmont though. Beavercreek just holding down the dark room right there with the Maga. Toasted Dart finding the hook in the pick on the Tracer, looking to open up this fight, and they finally get themselves onto point.
Fairmont finally able to make things work there, and it looks like they will capture that checkpoint. They do hold on to a lot of percentages and ultimates alike there. Well, both sides actually. Beavercreek does hold on to that Mauga ultimate as well as the Baptiste window. But you do hold on to that Kiriko Rush as well as Baptiste window for Fairmont too. But that Mauga ultimate will be something to look forward. But an early Baptiste window does come out as well as High Noon from Watermelon. Looking to get initial pick off here, and he takes out Sallard.
And that cage coming out from Funky Monkey doesn't find much, and Watermelon getting the High Noon kill. You're going to take that if you're Fairmont. One fight, or one ultimate fight, and they move on.
Funky Monkey looking towards that Orisa on Fairmont's side there. They do have 56% captured though. But 4 ultimates are held for Beavercreek here. No ultimates for Fairmont. Beavercreek just needs to really play around those ultimates. Don't use too many. Realistically, well, that Reaper ultimate comes out and it takes out
and a donation from the Orisa.
Yeah,
Orisa pushing the Reaper ult into Fairmont's team, and Vayne finding 3 kills off of that. You'll take that if you're Vayne. Funky Monkey probably feeling the pain out of that one. Ultimates on the side of Beavercreek. You've got the window and the rush coming up. Beavercreek looking to open up this fight with one of those support ultimates. Great spear from Funky Monkey on the Baptiste though, forces out the lamp. And we are now seeing the engage from Fairmont.
That indeed, as 95% is approaching here for BV to Beavercreek. Kiriko Rush comes out from Pomp, but that Soldier ultimate comes out from Cal. 4v4 now as Relay takes out Watermelon. Toasted Dart takes out Funky, but it looks like things will go in favor here of Beavercreek. Not much happening as that Baptiste window comes out with a nice double kill there for Gear, and it looks like Beavercreek will take this first sub-map home.
Yeah, and Fairmont was forced to touch there, and Pom Pom uses the rush as soon as the Orisa engages. They just blow up the Orisa, opens up that fight. Close round there though. Hog picks ends up working out, and Fairmont going over to the Orisa to try to counter the Hog, but it ultimately did not end up working out. City Center though, it gives many more opportunities here. You see Fairmont swapping over to the dive. They're going to control that high ground. Might be able to play a bit more around the poke that Beavercreek is playing, take a couple angles and close on the DPS.
Safety first. Taking down enemies first enough.
So it appears Beavercreek might have a read on what Fairmont is doing here. They might know that they play the monkey here. They're going quite literally everything to counter it. Got the Hog, you got the Bastion, you've got the Reaper. Good luck coming out from Beavercreek. They might have done their scouting.
That indeed, you're looking towards this more diveable map here, if you will. You have that Winston, but you have Bastion, Hog on Beavercreek's side as well as Reaper here. So Funky might not be able to do much if he dives in. That's a lot of damage towards that Winston.
Yeah, if you are Fairmont here, you are looking at Cal Level. Cal Level is going to be getting so much rail charge off of this Roadhog, and a great engage from Funky Monkey ends up surviving and getting out. Relay finding the follow-up on that.
Really nice Kiriko cleanse there by Marshmallows, and it looks like it will still be a 4v4 now after Relay takes out Watermelon. Things are looking still quite even, but Funky Monkey takes out Pomp, and it looks like things will finally go in favor here of
You're
Fairmont.
seeing the power of Tracer here. Finally seeing it in the regional so far. Relay coming out and showing a strong performance in that first fight, following up on Funky Monkey's dives and abusing the fact that they have that Bastion. Tracer unable to be contested by Beavercreek's comp. Cal Level holding the high ground, getting permanent rail charge, so Fairmont is looking to play quite a bit more pokey as Beavercreek struggles to walk in with no Lucio.
Fairmont holding onto this high ground is very crucial for them. They're able to really do anything that they want up there, especially with Cal Level on Sojourn. That Pulse Bomb comes out, unable to find anybody there, but Sojourn rails are approaching very quickly. No ultimates for Beavercreek, though, to counter. But things are still looking very good for Fairmont here after Cal Level takes out Watermelon, as well as Pomp goes down from Funky. That Winston Primal comes out and takes out Toasted, and things will just get cleaned up very quickly here.
Fairmont seeming like their game has been quite warmed up. Beavercreek's comp not working out too well in this open and large point. Struggles to get in versus their comp, and as soon as they take the high ground, Fairmont elects to just go on the back line. Great play from Fairmont so far.
65% counting here for Fairmont. Beavercreek unable to get any percentage captured here. But they do hold on to some really good percentage here for their ultimates. But we will be approaching a very ultimate-heavy team fight here, potentially, as Fairmont also is approaching 4 ultimates as well. Relay and Funky looking to take out anybody there, but Marshmallows does get taken out very early there. Cal Level with the Soldier and ultimate too.
And that's where this comp starts to shine. The fact that Beavercreek isn't confirming these kills on these engages from Fairmont means Cal Level just gets to exist for so long, and with that overclock starts cleaning up the second point on Oasis City Center. And a conclusive round of
Indeed,
that.
now we're to 1-1 here. 1-1 on Oasis here. Next person to or next team to take the sub map takes that map win. We're on to more of a. This is still a long range map. You really want to hold on to that high ground on that checkpoint, realistically. But you can really play defensive. I mean, that high ground can be useful, but as well as being aggressive and taking more off angles, especially if you're Fairmont, you hold on to that Tracer, and if you're Beavercreek, you hold on to that Reaper with Vayne. So both things alike, we might be seeing a lot of flanking here from both sides of the teams.
Beavercreek swapping over to the Junker Queen might play a little bit more in their favor against the Sojourn that's getting so much value against the Roadhog. Going bottom left of the point, gonna try to get early point control while Fairmont decides to take high ground. Bit of an awkward fight here for both teams as one team is fighting on high ground, one team is fighting on low level. Fairmont's going to be finding a lot of value out of holding this high ground for now. They get to decide when they want to take the fight. They get to decide when they want to drop on the enemy team.
That indeed. You can realistically give up the point, but getting that first elimination, like I said, Cal level on Watermelon there, that just lets your team really go in and dish out a lot of damage. And it looks like Fairmont will take advantage of this if Funky doesn't get taken out. He almost does there. Really nice cleanse there by Marshmallows, and it looks like Fairmont will come out on top after that. Really well played team fight there.
This is superb team play from Fairmont so far. They're playing for the Sojourn value, Sojourn finding the early pick, and then after that you see Funky Monkey, Relay, and Cal Level all engage. Supports keeping them up the entire time and finding some early kills after that first pick. Beavercreek swapping up the comp, hopefully going to play a little bit more into their favor, looking to kill this monkey between the Reaper and the Cassidy.
Heads up! Breaking them down. Railgun charge.
Looking forward here, Fairmont will opt for the high ground still here, which is very, very strong, but Cal Level has the Sojourn rails here, looking to take out Benny. Not able to secure that there. Pomp on that Tracer, taking out Relay there. Still in favor here for Beavercreek. Beavercreek almost taking out Cal Level there, but that Winston Primal is out. That Angry Monkey is going, looking to take out anybody that he can, and he is unable to. Does he take out Watermelon? He might have gotten too aggressive there as he's on life support. Now he's taken out of the fight there. Beavercreek still on the point contesting, but Cal Level is cleaning things up there. Very, very well done there on the Sojourn.
Yeah, and a great sustain from the Beavercreek supports, the Baptiste and the Kiriko, Pom Pom and Gearboy. Keeping Watermelon up in that, but during that entire exchange, Cal Level is just sitting on an off angle, farming up that rail, and finding these mid-fight kills. Perfect gameplay from Fairmont. They engage and then they get out. They are hiding everything that Beavercreek wants them to do right now. But Beavercreek has a couple ultimates coming into this fight that's going to allow them to retake this high ground. Going to be coming up on the rush that allows them to take that stairs. We'll likely see the matched rush from more shows though.
You have that Kiriko rush that comes out early there to really secure things off. Looking to send us into overtime. Gearboy almost getting taken out there by Relay. Tabs need to be taken on this Tracer. You cannot afford to lose anybody, but Toasted goes down, and it's looking bad here for Beavercreek. 4v5 now, still looking strong here, but Relay gets taken out after a nice stick there by Watermelon. Still 4v4, you know, Beavercreek still can make things work here, but that Winston Primal looks like it might take out Watermelon there. He almost does. Really nice job there by Pom Pom. Wow, that was very good support there, but he finally gets to get out at Cal Level, drops out the Sojourn ultimate, Reaper ultimate comes out from Vayne as well. He only gets one though. Sallard, whoa, Vayne coming back and taking out Sallard and Relay, and it looks like Beavercreek will come out on top after that long team fight. Actually, really well done there by Gearboy and Pom Pom to keep their team alive as much as they can. I really like the Kiriko cleanses coming out of Pom Pom.
I can absolutely agree. These DBS on Beavercreek are just being sustained by those supports, and that allowed Vayne to find those mid-fight eliminations that were necessary to win that fight. Beat coming out with Fairmont on the engage allows them to find Watermelon quite easily, not contested. So that puts that as a 5v4 for Fairmont. 5v3 at this point.
Gearboy,
Beavercreek, you need to get out some of these ultimates to win this fight. Orisa ultimate does not.
And it
find
looks like
anything,
it.
and
Yeah.
that's going to be Fairmont taking Oasis.
Indeed, that was really well done there by Fairmont. Unable, you know, Beavercreek supports Gearboy and Pom Pom. You know, they did a really good job. You know, looking forward, just the ultimate usage was really well done there by Fairmont. I agree with how they used the ultimates there, and they really got out the crucial characters that, you know, they knew they had the ultimates, and they knew they had to focus the people with the ultimates first. You know, sometimes you want to look at the tank first, but getting out those DPS that hold on to the ultimates is very crucial for you.
Certainly. Fairmont taking quite a few good tempo fights here. Just their team play looks a little bit more structured as of now. However, that's just first map though, and Beavercreek had some highlights there, especially with the supports keeping their DPS up. If they can sustain a little longer in these fights, might be able to find more value against that Fairmont Winston comp. Does sound like we're going to go to a quick 5-minute pause though. Beavercreek might be recuperating a little bit, refining their strategy, might have some audio or frame issues, so we'll see you guys in 5 minutes.
All right, and welcome back after our technical pause there. Just a few issues on the player side there. But coming back here, Fairmont with the 1-0 over Beavercreek there after the Oasis win. Looking forward, we have into our hybrid maps here. I'm not sure if we have a map pick in yet. Do you know, Nick?
Looks like we might be going to King's Row.
Oh, good old King's Row. Yeah.
gonna play into the brawl for both teams, and I think that does play a whole lot better for Fairmont's comp that they were playing.
Yeah.
Fairmont showing like multiple highlights. Beavercreek swapping off of the Hog eventually, so we got to see some other looks from them. Might see some more going into King's Row, but Fairmont just looking like the superior team in terms of team play there. Going on the backline whenever they could and making sure they aren't committing too hard and getting picked off by this Hog or the Reaper or this Cassidy.
Indeed. You're probably going to be looking around to May walls as well here, having that May Reaper potentially. I think for Fairmont, though, holding on to the Tracer is very crucial for them. Relay was doing a lot of good work there in flanking onto Beavercreek's backline. But, I mean, defensive standpoint, that first checkpoint, I mean, realistically, you can give it up. You can let that first capture happen, but some teams opt to really put everything that they got into that first checkpoint, or like the first capture for hybrid rather. But you know, you got a long way even after losing that first initial capture to really win the map here.
Right, and that first cap on King's Row, you want to cap that super fast. You need that time bank going into second or third. That's ultimately where the holds happen. Like you said, first point King's Row can often be folded pretty fast, and having that time bank going into especially third point where you find many teams get held, quite important.
Relay will opt for that May there. It looks like, you know, big things will come out of this one, as especially Cal on the Widow. Cal was doing a really good job there, hitting headshots on Souljourn as well. So we shall see if they prove themselves on the Widowmaker.
How are you?
Fairmont having that defensive Widowmaker, likely looking to find some pickoffs here. Doesn't play as much their comp though, but Fairmont, if they don't get on top of this Widow very fast, Cal Level's going to find quite the value.
That indeed. It looks like our graphic is a little messed up there. Beavercreek is on the left, not on the right there. Or, nope, they just got swapped on my side. Sorry. So we're all good now. But looking forward here, like you said initially, taking this first check or capturing the payload here really fast is very crucial for you. You want a really large time bank here on King's Row.
Yeah, and like you said, quickly giving up that point though. May contesting as of now, but the May wall coming out from Relay blocks their team from touching, and Beavercreek finding that first capture on King's Row, getting a great time bank going in here. King's Row plays quite a bit better for this Hog in Symmetra than it did on Oasis, specifically City Center there, where Beavercreek couldn't find anything with that Hog early. Cal Level finding that value on that Widowmaker finally though, and finding the pick off on Vayne. That's when you get this hold going on Arches, and this is a tough hold to break.
Very tough hold indeed. You know, you see a lot of Widowmakers being played on attack here on this first, like, choke point on King's Row, up in that little high area that you see in the top left. But, you know, Beavercreek not opting for that Widow allows them to hold on to Souljourn and Symmetra. But the May Blizzard comes out, finds gear and pomp, and it looks like Fairmont may clean this one up finally in favor of them.
Right, and that Mail winning that fight off of just one ultimate, as we spoke about earlier, that's how you get your ult bank going, and that's how you ultimately win several team fights in a row. Still have the Ramatra ult, you've got the window, and you've got sights to see where they're going. Beavercreek though has the window themselves and the Hog ult coming up on the overclock, able to open this fight a little faster. Window coming out from Marmar Shadows, and Cal Level finding a great pick on Lucio through the window, on Watermelon through the window.
Any more? Does he get any
And
more?
he
And
finds
he does.
Pom-Pom.
Nice kills
Great
there.
kills from Cal Level here, and that's what you want to see.
Cal Level did a really good job there, getting all those really initial picks there. You know, Gearboy got a little too aggressive and kind of just ran into the Fairmont team there. You have that Baptiste window up, and you kind of either want to kite it or speed right through and get onto the enemy team. But it looked like there was a little bit of miscommunication there on Beavercreek's
And
side.
despite that success on the Ramatra, Funky Monkey deciding to go over to the Arista to help counter this Hog, and I think that's a great play from them. Still stuffing out this choke. You needed to see Beavercreek save some early space, capitalize off of those trades that they got earlier in the fight, but they're still being held at this choke. I'd like to see some flank from Watermelon here, maybe with the overclock, open up this fight a little bit. Fairmont still holding strong with the beat to react, and Relay coming up on another Mail despite it feeling like one just happened a couple minutes ago.
That May wall is crucial, but it doesn't get much of value there after Toasted does push through. That Lucio beat comes out kind of late there for Fairmont, as only 3 players remain there, and it looks like Toasted will clean everything up on the cart there with the help of Gearboy.
Yeah,
Beavercreek finally able to make that move that they needed.
yeah, Toastart finding so much value on this Roadhog. Cal Level swaps off of the Widow and onto the Ashe though. I'd feel like I'd like to see him on Sojourn a little more into this Roadhog. He was getting so much value on Sojourn into the Roadhog earlier on Oasis, but we can see how this Ashe pick works out. It's going to be applying that new DPS passive to everyone with each Dynamite Cal Level throws. Relay with the Mailed is likely what they're going to open this fight up with, but Beavercreek has several ults to react.
That indeed, that early May Cairo comes out from Relay. There's still nothing happening quite yet. Beaver forced to push back after Funky is just walking on the entirety of the backline. Relay with nice headshots there, cleaning everything up there. The Mei right click is very, very detrimental.
Yeah, and you see Watermelon using the Sojourn ult, but I'd like to see a couple more ults coming out from Beavercreek, especially to start these fights. Fairmont lower on the ult bank. You want to see them open up this fight a little faster. It looks like they're going to start with an early Mei ult.
Funky getting pulled all the way into the Beavercreek line there. Not much damage coming out still, though. That Orisa pick was very, very good for Fairmont. You know, that Orisa's able to punish Hog as much as she wants there.
I like
But
this teleport
Hog-
rotation, but it seems like Vayne, there might have been a bit of a miscommunication. Vayne did not take the TP and gets called out by Funky Monkey. And that's another fight won without many ultimates using on the side of Fairmont. Beavercreek still holding on to the wall, the beat and window.
Like I said, that Orisa's just able to punish that Hog as she pleases. Still, and like you said, Beavercreek has yet to use like really any ultimates here to counteract anything. You know, you have to really use an ultimate to make things work now in this stage of the game. Vayne has that wall on Symmetra, but that Baptiste window comes out,
Does force them
pushing
out.
Fairmont back.
But Fairmont with a great rotation, wrapping on the
Yeah.
back line.
I like
And
this
now they're
a
going to
lot.
go with the Orisa ult here. And this is going to find so much value. What a great rotation from Fairmont.
That Lucio beat comes out as well as the Hog.
Toasted
ultimate
Art, not
there.
losing much HP though, and finds the kill on Funky Monkey. Goes a little bit too far, and Beavercreek has now blown all of their ultimates. Cal level
But Cal,
uncontested and finding kills. So much value here on the Ashe.
10 seconds remain here, but Cal level, like you said, did a really good job cleaning things up there, getting all those headshots. But, you know, Fairmont still holds on to the Lucio beat, but Sallard goes down. No ultimates here for Fairmont. They need to really play passive here, but Funky Monkey decides to push forward, and Cal level helps him out. And it looks like Fairmont will really get these things moving here. Unable, that Mauga unable to really do much there after 5 Fairmont players remain. Team kill there for Fairmont to secure that map there.
Yeah, and after such an important kill from Watermelon on the Lucio that had beat, they just could not get a clean touch. And despite that 5v4, Beavercreek is falling behind a little bit, held on point 2. They got it to the second corner though, which gives them some options for holding here. Kings Row Streets is historically a hard point to capture if you get held. You're either going to steamroll through it or you're going to be held for several minutes at a time like Beavercreek just did. Likely looking to see a similar look though from Fairmont, as that held worked quite well.
We'll be seeing some similar play styles here from both sides of the teams, I think. You know, Cal level may opt for the Widowmaker, and they will. Toasted might hold on to that Reinhardt. I'm not sure if he does, and it looks like he will. Okay. We see some Reinhardt on Kings Row. Ryan plays well on Kings Row, but in this meta, I think Reinhardt gets punished way too much.
Beavercreek going with the Reinhardt. This Reinhardt Bastion, but they don't have a Lucio with it, so Reinhardt is going to have quite a tough time getting in, and this comp from Fairmont is going to be quite a bit better. It seems like they're taking the honorable Reinmere on King's Row, but is there really that much honor when one side has a Mei? Relay is going to be finding a lot of value walling this Reinhardt, and that's already the lamp forced.
That lamp forced out is very crucial there for Fairmont, and it looks like they will take advantage. Or, yep, Fairmont. My graphic is messed up again. I'm sorry, but it looks like things will just roll right over here. There we go. Now we're good. We're good. But Fairmont did the same thing that Beavercreek did. Took this this first capture very, very quickly. Now they have a very big time bank in their favor. Can really make anything work here in like basically the 6 minutes that they got.
Yeah, the Mei from Fairmont is finding so much value with those walls and forces Beavercreek off of the Reinhardt and back onto the Roadhog that they've seemed to enjoy. Gonna be a lot of shield pressure on the Reinhardt from Fairmont, though, between this Bastion and the Hog, and Cal finding an important kill on Watermelon.
This Reinhardt is actually working a lot better than I expected, actually, with that Shatter working really well there for Funky Monkey. And this might look at a very big stagger here on Toasted, but they're unable to secure that kill.
And that's just the tempo coming out from Fairmont. That allows this Reinhardt to work despite the Bastion and Roadhog from the Beavercreek side. When Reinhardt has that speed, you're able to get in and get swinging before the poke starts to come out on the shield.
Charge in here by Funky Monkey. He's playing really aggressive here. You got to play around. If that Bastion doesn't have turret, you just want to go right in. But Cal level still going uncontested here, really able to dish out a lot of damage. But still, nothing quite happening yet. Both sides having equal ultimates
And
here,
a massive
but that
shatter from
shatter,
Funky Monkey.
wow. That shatter was absolutely massive there for Funky Monkey, and was able to really secure that map for Fairmont. 2-0 in favor of Fairmont now into match point.
And despite the early May ult from Fairmont, it ended up being canceled by Toasted Art, and after that, fight seemed to start falling apart despite that early kill. And the play of the game from Cal level here, what great shots, ends up finding this Baptiste after as well. The DPS from Fairmont are just really sticking it to Beavercreek.
Yep. Oh, your camera is out again. But looking forward here now. Now we're into Flashpoint. All right, you're back. Now we're working. But Flashpoint only has 2 maps, Suravasa and New Junk City. I think Suravasa is probably going to be the pick here. A lot of teams like to opt for Suravasa just because it's a more well-rounded map. I think, in my opinion, your team compositions that you run is able to really swap around as you wish. But yeah, 2-0 Fairmont bringing us to match point here. Let me check if we have any other status on the other game, the St. Xavier game. Nothing quite yet reported, so unable to give you any insight on that one. But looking forward here, I think Beavercreek might be able to make things work here. That Beavercreek has been playing really well, I think, around how Fairmont has been playing. But Fairmont just holds on to, I think the tank matchup has a really big part in it, as well as, you know, the backline flanking, as well as ultimate usage. I think the Holy Trinity is just everything. Everything is just working in favor for Fairmont there. But I think Beavercreek, if, you know, there's a couple of things you have, like, few things that you can fix, I think that they might be able to get back into this game.
I can agree. Yeah, it just looks like Fairmont has the superior team play right now. The ult cycling, the flexibility from Funky Monkey to go to the different tanks to counter swap Toasted Art. It's playing so well in their favor, and even the DPS line are just finding so much value. You saw a relay on the Tracer on Oasis, but then he goes over to the May and is finding just as much value on King's Row. Quite the flexible DPS line from Fairmont, and it's just playing so well in their favor. From Beavercreek's side, though, you want to see them using their ultimates a little bit earlier. They've had these ults banked up for quite a few minutes, and Fairmont is just taking that to them faster and getting more ultimates off as such.
That indeed. We still are waiting. Do you know of map choice by chance?
So it seems like going back to Suravasa, I think there might be a couple subs coming in. But Suravasa is the map choice, and we saw this in the Eaton game as well, and it was not too close. But Flashpoint is a game mode that can kind of flip-flop a little bit, and that's where you see that swing. That's where you want to see that reverse sweep come out from Beavercreek here. The tournament.
Speaking of reverse sweeps,
they happen.
I think Suravasa is the UC map to go.
Reverse sweeps happen, and Beavercreek, if you're wanting to turn the tide here and keep your hopes at this regional open, this is where you do it.
That indeed, Suravasa is definitely the map to make that happen. You have really short team fights and things go really quick. And I think in terms of Beavercreek, just the how fast each team plays. I think Beavercreek, if they get a little bit more fast with how their team moves, how their Lucio plays around either their tank or their DPS, I think that will give them definitely the advantage that they need, especially on Flashpoint.
I can agree. Seems like we're just waiting on one player. If we want to cut to a break screen, we will be back with you guys once the teams are ready.
All right, and welcome back. We are into Suravasa here. 2-0 match point here for Fairmont, looking to make things end very quickly here. Send them into the semifinals here, but Beavercreek might be able to perform a reverse sweep here. You know, we see a lot of good things come out of Suravasa. Suravasa is definitely the map to make things roll. But you will be looking towards a very brawly fast comp here. Holding on to Lucio is very, very crucial as well.
Yeah, likely Lucio on both sides for this Flashpoint map, and Beavercreek going with the Baptiste Zen, and that might be good for them, but they won't be at the point quite fast, so Fairmont's going to establish point control quite early. Fairmont's going to want to run on top of the Zenyatta and blow him up before their queen gets discorded and shot at. Seems like we have a role swap coming in. Watermelon on tank instead of Toasted Art, so start looking at Sojourn at this point. Watermelon going over to the Ramatra might favor the comp a little bit more.
Indeed, that Ramatra might get punished a little bit there by the Junker Queen, but Beavercreek definitely has the advantage in terms of damage-wise. You have Sojourn, Reaper, and Zenyatta. So that's something to keep an eye on as well, but Beavercreek looks like they will take more of a passive angle here as Fairmont's the first onto the point.
Yeah, and you see Relay controlling that outside angle. It's not going to really allow the Zenyatta to get much of an angle to shoot from, and Fairmont taking early control of the point, and Zenyatta isolated. They go right on top of the Zenyatta. Great play from Fairmont there, and Beavercreek needs to get out or die quick, otherwise they're going to be staggered on this first flashpoint.
Looks like they will choose to back up a little bit, still stay in where they're at, a little position here, but Relay is absolutely cleaning up the entirety of the Beavercreek backline there.
Yeah, Relay is showing strong showing on this Tracer, and that's why you're seeing Tracer played right now. She's just so good with that new DPS passive and the projectile size increase. Everyone decides to be an Overwatch League player on that character now, and Relay's showing that off right now.
Indeed, Relay still sitting back here, looking to be a little sneaky, trying to take out probably Gearboy or Pom-Pom here. They'll force out any abilities that they can.
Anyway, it's the great trigger discipline from Relay. Whiffs the pulse bomb, but is back in, and now the fight is happening on point.
Still overtime here on point as Toasted takes out Relay finally in the back
Great
line
shot
there.
from Toasted.
Beavercreek's still staying on their 2 feet here. And it's still 4v4, but Pom-Pom takes out Sallard there. Things kind of looking good here for Beavercreek after Toasted hitting those headshots. That is crucial there for Beavercreek.
What a great roll swap over from Beavercreek onto this Hanzo. Toasted Art showing so many great shots so far. Fairmont has a couple more ultimates coming back into this fight, and they have the point at 99%. But Beavercreek is now set up for their comp to actually get a bit more value. They're just going to play quite far and allow Toasted Art to get some shots off on Hanzo and prevent them from getting on top of them. Fairmont, though, has the Rampage and the Rush to get on top of Beavercreek.
Indeed, it looks like Fairmont will choose to play a little bit of passive here, but Relay is going to dive in there, trying to sit on that backline. Massive Junker Queen ult there, and it takes out Vayne. Everybody is purple there. That allows Cow to drop out of that Soldier Advisor, and it looks like that will be a very, very fast team kill there.
You see, that's the issue with not having a Lucio on the side of Beavercreek, is that running into that Queen, you have nothing to counter that Queen ultimate. You have the Suzu from Pom-Pom, but when you're playing so spread out to play for your comp, it's hard for Kiri to get multiple Suzes on people. And that's a great fight from Fairmont. Beavercreek has some ultimates, though, coming into this one. That might be able to change the tide of this flashpoint.
Indeed, there's a lot of ultimates there for Beavercreek. They have 5, and Fairmont only has potentially 3 approaching here. That Lucio beat might be able to counter at least 1 ultimate there. But Watermelon does hold on to that Annihilation, which will probably initiate the fight here. Kiriko Rush comes out from Marshmallows, and Pom-Pom alike will both teams are at super fast speeds here. Annihilation comes out after Toasted drops out Relay. But Funky Monkey takes out
The
Gear
beat
Boy
does
as
not
well.
hit Funky Monkey and he falls over.
Yeah.
It's an even fight now at this point. Beavercreek still with a couple ultimates, including that window. But Fairmont finding these trades in the scrap and likely gonna go their way. Watermelon though, still sustaining on point, but he's in a 1v3 and that's gonna be the fight here.
Not good enough.
Indeed, there was only 2 ultimates used there for Beavercreek. That Lucio beat no longer for Sallard or that rush for Marshmallows either. So, I mean, if you're Fairmont here, you really want to play passive and get those ultimates up, especially that Junker Queen ult. That Junker Queen ult was very, very massive for them on that last point as well.
Yeah, Relay on the flank here has the pulse bomb and is likely to look out to force some cooldowns such as Rush or Lamp. And Funky Monkey finding some aggression there.
Ooh.
What a great kill from Pom Pom onto Relay. That's going to open up this fight, and Queen is low on the side of Fairmont. They're going to be forced to back out. Toasted Art with the Dragon gets pulled in. Looking to use the Dragon here, hopefully. Couple in that corner there you'd love to force out and force into your brawl, but decides to take an angle on the left.
Still Beavercreek not using any ultimates quite yet as Gear Boy does go down from Cow here, and it looks like Fairmont is still just stalling on this point. And like I said, those ultimates are getting up quick here for Fairmont after Relay takes out Vayne 90% and counting, and Watermelon goes down as well, and it looks like Fairmont will take the second checkpoint here, setting us off into the third one, potentially the final one here for our matchup.
Yeah, and these ultimates on both sides have not been used yet, and that's the name of the game at this high school level, is being able to ult cycle on both sides. That's going to be what wins you fights a lot of the time, and as these players like develop as a team, that ult cycle and the tempo from Fairmont is just showing the reason why they're winning at this point. Funky Monkey with the Queen ult, and Beavercreek has nothing to counter it.
That Queen ult will be massive here, but Gear Boy going down will be even more crucial. That lamp is out. Now is the time to use that Junker Queen ult, but Toasted takes out Sallard now. Beavercreek might potentially be able to make things work here if Toasted can take out one more, but that Soldier ult comes out from Cow. Pom Pom goes down as well as Toasted, and it looks like Beavercreek will be set back to the spawn room here potentially. Ooh, I don't know about that Junker Queen ult. That was a very weird Junker Queen ult.
Fairmont not capping the point. They're staggering the Ramacha, but they do not have the point. And that's an okay fight if you're Beavercreek. You're happy to get that Queen ult out.
Ultimates wise, still Beavercreek holds on to 4 ultimates now. Fairmont has been doing a really good job of just using ultimates there. That Junker Queen ult was probably the only one I don't agree with out of this whole entire matchup series.
Oh, and what a shot on Lucio.
There goes Sallard. Yeah, that headshot from Toasted was very crucial.
You want to see Beavercreek
taking out
win these
support,
with
rather.
little ultimates.
Watermelon and Vayne drop out those ultimates as well on point, securing very crucial kills, and it looks like Beavercreek will finally be able to get that checkpoint captured.
And thing now is that with that stagger kill they got, Beavercreek is not going to be able to hold close with their ultimates like they'd want to. So you're likely to see the window to open up the fight, but Fairmont is coming in quickly with the pulse bomb and the rush. They're going to be right on top of Beavercreek.
Indeed, you need to get at least one of these enemies out if you're on Beavercreek's side. That Baptiste window will be crucial, as well as those dragons from Toasted on Hanzo. But still, Relay is dishing out a lot of damage here for Fairmont. Unable to really get anybody, but Pomp goes down. Both Kyurikos are out of the game, and it's still just back and forth. Both teams are trading each other now after Gear takes out Funky. This might be the move that Beavercreek needs.
Oh, and he does not find the kill on the
checkpoint was
Sojourn.
captured.
Gearboy with a great window, but
Yeah.
ultimately Fairmont's going to take this point back.
Carried on the wind.
Fairmont has some great spawns, and they have the rush that they're going to use to find on the objective. Beavercreek with the dragon might be able to find something on if someone takes an angle on the left, but rush comes out from Fairmont, and he comes out with Fairmont too.
my gosh, they're dumping everything they got into this, and Cal with a triple, and no, actually Quadra. Does he get the full 5?
Yeah, and
He's looking for the full 5.
And you are fine
he
to dump
does.
that. And with that late kill on the Baptiste, Fairmont or Beavercreek is gonna have a very, very rough touch, and that's likely to wrap up this map and wrap up the series. See some quick stagger
I don't
kills.
even know if they get a touch here.
Yeah, without the Lucio, it's gonna be a rough touch. And
that's a 3-0 for Fairmont.
strong contender so far in the lower side of the bracket. Fairmont, lower side of the bracket, and Forest Hills, top side of the bracket. They might find themselves meeting. That's seed 1 and 2. Beavercreek with some highlights there, but ultimately Fairmont just great team play. And this, without the Lucio on Flashpoint, things like this can happen. You take less fights,
did do a
and the
great
Funky
job
Monkey
there.
Rampage just ends up finding those late kills.
Indeed, there was a lot of good gameplay around Cow on that Soldier, as well as Funky Monkey on Junker Queen there. I think both teams played really well around those ultimates, but in Overwatch, oh, my camera is frozen. There we go, we're back. All right, but realistically, like you said, Overwatch is around the ultimates and how you cycle the ultimates at a high school level. You really have to drill that down into the ground and really understand how to use those ultimates around your team. Because that's just what Overwatch is. And, you know, looking forward, Fairmont will proceed to the semifinals now. I still don't have any word on the other game. No score has been reported, so I'm not sure about that one. But do you have any final remarks here, Nick?
Yeah, just Fairmont looking like a strong contender, and Forest Hills on the other side of the bracket looking strong themselves. They might find themselves meeting later in the tournament. We should be back with another game in probably 20-30 minutes, so we'll cut to a break, and we'll be back with the next game once we find out what it is.
Indeed, you will have a different casting crew there, Nick. Will still be around, but I will be gone. It is spring break for me, so it's time to enjoy that while the time I have left. But looking forward here. Thank you all for joining us here for our quarterfinals. We will see you all into the semifinals here in about a half hour after a short break there. Don't go anywhere. My name's Ben Cohen, David Okaisi Wolf in game, joined here by Nacho and Nick in game. Thank you all very much for coming on behalf of the UC Esports Club and ESO Ohio. Thank you so very much for joining us.
And we're back. We switched the casting. It used to be Cohen and Nick. Now it's me and Obi-Wan here.
Yep. Also known as Owen.
We're going to be going into our match. It is Xavier versus Fairmont. And personally, I'm rooting for Xavier. They're from my hometown, Finneytown. I went to Finneytown High School. I never played for any high school Overwatch teams, but I'm rooting for Xavier, and they're going up against a Titan based on last match in Fairmont.
Yeah. So I played in Esports Ohio. Marymount. Played them last year. I think I remember playing Fairmont. They were really good. We were pretty good too, but they were really good. I think they're gonna take this. I haven't seen any of the St. X games, but I was watching the last one. Fairmont is nice, doing everything well. So yeah.
Yeah, if St. Xavier plays like their athletics programs, they might wipe the table.
They might do good.
I've heard about their football team back when I was in high school, and I think they could have played against an NFL team.
Good heavens. Them, Wyoming. I remember going to the Wyoming Marymount game, seeing
Did Marymount not make it today?
No, we suck now.
Oh, okay.
So it seems like we're going in. Map 1, Nepal. I'm pretty excited for this one. I don't think we haven't seen Nepal yet. I think Nepal has I feel like it's pretty one-dimensional in the comps. You're gonna see a lot of rush, but I also I feel like you can have some diversity in the comps that you can run here.
And they can definitely cook a little bit here. I'm interested to see what two comps these teams walk out on, not knowing anything about these teams.
Yeah, from the last map, assuming Fairmont is just gonna do. I mean, what they did.
Were they the Hog team or?
I think. No. They were not the Hog
Word
team.
is they were not the Hog team.
Okay, so these are both good comps.
Xavier's playing more of a UCal sort of comp. You see Overwatch.
I know a lot about this comp that they're playing. I like the sim to TP out. I'm assuming they're going to go probably a Reaper or Tracer here.
Yeah, Fairmont looks like they might be playing more to their own personal strengths. I can't imagine why else you'd play Orisa with Soldier on this map.
I wonder if they keep the sim, if it's not just for TP out.
And
it isn't. What? Wait,
they were a little slow there, but they don't see the Tracer below them. I wonder if they're able to get any value with that. If they play slow enough, Tracer could mark point.
Oh, really? Going low early. So it seems like they're just staging. I know Tracer's good, but I don't know.
I think they need to take this a little slower. Relay's not playing any.
That's a big pick. With Legion going low too, they get the first cap, but down one support, down the next. I mean, it's kind of just wraps. As soon as he lost that Lucio, it was over from the start.
I'd like to see them pick up the pace here a little bit. They get that pick, but then they sort of sit main. May can find a lot of value if you give them that time to poke you out.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think we saw in the last match, I think Fairmont's really good, but I feel like they could be doing a lot more to be even better, I guess.
Yeah, they are the number 2 seed. If they want to beat the number 1 seed, they got to fix all those little ticky-tack mistakes.
Yeah. The swap over to Zarya and Moira, I don't know if I like the Moira.
Fairmont's really winning the ult charge here.
Yeah. Oh, but BAP dead. That's big. They have to capitalize on this. You got to keep your Zarya up here. That's bad now. You're down the support. You have to rely. Yeah,
I like these trades, but Xavier's. Never mind. They have no supports left.
And this Tracer is just running rampant.
Fairmont's
here.
so low though.
Oh,
this could be winnable for Xavier. Am I crazy for saying that?
Yes.
Versus 1.
You are. They still have both their supports up.
Somehow Xavier is just now coming up on all their ultimates, but they're looking into 5 for Fairmont.
They're looking into
if
5
Fairmont
ultimates.
plays this correctly, they could walk away with first point.
Yeah, right off this, because walking into 5 ultimates is usually pretty difficult to do, I'd say.
They're going to have to use that sim wall to play slowly in order to charge the rest of their ults.
Yeah.
They don't want to be walking into window here, TP past it.
The Tracer ready.
Need to use that wall soon if they don't want to get swept by 5 ults.
I'm scared of this Pulse, because this Pulse is going to do work, I know. With the beat up.
All the ults coming out here from both sides.
They get the flip.
Xavier gets the flip.
Oh, they're even, actually.
Xavier's back in it.
Wait, Fairmont used 4 ults and they lost.
Yeah, suddenly it's very winnable for Xavier. They have Grav and Rush here. And no beat to answer. All they have to worry about is that Bat Lamp and maybe a Orisa spin, and then they can plan a fight just around Grav.
That's rough. Any fight where you use 4 ults like that and you don't win has...
Xavier did use 3, but
They use 3,
if you use more, you want to win.
Yeah, and especially here where it seems like it's been pretty even, more or less. Oh, it's going to be a crazy pulse. I'm seeing it. Oh,
Yeah,
my fault.
just a little off.
Caster curse. I want to see a big grab here. Hopefully not Eaton. That would be so depressing. Oh,
That's a big enough grab.
just have to capitalize on
It's
it.
not a big enough grab, apparently.
He doesn't. That was awful. And it doesn't matter because
Zara's high enough charge here. If they keep her alive, I can't see Xavier losing this.
it's a weird
Throw the
rush
rush on
already
top.
up. I guess it's fine because you're coming up on cool again. Yeah. No, say next just. I think they played that really
Still
well.
No ults from Fairmont. If they can track that, they can plan the fight around that, play fast with Cole, and Xavier might walk away with him at that point.
Yeah. I think Fairmont really just lost the momentum as soon as the 4 ults were used.
Clean shots from cow level.
Yeah.
They can't let Fairmont poke and get their ults up here. They have the advantage. They need to take
They
it
have
to
to, yeah,
them.
they just have to do it because as soon as if they don't going fast with Cole, I like it.
Getting Orisa cooldowns out, but no one's able to follow up with it.
Ooh,
Relay finds himself caught out.
they
Xavier
got
might take a point here.
Oh, this is bad.
Fairmont has ults to answer
Oh,
now.
all going low.
That window's huge for Fairmont.
Ooh, that's a big pick. Oh,
Huge
no.
cleanse. It's not enough.
Oh, but that's beat
Fairmont
out.
throwing beat on top. This is
Oh,
last
but it's
fight,
last
though.
fight. Yeah, doesn't matter. Oh, the Mei on the side of Saint X dying with.
Is no one gonna be able to touch? Oh, that was too soon. Oh, Xavier, so close.
The Mei of
So
Saint
far.
X dying with Mei ult there really was so bad.
I think Xavier might have had a poor plan there.
Yeah.
They had the ult advantage, but they sort of let Fairmont just poke and then get window, get visor, get everything they needed to win that fight.
Mhm.
And that really ended up costing them.
Yeah, the decision to play slow there and not just go in instantly and try and force it was a rough one. And I think it cost them.
Wonder if we'll see any changes here.
It's looking like Fairmont is back on their starting comp. Saint X keeping what they had. I feel like the Saint X comp shouldn't work.
You don't like Moira Kiriko?
I do not, but I guess it's
I enjoy team playing to their own strengths.
yeah, it's interesting. The-
Speeding out on Lucio and switching to Moira is certainly something you don't see often.
It's not a very common strat. That soldier
Cow
going down
almost
low
dead
though.
already. Xavier needs to keep this pressure.
Yeah.
Fairmont's having trouble just healing.
Yeah.
And there's go Salad down.
The Zen, or not Zen, the Sim. I feel like once you get that Sim is so good when you get high charge because that's your main damage. Ooh, that's rough. Their main damage is down with the soldier poking him out now. This is bad.
Yeah, Insta sort of was on the different page from Smoke. Walked into the Orisa, she was one, but no one else was there to follow up.
Yeah.
And because of that, Fairmont walks out on top.
I think as soon as you lose that Sim, it's all over for you. Especially in a comp like this where I feel like your Sim is what you're going for.
I agree. Unless your Zarya is 100 charge, you need that sim to burn down the Orisa.
Going in this next fight, we have pretty equal alt charge, but so noticeable relay with the pulse. And they haven't been doing much with the pulses this map, but
I'd like to see one connect.
yeah,
I think we'll see it.
I feel like you could see a big pulse here.
Maybe on sim.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
Oh,
I see the vision.
or
Sim
there's
gets low here. That's cleanse out.
Oh.
Pulse bomb gets Zarya to 1.
yeah, down the Sim again. Sim dying
There
early.
goes Xavier. Delaying this fight only hurts them.
Oh. That's rough.
And here we go. Fairmont with a huge ultimate advantage, just like last map.
But if you look on the side of Saint X, I feel like Saint X is closer.
Saint X is close to 5, but has 0. Fairmont has 3. If they take it fast, they could win off that alone.
Yeah. It's going to be a big fight here. With the Cole. Ooh, Kiri going low.
And this is sort of that fast pace that I was looking for here.
What a big visor. And the...
One
Dang.
ult to win the fight. Can't
One
play
ult
it
to
anymore
win the
perfectly.
fight, and that's a pretty late kill for the time they have left.
Again, Xavier needs to use that sim wall to get themselves into this fight. They're going to have to play really scrappy, just run straight to the point, and without that sim wall, it's just going to be... They're just going to get poked out here.
Kiri going down early.
There's sim wall, but it's placed in such a weird angle, they can't get value from it if they go to point.
That Kiri going down so early with the rush is so bad. Yeah, that just happens. You know, it's just like, what are you going to do?
Do they need to invest in result? They do. Oh, May's 1 on point. I think Fairmont's going to walk away with this. Not as close as the first map.
No, I think the first map really showed maybe Fairmont's weakness in the moment compared to X's strength in the moment.
I think Xavier's comp was a lot better for that first point,
Mm-hmm.
and they used their ults very well. The map sort of favored their comp,
Mm-hmm.
but they're just playing so open. They have no way to get to the objective unless they're playing with a Lucio for that sim, sort of TP in there, like lessen that distance. But as you can see here, they're just all caught out in the open. They're really slow, and all it takes is a visor.
Especially with the soldier and the tracers being able to poke him down like that.
Do you think Xavier might not have a Lucio player? Could that be the reason for this Kiriko Moira lineup?
I guess, but I feel like even if you're doing that, I guess Kiri Moira is the best if you don't have a Lucio, I guess.
Sure.
But the lack of a Lucio is really hurting them.
Going into map 2, I'd like to see a lot of adaptions from Saint Xavier,
Mm-hmm.
because I believe that they can take this if they adjust to what was happening.
So it's going to be hybrid up next. What do you think Saint X wants to take them to?
Do you think, can they take them to any map they want?
Any hybrid?
I don't think they should take them to Kings. A lot of teams take them to Kings, but I don't think they should take them to Kings.
I agree.
They're looking into a Lucio player and a Orisa player, and they don't have a Lucio player of their own. And I think that's only going to favor Fairmont.
So I wonder if they try and take them to a more of like a poke dive map. I guess it's really up to the tank if they can play it.
What are the options for hybrid here? Kings, Numbani. I think Numbani could be a good answer.
Yeah, if it's
I don't know about tank flexibility, though. You think they take the Zarya up high ground and then just have more healing, sort of walk out with it?
Again, I think that's rough without your without a Lucio. Because without a Lucio, you're going to be so slow. And trying to get up to the HG like that, it's going to be rough. But let's see. I'm going to pull up the rules here to see the maps. So we got Blizzard World, Ike, Hollywood, Kings Row, Midtown, and Bonnie Paraiso. So I'm wondering...
I think they want to take an Eichenwald. I see Sim getting a lot of value there, getting out of that first choke. And you don't need to have speed to sort of close that distance.
Yeah.
If they want to keep this comp, I see that being their answer.
So it looks like there's a player swap in rule, and it will be to Paraiso, which is interesting. So I'm assuming then that they will be going towards a more... I'm assuming dive?
Yeah, I don't see them sticking to Zarya here.
No, I do not either.
Not with Kiriko Moira.
I'm assuming this means that they have a Monkey Diva player, perhaps?
Maybe even Doomfist, Ball.
I mean, really, any dive.
If you get creative enough with the Sim, you can make Zarya work. But without Lucio, I don't see how that's possible.
Yeah, that's, my thoughts exactly. You have to play fast, and you can't play fast without the Lucio, so it's like...
Yeah, and we definitely saw that.
Yeah.
There were fights where their only win condition was sort of taking it faster, having that ult advantage, and then they weren't really able to. They just had to sit on point and let Fairmont build up their ults, and that ended up costing them.
Especially into the... with Fairmont having the Lucio, to where they just was unfortunate for him, really. So it's Legion is now on DPS and Hexa is now on support for St. X. Oliver on support now? Oliver, yeah. So
Looks like both teams are ready, and we're heading into map 2.
Paraiso. I'm hoping this is going to be a little bit closer.
Not to say the last map wasn't close,
Yes.
though. Point 1 was 99.99. I really did think that St. X could have won it.
Mm-hmm. So we get a little peek of before it. It does look like Smoke is going to play that monkey. I don't know how, showing it is, because sometimes in that pre-map before the game starts, I like to
Did you see
troll
that?
a little
I didn't see
bit.
that.
Yeah, super quick flash before the game started.
You got good eyes.
I got 20/20.
That's actually average.
I got 30/30.
That's still average.
100/100.
I don't think you know how these fractions work.
Don't know. I got supervision. What can I say? Okay.
20 is the number that you can see, and then the denominator is the average distance. So from what an average person can see from 20 feet, you can see from 20 feet.
2100.
That is awful, actually.
21. What? No, don't do it. Get off the Zarya. You can't play
Xavier
Zarya.
takes them to this map and then plays Zarya
No,
anyways.
don't do it.
But they come out with a Lucio comp now.
Okay.
Okay.
This comp from St. Xavier is looking
It-
so good.
That Zarya to Winston just made this comp like a B- to an A+.
This is such a...
Xavier's making the adaptations that we wanted. Fairmont's kind of sticking to their guns, doing what worked, and seeing what Xavier's going to walk out on. I wonder if they adapt if they lose.
And the Oliver knew coming in on the Lucio, so I wonder if they just didn't have
That
a Lucio
sounds like
player
the
in.
Lucio player, yeah.
It's going to be interesting.
What's more interesting is that you don't want your Lucio player on cough.
They're staging. It's going to be tough with them all on
Bubble
high
out early
ground,
from
but
Xavier. They've got to wait at least 9 more seconds before they can do anything.
it's rough. Who do you think they're going to go on here? The Ashe? Really anybody, I feel like. They're both DPS, though, super low.
Whoever Legion lets them go on.
Ooh!
It looks like the Lucio.
Yeah. They got to keep that
And
monkey up, though.
Lamp out,
He's
monkey
so low.
lives.
He's so low. That Echo going down now. They're even. Ooh, but the BAP down.
That's a value trade if he can get a second. He gets it. And lives.
That Kiri, though, super low, super low.
This is what we wanted to see from Xavier map 1. As long as Winston lives, it looks like they're taking first point.
It's rough. They at least they get the tick. Ooh, why don't you get the mega?
That's just more heals.
Guess you're right. So, looking on the side of St. Xavier, the swap from Echo to Ashe, which I like, especially here, you're going to be so exposed on that Echo. You can...
Yeah, with the way that they're playing, Ashe they might be able to get an engage on an Ashe Dynamite or just an Ashe headshot because they were waiting quite a bit before they made any moves.
Yeah.
So I honestly like the Ashe pick here.
Ooh. That's an unfortunate jump from that.
Big
Ooh.
Dynamite.
Big kill onto the bat from the St. Xavier Ashe. Coach gun
Xavier's
out.
looking at their primal here. It might be enough to clear their high ground.
Ooh, off the map? The Lucio stole it. No, I would be saying some words after that. Oh, they juggling him. Oh, that's dirty, Oliver.
Put smoke in the circus.
Why wasn't Oliver in map 1? What is this? This is like a completely different team.
You know, I completely agree. I 100% am behind the Lucio comp here. And Xavier looks like a completely different team. I agree. They have the ult advantage. They're taking tempo, something we didn't see in map 1. What did you see? Oh, no.
No.
They're back on their bread and butter.
Okay, well. Counterwatch.
Yeah, they saw Ladiva and they answered with Zarya, but
This
while
is some
Zarya on paper is very good in the D.Va, it's not going to be very good at
This is
taking
not
that high
on this
ground in
map.
DPS.
This is some dishonest Overwatch we're witnessing.
And as expected, Fairmont's just winning with high ground. There's not a big answer with Zarya there.
I feel like you just have to mirror the diva.
Starting next fight, if they want to keep that Zarya, they have to start rotating to that high ground. Otherwise, replay and cow level are just going
Okay,
to rain
there we
free.
go. Back to the monkey.
It was a quick
That
test.
was okay.
The Zarya demo ended early.
They realized that it was not good. Huh?
And despite D.Va being great on the Winston, they're going against their own grain. They're not answering counters with counters. They're playing what they're comfortable on, and I like that a lot.
Rush into B, I like it, but that monkey's super low. They've got to be careful about that. Big dynamite too.
They need to heal smoke up before they can do anything, but they're not given that privilege.
Bob out that loose. Ooh, big boop. Ooh! That's a big pulse.
Oliver and Legion are taking this fight.
But Bob's out. Ooh, smoke! They didn't want the smoke. They got it, though.
Again, we're wondering why they didn't want to keep doing this. This is such a good look from them. Why are they going Zarya?
They're not anymore, so... Oh, if they, if they can stagger? I mean, I guess it's fair. This is just a completely different team. A much more just...
Maybe someone's telling Smoke to not play Winston. You think?
Maybe they were going easy. Maybe they wanted the storyline.
They wanted the deficit. Everyone likes a comeback story.
Maybe they play better in the clutch. It's gonna be a forced bomb, it might seem.
Going on the D.Va is a little scary.
Big beat.
Here. But it works for them. No one's on cart. Like, there we go.
Primal out. Both supports though flow
No
for
ultimates
next.
available for any team anymore. It's just gonna come down to mechanics.
Ooh! Big. Yeah, it's Bab here. Bab's so cool.
Wow.
Inside going.
The Ash from Xavier. Insa's going crazy.
Jeez.
Someone's trying to crush some scholarship colleges.
I mean, honestly, this is a... Again, Oliver with a couple quick picks there. Like, looking back at alt 2. Alt advantage here.
Yeah, Xavier finds himself in an unfamiliar position with this matchup. Back with the ultimate advantage.
And looking at Fairmont's comp, unless the BAP is going to go back and swap, this is a really ass comp. Like, I don't know what the point is here. This is... You're playing that monkey, but you have a BAP. Not going to be able to support him when he goes in. Not even having ult.
I do like the Winston mirror more for Xavier here. The support line sort of answers that question that we were asking.
Yeah. Rush into beat. I get still. The Ash is still pushing cart.
We use them immediately.
Oh.
Fairmont sort of stops the momentum here.
So Sanex swapped off the Tracer.
I really did like Legion on Tracer.
Yeah, I guess the swap is just to focus that monkey down, which I guess makes sense because they have the BAP, so you can punish him when he goes in more.
And they're no longer playing the dive. They're sort of playing to just walk at them and sustain.
Mm-hmm. Which I feel like in that case, you don't play the Kiri, you play the Moira.
Maybe, yeah.
But
Suzu's out from Xavier. They need to invest in this early, which they do. There comes Bob.
Bob and beat.
Oh, Insa on the Ash.
Oh my god.
Menacing player. Really establishing himself in this lobby.
Ooh. The quick little stagger there too. No, Insa's just changing it up.
Sets himself up on the high ground. I don't see how Fairmont can stop this. Cart's a good option too.
So that's okay.
The Bob from Fairmont just catches
Ooh.
Xavier's players out of position.
Cal level answered back. Cal level heard it. Cal level heard our hype and said, no, you get out of here. Smoke though. They don't want the smoke.
Oh, it's looking like an Ash versus Ash kind of matchup.
Yeah. Looking at alt here, there's a OC into just the Kiri, but it's just the
This is looking
two.
like last fight too.
Yeah. 40 seconds left.
We need to see Xavier close that distance now because Fairmont with the Soj, Overclock, and the Ash.
And the
play
horse.
range.
The horse, this comp that they're playing now is such a range-based comp.
They need to use Rush as soon as they can. Close this gap. With Reaper TP on the Ash, that's a great way to do it. They get Lamp out. There comes the
Ooh.
Overclock, but the distance was closed.
Yep.
St. Xavier's answering really well.
Bap dead too. It's just the Orisa on the point
Can
now.
they cap with time to spare?
They can.
I love the moves that Xavier's making here.
Yeah.
They look like a completely different team with Oliver in.
Just
Not that anything was wrong with the lineup
mean-
they had earlier. It's just they need that Lucio.
And I will say as well, I know, my experience playing the game, usually control isn't a very good litmus test because it really is just like the worst team can win control.
That's the word on the street, but remember, Fairmont is favored to win this.
Fairmont is the number 2 seed against number 6 seed.
Number 2 versus number 6, correct.
Yeah. So this is gonna be interesting. What I will say is these teams are looking a lot better from my time.
Yeah, it's looking a lot more like number 2 versus number 3.
Yeah. And then if we're looking, St. X actually upset the number 3 seed. So so we can see from our little screen here. So maybe they.
So it's 2A and 2B.
Yeah.
St. Xavier's forcing Fairmont to make the changes here now. That first map, we saw a lot of, unstable answers to Fairmont's comp from Xavier, but now it's looking like the tides have turned.
I like the Genji. I don't like the Soldier. I guess if it's a comfort pick, I'm not a big fan of Soldier in these comps.
We saw a few comfort picks here today already.
So, I'll respect it, but I usually think Tracer's the better play here. Nice dynamite. St. X. And I like Legion back on this Tracer here.
Yeah, they're sort of poking Funky Monkey out so he can never engage with that passive on him constantly.
Oh, St. X Insta though. So low. I don't know how that happened. The Genji in the back, it seems. Okay, they have to punish this monkey here. And they do exactly that.
Punish for the positioning.
Support's going down though. If they can kill Cal level here.
Wow, you didn't like the Soldier and he answered with 3 picks. I think he heard you.
Wasn't familiar with his game. Yo,
man.
Hey, my fault, gang.
Cal level completely putting Fairmont on his back there.
My fault. I was
running it down and taking 3 with him.
Cal level, I was not familiar with your game. I'll be sure to respect it next time. Because that was a...
I think he knows something we don't. It looked a lot more like Tracer gameplay, but...
Does he know?
Without the recall.
So...
I don't see it. Sorry, I don't know why you're laughing.
I thought of something funny from earlier.
No, Fairmont is not swapping Zarya here.
Legion... No. Legion back on the Reaper. Which... I think I like. You still lose a little range.
Xavier's planning to sort of chunk them down and close this distance.
Yeah.
It's up to Oliver and the tank to be able to communicate that.
Oh, Funky Monkey.
And it looks like they're doing that exactly as planned.
That's just the punishment on Funky Monkey. He can't go in. Which maybe... I'm going to say it. I'm going to go back on my word. I wonder if this is a...
Ooh, Orisa. I think that's just their comfort hero.
Mm-hmm. And I do think, though, with Funky Monkey dying earlier on Monkey, I wonder if that was a... Maybe... them not playing Tracer and on Soldier. I don't know. Smoke has the Primal, though. Relay super low. Relay dead.
A lot of value from high ground here with that Ashe.
Oh! Oh! Oh. He put Cal level in the locker. Oh no. Smoke. Oh, Smoke. He gets out. That was scary. I know if I was in that situation, I would have cried.
I want to see Fairmont take this next fight to high ground. They use Visor, though, so they don't get the time to do that. Smoke goes in alone and dies. No need to take high ground if you get the tank out early like that. Lots of ults out here.
A bunch of ults from both sides. I like it though. Yeah, I really like that. They're using the ults as soon as your monkey goes down and you want to try and turn the fight, and they do.
I like it a lot.
They use...
It was unfortunate they had to use those ults though, because it would be great for them to have them coming into this next fight, especially if they start high ground.
Mm-hmm. They do trade ults though, with the beat from Fairmont and the Bob from Cal level.
I question why they don't start high ground more. When they have that Orisa, what's she gonna do low?
Yeah.
Instead just standing on high ground in the practice range.
Legion is here though with the Blossom if we want to take a gander at that. I want to see a big Reaper play here. But Blade also coming out. Ooh.
Shoots the dynamite early so it doesn't get deflected.
Smart play.
High
IQ. Relay going down super low.
Ooh, that's Reaper ult.
Ooh, still gets one, and Smoke
I
gets
did not
theirs.
expect him to get one.
No, neither did I. The beat going out to completely counter that
Ooh,
Orisa
they're
ult?
using more ults too. This is looking great for Xavier.
Yeah.
My hometown is representing.
Holy. Both using a couple ults, but I feel like
They're gonna need an answer for that blade, but honestly, I don't know what
They swapped.
They swapped. They don't even want it.
yeah. I mean
I was wondering how he was gonna use it, and apparently he doesn't want to, and I honestly don't hate that.
no, I feel like that Genji is gonna go in alone against this comp with what else they're
They don't
playing.
want to waste time planning around blade and losing the fight anyways. They just swap off immediately.
I like
Still,
the
they
cast
don't
pick.
take high ground though, and I wonder if it's gonna punch them.
Yeah, Legion with the pick
It
early
does.
in the
Legion
back
just
line.
swaps down on them from high ground.
Oh my god. It's Reaper Friday. He's got the two big guns coming from the side. It's just that I feel like they don't have an
The
answer.
Reaper is just going to start on high ground again. He's going to drop on their back line when they walk low ground, and it's going to be another fight loss if Fairmont doesn't change their game plan. And that's exactly what they're doing. They swapped the Diva off the Orisa, and maybe they'll have an answer for these
Complete
high ground
swap.
problems.
So again, the thing that I like them switching their comp. I feel like they've been doing it a little bit too late because now you're going to see the ult advantage back. Xanax having it. Beat out from Fairmont a little early. The Ashe doesn't get it. So if they can try and get the Ashe early, taking down Insa with the Bob is rough. Ooh. Happens to the best of
love
us.
to have that high ground right now.
Just taking little pop shots here.
And he has to use Bob from low ground.
Ooh.
Xavier has another answer. It doesn't matter that Insta went down.
Okay.
early.
3
They can
ults
stagger
there
the
was a
Diva here
little
and make this
rough.
last fight.
No.
No, that doesn't matter.
Okay. Dude, I got scared for a second. I mean, they don't have the Reaper, though, which is pretty rough.
Still, this looks like it could be last fight.
Bob and beat into only Pulse.
Again,
We have to-
Fairmont's starting low ground despite having the answers perfect for high ground here.
And the Reaper's back already.
Now Insa has free high ground with Bob. It's not
Forcing
good.
recall so early is so bad. Got Bob out early, too. Ooh.
Really finds one with Pulse. And Smoke's still low. I think Fairmont has the answer they want. You think
Insa
Xavier gets a
low
touch
having to
here?
get... Yeah. For sure. They still... But their beat... Should have died so early with beat there.
I think they have the answer here. I think Xavier could win this.
Early beat in. To kill that... The rush out is really
Xavier,
rough.
though. It's a scary
They're all...
fight. And that's an okay fight to lose. They threw beat on top of it.
Beat on
That's
top
both
of it.
support outs out from Fairmont. For your
Into
own beat.
OT. Just for beat. I like that.
If they play this well, that's a great situation for them.
And
Only
again,
90 seconds on the clock. They capped with time.
so I want to look at, so we have the bomb from Fairmont and coming up on Soj and Pulse Bomb.
Xavier's coming up on Primal and coming up on Death Blossom.
And Rush, which is a big
And
one.
Rush.
Rush can win you a fight instantly, especially with that Reaper. And I can see Insa getting early Bob with how they've been playing.
That's true. If Diva doesn't eat those dynamites, you're completely right. Insa could get a lot of value if goes into this comp.
Funky Monkey so low, having to force bomb early. We'll see
find
what it
out. Does
does.
find one?
Oh, Relay killing Insa. What?
Howell has that overclock up. Is he going to look to use it this fight? Maybe
Sallard
turn it?
going down. Smoke.
Saving their ults for next fight. I prefer that.
Oh, Smoke is giving him that smoke. Oh, don't. No. I was so worried he was going to ult there to live instead of getting out, which would have...
If Fairmont tried to use that overclock to turn the fight, they wouldn't have it for this last fight. And it's the only thing they do have going into 3 ultimates.
Yeah.
It's a scary look, but Cow Level's their only hope in taking this map. And here we go. Headshot on a Reaper. Turns away.
Ooh!
Lucio out of the fight.
Oh, but it doesn't matter
There's
that
no one to help.
Insa Dynamite.
And here come the 3 ults from Xavier. They find nothing with it. Smoke gets one with Primal.
Smoke.
It's a smoke show.
It's the smoke show.
Wow, I really thought they were going to use 3 ults there and get nothing with it, but Smoke answered well.
Oh! Well, happens to the best of us, Smoke.
Wow, and Xavier's putting on a show.
Yeah? I really like how they're playing this monkey comp. I thought Fairmont was looking like one of the better teams so far with the rotations.
You might call it a Cinderella story, but really, Xavier just looks like one of the top dogs despite the seeding.
Yeah.
I don't think it would do them justice to call it a Cinderella story.
I agree. Cal level putting on all that they could.
I love the answer that they had going into map 2 there. Oliver was such a good change of pace for what they were running.
Speed it up.
And they were able to close that distance really well compared to what they were doing on Nepal.
I
Because
agree.
even with Symmetra, they weren't able to do that. All it took was the Lucio swap. All right, going into map 3.
Which is?
What mode are we looking at?
Let me check. Map 3 is going to be Flashpoint.
So we expect to say Oliver's staying in.
Yes.
Fingers
I
crossed.
would hope so for their sake. It's going to be...
Do we think we're going to see any more Zarya comps from them?
I really hope not.
You
I
hope
really
not?
hope not.
If it's what they prefer, I want to see them make it work if it's what they prefer, but I don't want to see it with Mori Kiriko.
That's I agree.
If they can match their Zarya, if that's what they prefer to play, and they can use it with Oliver and Lucio, I'm really curious to see how they can sort of use that.
Yeah. I mean, I guess with the Lucio, I wouldn't be too against that.
But
Zarya.
Smoke looked great on Winston,
Smoke-
though.
Smoke
That's what's
looked good
most
on
confusing
Winston.
about the Zarya pick.
I don't...
Smoke had complete control over the entire lobby.
I wonder if it's usually a comfort pick with the Zarya, and it's just not meshing
But
into it.
they looked super comfortable on the Winston there. To me, it feels like it has to be someone else saying, we need Zarya here.
Yeah.
Because Smoke is doing so well, so much on Winston.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to New Junk. That's the pick. From
That pick
Fairmont.
is from Fairmont.
Yeah. So this is... I feel like here they can play their Orisa comp a lot. They
You
can play
think
their
so?
Orisa comp from control really well.
I think if we see the Arisa comp, we're going to see what
We're
I
gonna
was
see-
praying
we're
for.
gonna see
We're going to
Zarya.
see that Zarya Lucio. We're going to see who comes out on top.
This is going to be a good one.
I'm rooting for Xavier, but I agree. This is going to be a close one.
Mm-hmm. I think Flashpoint is always pretty close.
And if it's not a close one, then I firmly believe that they need to stick to that Winston comp if they're going to win this match.
Mm-hmm. Heavily agree with that. Like you said, that he just looks so comfortable on that monkey, like just controlling everything.
And their team played so well on that high ground. On second point, it was looking, honestly, just like a great strategy from Xavier and a poor strategy from Fairmont.
Yeah. Pretty interesting, I'd say.
How did Xavier's previous match go? 3-1 against Springfield, the 3 seed.
Yeah.
You think we could see them play Springfield again?
No.
Is this double elim? Single
No.
elim? It's single elim?
Single.
Oh, wow. At least they don't have a far drive home. They can't possibly, right?
Who's the farthest? Probably Beavercreek? It's probably between Beavercreek and Springfield.
What is Beavercreek, like 35, 40
Since that's in
minute drive?
Dayton. Like an hour, maybe?
I know Xavier's not far.
Yeah, that's pretty
15
close.
to 20 minutes.
It's
Not that Xavier's going home.
I mean, they lose this one, they
Hey,
might.
It's 1-1,
They
but
might.
I'm rooting for them. I hope they don't.
Yeah, Beavercreek going out, that's a little rough. I think they have one of the biggest travels. So it looks like we're going in the map now. I'm interested in what we'll see here. Juice up a bit.
I didn't get a good flash of anything, but it looks like Relay's on Tracer just based on health, maybe.
Yeah.
And I liked Relay's Tracer.
Yeah, just solid, really. I've had some interesting people in my ear right now. So I like this Fairmont comp. This is what my UC Black team plays
Yep.
pretty exclusively.
And it looks like Orisa was a comfort pick for Fairmont, but I think they might have scouted the Zarya from Xavier in these past 2 maps. They might know that they're planning on running Zarya into that Orisa, and they just answered early by not even starting on Orisa here.
How do you feel about the Zarya into the Queen?
I think they could make it work just fine. They wait for those cooldowns. They use bubbles correctly to answer for the jump.
But they're confused. They're lost.
Fairmont might split.
Oh my
themselves
God!
here.
Wait, they're so low already. Fairmont players.
Shout out early. They're not running
Nothing
with it.
from
They missed the axe.
Yeah. Relay though, doing some work in the back line. Ooh, Hexa got to be careful here. Super low, no recall.
Does Relay find the pick?
Ooh.
Relay gets a pick and lives.
Yeah, that's big.
And the whole time,
Big
Fairmont
axe.
actually captured
Big
the point.
axe. Ooh.
Sending one to capture the point and still winning the back line is honestly impressive.
Yeah.
From Fairmont.
I'll say it. I like the mirror here.
Yep.
I think they should swap
Xavier
off
makes
Sim.
the mirror.
I really dislike Sim here.
It seemed that it could be a comfort pick based on what we saw earlier. Getting a call from the University of Cincinnati.
Pick up the bone. Cal level was super low early. Cal level seems like they just fall low so fast and just nothing happens. So I wonder. Backline
With the
TP.
late
Oh,
swap, Xavier doesn't have ults to answer this here.
Cal. So they're even now.
Even trades.
Even Steven. But it seems like Saint X is just super
Saint X
spread.
taking a
But
lot more.
Hexa with the kill on a salad, that's really big. Yeah, they take point at 85. Ooh, Pulse. Ooh. Ooh.
Relay dies.
He got
taking
2.
it.
2 with the Pulse Bomb. They have to be careful here.
With Hexa dead early, they can go in with Queen ult. They don't have Suzu to answer it.
Yeah. They do have beat, though. But Fairmont's looking at 4 ults here. That's...
If Fairmont plays this well, they should get
Whoa.
first point, especially with
Whoa.
Insta dying early on Sim here.
Whoa. What's occurring?
It looks like the lobby might have crashed. Oh. And we're back in.
Well.
Funky Monkey finding 2.
P. Control Shift equals. There we go.
I think Funky Monkey might have been the only player in the lobby based on the kill feed after that
I think
little
so
lapse.
too. That's a roughie right there. That's a rough one.
he got his 3K.
He got his 3.
They might have been AFK because of lag or something, but he got his 3.
If that's you, do you clip it there?
Do you getting a clip on 3 AFK players?
Do you do it?
It depends if they were AFK or not. It could be a funny little land moment, but
I'm clipping it. If it's a 3K on land, I'm clipping it.
Even against
I'm
AFK
clipping
players?
it. I'm clipping it. I'm pressing Alt. I'm pressing Z.
yeah, if
record
you're in
that.
high school, this
Hey.
might be your first land. So
Xbox, record that. That's all I'm saying.
hopefully the problem solves itself. It looked like it might have been.
No.
What do you think the problem was?
I think it's just spaghetti code.
I think we're going to go into a technical pause here while they
Do we
sort
want
of
to?
find a solution to
I
that
could
problem.
keep chatting.
You can keep chatting.
I could keep chatting.
What do you want to chat about?
So how are UC Reds games going?
Our A team found a lot of success in the last 2 lands we went to. We're looking to find that success again.
Okay. Success lost? Maybe? Maybe a lapse in success recently?
One could say that maybe. I wouldn't.
Okay. See, UC Black has not had success. And
Maybe some players here could turn that around.
maybe some players showing up could turn
And
that
you should
around.
go out and start scouting.
I should.
Shake
I
some
should.
hands.
Okay, it
some
seems like
parents'
we're,
hands.
we're going in. I can offer scholarships.
Can you? Out of pocket?
I could. So we're going back
Money
in.
bags.
It's looking like Fairmont is just going to take this after God knows what happens. Really unfortunate for
I
Saint
looked away from the
Xavier.
screen. I looked back and Funky Monkey killed 3. That's all I saw.
All I saw was a clip.
But I'm looking back at the screen now and I'm seeing Saint Xavier with 5 ults going into
4.
a Eaton rush.
4.
97, 98.
18.
Are you seeing things? What's that 2020
Insa.
vision of yours?
Insa. It's 20%.
Saint Xavier has 5 ults.
No, they don't.
Oh, I'm seeing things.
You was talking sweet on it.
St. Xavier investing a lot here.
They gotta
Not
kill this
coming up
queen.
with
They
anything.
gotta kill this queen. Kill the queen.
Funky Monkey.
Ooh!
That's just a trade. You don't want to use 4 ults for a trade. 3 ults for a trade.
They're losing. Oh. Dial in. Dial in. Ooh! I don't think it matters, though. So unfortunate.
Fairmont
So
comes out on top of
Wait.
that.
I see it. You see it?
I see it.
I
The
see
smoke
it.
show.
The smoke show.
Legion back on
oh.
Tracer too. This is
I'm
what
th-
we were looking for.
I'm thinking they're back.
Yeah, they're back. This is them locking in. They had someone tap on the shoulder and say it's time.
St. X the type of team to say, ooh, I needed that. Looking for an early pulse here from Relay. Who's he going to go for? No TP now. Air. Sorry.
He saw something you didn't.
I guess he did. Trade going out, but the smoke show down. Smoke show put
Fairmont's
out.
coming up on Queen Ult. Are they going to use it?
Relay is getting juked. Legion, though. Legion turning on.
They can use the Queen Ult if they want here. That's Suzu out.
Legion.
We're saving it for a better day.
Legion.
Is Kevster in high school?
I think so. I think Kevster is in high school under the name of Legion. That was incredible.
We need to go out there and investigate a few things.
There are any seniors on this team looking for a $100 scholarship to join the University of Cincinnati?
Out of your pocket,
Out
not
of
the
my
colleges.
pocket, not the colleges. This is not sponsored by the colleges. This is sponsored by me and me alone.
Legion, you know who defined after this match.
Hit me up, Orby1 on Discord.
If you land this pulse, I'll give you nothing,
Maybe.
actually.
Oh! Insa! Incredible. If he can get this trace. Oh my god.
Oh, man. It's a lobby of DPS players today.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Gotta stay on your toes.
This is crazy.
Look, don't try
This
to
lag spike
get real.
got the second win.
I don't believe what I'm seeing. Last fight, it was Legion with 4. This fight, it's Insa with everyone.
I'm in awe.
It's about to get real.
The Reaps are here from
Held
Fairmont.
onto the pulse bomb that whole fight. Saw Insa's kills and thought he didn't need it.
Relay in the backline uses recall. Close on Pulso. Oh, come on. Come on.
Oh, win yours.
Come on. You got
Nearly
this.
one clips Tracer.
Insa. We
A lot of ults online for Xavier. There comes the
no.
pulse bomb.
Oh, God.
And
Again.
we're having a few issues here again. I wonder if we're going to come out of the pause with a 3K again.
I'm scared.
What are they seeing on their screens?
I fear. What is happening?
Xavier had a lot of ults online. I think they might have used some of them during that little lag there, and maybe they made something happen.
Is this DPS overloading the server? The DPS potential?
It could
from the
be.
teams? Oh. Oh, good heavens. It seems as if we would have a disconnection.
Kirko leads
disconnected.
the game for Fairmont here.
Spaghetti code, it seems, from...
Maybe
It's a small indie game. You got to remember, it's a small indie game.
Yeah, word on the street is the servers have been bad recently. Yeah.
He disconnected. Hit him with the
I had a few
stun.
games that were supposed to be losses that ended up ending early.
I saw one of those. I
Yeah.
saw one of those. That was incredible.
Looks like that might be happening on land.
After your soldier through the game and then you got saved. I remember that. I was there. Some communications from off stream. No communications in the chat. So it seems like we're just awaiting. Just incredible, really.
I hope that didn't... Did Kirko have any ult charge? I hope it
At
didn't-
least one.
I hope it
At
doesn't
least
cost
one
Fairmont
all
here.
charge.
Look, I might be rooting for Xavier,
Okay,
but
they're
I'm
back.
not pulling any cords.
I am. I didn't say it. Cut the VOD. Cut the VOD. All right, just yeah.
They're gonna have to unpause here, and the Kirko's
No,
out of the fight
no.
because
We're
nah,
not ready. Yeah. Just wait. Just wait till there are.
But once they ready up, Kirko's gonna be
Okay.
in spawn without any ult charge. Do
Unlucky. Unlucky.
you remember who was winning the fight here? I felt like it was St. Xavier.
I mean, look at this. Okay. Like both teams are ready. So we're going back in.
Any 3Ks?
Bang!
No.
It's looking like one might. One might be on its way.
You know, the Kiriko might have left the game, but I think Xavier had it.
I think Xavier had it anyway, yeah. I don't think that was... I mean, okay, obviously it sucks. It always sucks.
Yeah.
But I don't think that was a fight losing for them.
They just have to pretend that their Kiriko accidentally used ult and keep going.
Yeah. Maybe a Kiri Jax.
Kiri Jax.
About to get real.
Can you cancel a Kiriko ult?
Yeah.
You can.
I've had it happen to me before.
Oh, nice.
No. Anyways. Looking at the ults here, Fairmont having an advantage. I want St. X to go in early with this rush. But
Yeah, you know their Kiriko doesn't have theirs. That was
Okay.
almost really cute.
I think Relay needs to just... Okay. Oh, God. B for rush.
A lot of ults coming out. Ensa finds himself in the middle of point here. Hopefully he doesn't get punished for it. He
Ensa-
goes down.
Okay, that was really bad for St. Xavier. I really dislike that rush after the smoke dying. Because now we look at Rampage and Reaper ult from Fairmont. With the point control, that's
Excellent. Point that out.
unlucky.
Maybe Enza could use his ult early, sort of create distance that they need.
Force him out. I can see it. I can see it. I can definitely see it.
Yeah, they're starting high. That might be what they're looking for here.
If I'm St. Xavier, though, I'm going in as fast as I can. Monkey going in early. Ooh!
Legion finds marshmallows early.
Oh, cow level. Kiri's super low. Legion using. Oh,
Smoke show.
Kill.
Smoke show,
Oh my
Legion.
God.
Two crazy players. You know, the good thing about lagging out of this match is dying early, you get to use lag as an excuse.
That's true.
I think their Kiriko might have just lagged a little bit. Tracer found them lagging, and that's just what happened.
So we're looking at it. Fairmont has that rush, or not that rush, that Queen ult, but St. Xavier has that beat.
Who are they going to Queen ult, though? That's what I'm looking at. If they can find Sojourn, that could be a really good engage for them, but I think Beat just sort of wins them this fight.
Should
They need to look out for Cleanse, and then maybe
Monkey ult coming up though. Killing Hexes. That's
the guys
big.
early this time. Smokes one, doesn't get Primal off in time.
Unsa.
Fairmont gets the point flip. And it's looking like a
Relay.
match point. They're going to be up 2-1 here.
If they can get a touch, this could be big, but I don't know.
I don't think they're able to afford to. Legion just respawned.
If they can touch, I would. It's just me though. Seems like they can't, so it is match point. Map point, sorry. Ult advantage, pretty even, I'd
Looking
say.
pretty even. I'd give it to Fairmont, though. And up 2-1, if they can plan this well, they could walk away with a win.
I still like the
Huge knife onto Lucio here.
big
it
cleanse,
gets
big
cleansed.
cleanse. Relay pulse out, getting nobody. That's rough. Relay going low as well.
That got cleansed, too. Probably.
Some big knives here.
Huge onto
Insta
Lucio and
so
Winston
dead.
there.
Maybe a smoke show primal rage.
Oh, you don't want to see the Smoke Show Primal Rage.
I do want to see it.
They tell stories.
Ooh. Oliver going to super low.
High level finds both supports, though.
Oh my god.
And that's all it took. Cal level without ultimate gets both
Four
supports.
ults from Fairmont. This is not looking good for St. Xavier.
You know, honestly, the only ult that they get a lot of value out of from St. Xavier is that smoke ult. It's their most consistent ult. Somehow with Primal Rage, he's able to find kills more consistently than anyone on the team.
Smoke's world, we all live in it.
Yeah, like you said, 4 ults from Fairmont against St. Xavier. They already have point. You can't afford a dry fight here. You get both support ults online for St. Xavier. They might be able to answer this. Oh, we need the beat. We get it. Smoke's looking one, though. He doesn't have Primal to save himself. Fairmont's already finding the picks anyways.
Oh, big Reaper ult. It's Reaper.
Cal
Friday.
level. Gets 2, uses ult this time. Same 2 players, both dead to Cal level, 2 fights in a row. What can you do about it?
Looking at Pulse and
Fairmont's looking great for this last fight. It's going to be Pulse versus Overclock. If they can even touch, that is.
I don't know if they'll be able to touch. No, they will.
They will. It's going to be a little bit sloppy. Hopefully, Ensa can find some picks without Overclock in a sloppy fight.
Ooh!
And he does. Relay goes down to Overclock.
With Pulse still. Oh, come on, come on.
Come on. No. You win those.
Oh.
He gets it.
With the cap, too, with the flip. That was scary.
That was a little scary.
That was so scary.
St.
They
Xavier
killed the
finds
Fury. They
themselves
killed the Fury.
back in this
Ooh.
match.
It's a big late pick.
Somehow they're right back in it.
Alt looking at it. Equal alt.
I'd call it
Really?
equal.
Smoke show, though. Maybe the smoke show.
I'm personally terrified of the smoke show.
If I see smoke in my lobby, I'm disconnecting immediately.
Unless he's on your team.
Oh, I play tank as well. I fear.
I'd be afraid myself.
Okay. Funky Monkey goes really low early. No one with the
Smoke gets
pulse.
booped in the pit. He's out of the fight. He comes back in, but it's almost too late. Huge brief from Sallard early there. And he's using Primal to turn the fight. Can he find the Lucio? He
Lucio.
lost him. Smoke's actually playing crowd hunt while his team's getting wiped.
A lot of abilities out. If they can get people back.
It's looking really bad for Xavier here. Cleanse gets Smoke back up to full, but is it enough? Legion down, Lemire. Cal level still finding picks on point. And it's a close map, but Fairmont walks away with it.
Oh. It's okay, Oliver.
We don't blame you for that one.
I think this goes back to, I think Fairmont might just be stronger on these
Yeah.
type of maps.
I think if Xavier gets map pick, I expect them to win it.
Mm-hmm.
They can take it to their own strengths. They prove to be very strong, but when Fairmont gets to take this mirror, I think they just gets the best of these three comps.
Yeah. Oh, this is the...
This is the 3K. Did they AFK? That's what this is coming down
Okay,
to.
the Reaper was definitely AFK. I saw it.
Okay.
So...
But back to your question. Do you clip that?
No.
You don't clip that.
There was an AFK. I lied. So I think we're going to go into a quick little 5-minute bio break here. I will be using it to its fullest.
Good for you. You've had a few energy drinks here.
Yeah. I've had some pizza. The stomach is not looking too hot.
Ooh, you might blow up the building.
Might have to go to the
Have a few
upstairs
more
bathroom.
disconnects.
I have to go to the upstairs bathroom. We are unsure.
I'd take that one to a different building. There's that KFC across the
Maybe
street.
the arts and science building real quick. Take a hop
Yeah.
over. Those aren't ever used.
I love this 5-minute bio discussion we're having.
Okay.
We can go to our pause.
Yeah, let's go to a pause. I gotta get out of here. And we're back. On to Esperanca.
Fairmont really established themselves in that Queen Mirror, and I'd hate to see that happen again here against Xavier. This is definitely a map where you can run that, but if Xavier plays from their own strengths, I think they can still play that Winston Lucio comp.
I think Winston is not exactly good here, but viable.
Sure. As long as it's not Zarya.
Don't want to see any more Zarya.
Xavier proved to be right up there with the best teams here when they were doing anything but that Zarya comp.
Real. Okay, that Zarya comp, I don't get it. I really just don't understand. What's the point?
Once Oliver came in, maybe they can play Zarya, and Oliver's in right now.
No.
No?
No, I don't want to see them on Zarya again. They're too good on that monkey
I
and
don't know
other
who's
stuff.
calling the
I
shots.
just-
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we wanted to see here.
I'm feeling good.
Winston versus Queen. Both teams
Ooh.
playing to what works best for
Look
them.
at that Anna. That nice Lacombe Anna pick. How you feeling about that one? How you like Anna?
I think it could make the Winston a real threat, but it also gives Fairmont a good win condition. It's a really soft backline. If they can get themselves around to it, especially Relay, I think it's going to
I think Relay could just tear this apart. I'm scared.
All right, and they're on Anna. And maybe it's a comfort pick.
Okay.
Hopefully it's a comfort pick.
Think about Nano Winston onto that soldier.
They
I
got
needed
Caesar
that.
for it. They got speed for it. It's
Nope. It's a smoke show. I think you forget.
Ooh, yeah. You don't want to see smoke with Nano. Maybe that's all they were thinking about. Invest all your resources into smoke, and there's no way they can lose this.
I'm scared of smoke that's nanoed.
Ooh, Legion getting really low early here. Doesn't want to use recall.
Ooh.
Hex is getting pressured.
Insta dead. Okay, so that's... Oh my god, Hexa. The whole hit squad was on Hexa.
I think Xavier needs a real identity here. With that Ashe and with the Ana, you would assume that they're playing a poke comp, but with the Winston and Tracer, you sort of expect them to have follow-up, but they just don't with Insa. And there we go. They swapped off the Ana to Kiri.
Yeah.
Keeping the Ashe, so both teams have like range, but also a win condition.
What are we thinking here with the, not really a big ult. Okay, well, never mind. I forgot they just swapped Kiri. That's
I think
big.
Fairmont needs to stick their Kiriko on card here and set up on high ground. Give Cow Level that advantage that he's looking for. And then St. Xavier's going to have a really hard time closing that distance. But with all of them playing on card, it's just going to end up being a brawl.
Tracer forced 3 early. Ooh. Smoke show. Going low. Onto the high ground. Oh.
Yeah, they're looking to get Cow Level.
Smoke is so low. So's Insa. This is not good.
All of Xavier's looking low here. And they just fall over. Again, I think Fairmont looks very comfortable on this Queen comp. And I don't think Xavier's comfort comp plays well into Fairmont's.
Lucio. Friendly fireman.
He's just getting his Kovacs practice in, getting ready for next fight.
Okay, I'm seeing something on the hero select. I'm seeing something I
I'm not
don't
seeing
like.
it. I see what you're seeing now.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
You know, sometimes it's what you least expect that ends up being your biggest win condition.
Okay, but what?
Who
Yeah,
expects
what if
Junkrat here?
what if this guy's a freak? What if he's not an absolute sicko on this hero? No.
Okay.
Okay, well.
We're hoping that experiment ends soon. Otherwise, this might be a quick last map.
Oh my god. He's still on it.
He knows something you don't.
I
and that's
don't
okay.
think he does.
I hope he proves you wrong.
I hope so too, because they're already at 90.
Hey, we saw crazier reverse sweeps on maps in this building not long ago. I really hope I see some mines land soon. Monkey getting low. Xavier might have the tempo they need.
Smoke show. Oh,
He got his.
he got his one.
Xavier's
He's
back
so
in it.
low.
They need to save some of these ults though. Alright, Fairmont has the ult advantage and
He's
a
got
huge
2.
map advantage, but
I'm sorry,
Xavier was able to stop the bleeding.
Insa, I was not familiar with your game. It's my fault.
I believed the whole time.
Huh.
Until that first death. But
That
I'm
first
I'm
death-
back on the believers.
Maybe it was a fluke. How do we know? He's coming up on tire though.
Sticking the Junkrat on card here is a
Interesting.
risky position. He's
guess
not
he
going to
could
be able to
get
get
out
out the
easily.
same way that Legion is.
He still can. Yeah, you could double Kong.
But at the same time, he's using both
he's in.
resources that he wants to keep.
Oh.
They're taking the fight early, but for some reason, Funky Monkey just doesn't
Ooh!
get enough pressure.
That's massive.
Marshmallow's caught out early by Legion.
Oh no. No, I'm sorry. I can't defend it. I just can't defend it. I just can't defend it at all.
I think they have a win condition that maybe we don't understand.
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. Legion and Smoke are running it right now. They look so comfortable and coordinated on this dive.
You think if Insa didn't get any value on Junkrat, that Xavier could still run this? Because if so, then if Insa does get value on Junkrat, then maybe they have a real chance.
I'm thinking Legion and Smoke are grade school friends. That's why they're so locked in. I want to see a crazy tire here,
They
though.
sit
I
together at
want
the
to
lunch
see
table.
Come on, come on.
Gotta wait out that Suzu.
No.
Oh, we're getting real close to an Ajax there. Oh, Xavier's still going down.
Don't even matter.
They still stopped some of the bleeding. They got some distance. And they're still in this game. They've got 2 ults going into just beat. Coming at us bomb, they need to close that distance early if they want to get any value from the Junkrat, who just swapped back to Echo. What do you think about that one?
God.
If you're able to play Echo, I wonder why Junkrat was ever selected.
I wonder why that was a decision that
They
made
really-
in their mind.
They can be similar heroes if you want them to be. Blast yourself up in the air, shoot down.
This soldier seems... Oh
Smoke
my god, a
taking the
switch and
fight to
bait.
them. He has that primal up. He can get aggressive if he wants to, and he does. He goes on the Kiriko, but she's perfectly fine. Has to invest primal rage if he wants to follow up on anything.
Kiri's still super
No one's
low.
falling. Everyone's low.
Big
the beat
beat.
saves them out.
They just have to back here.
He needed that damage follow up, but then he
Oh,
wanted to die.
Hexa has the rush, but Legion is...
Legion gets
early.
caught out. Looking like a scary last fight. You're down to DPS. If they take this early, they could walk away with the map.
Pulse out from Legion.
I'm looking for a Chivalblink Pulse. No Suzu. 1, 2, 3, and
Dude.
they would have hit the wall. That's fine. Both rushes out from both teams. This is all their ults.
They're
No
all so
Suzu.
low.
Echoes 1.
Ooh!
Xavier's still in this.
Xavier just pulls it back. I don't...
And it looks to me like Ensa can play Echo.
Just really makes that Junkrat pick just incredibly confusing.
Maybe
They
he's
have
an
to
even
get
better
kills.
Junkrat player.
They have to get kills here. They have to get these kills. There we go.
Xavier able to stop the
And
bleeding
look
once
at
again.
this. Look at that ult. They have beat for rush or for Queen ult.
93 to copy.
94 to pulse.
Looking
This
for a
is
queen
looking
copy
good.
here, maybe. Shout your team in.
They have to play these fights so efficiently with only 3 minutes left and 100
I'm
meters to
hoping they can
game.
win with just 1 ult, maybe. Copy
Ooh,
queen,
that's a-
shout in. You can get Ghost Soldier completely free. They invest the pulse bomb, don't find anything. We copy Soldier in this fight. You just made yourself vulnerable in the back of their team. No value with it. Funky Monkey finds the Kiriko. Trades are made. Really scrappy fight here. And when Smoke finds himself caught out, it's
Can
looking like
Legion
the
do
end
this?
of this fight.
Oh.
And so,
Oliver got his one.
the whole time that the cart wasn't moving, it's not that bad of a loss for Xavier, but they need to find some distance soon, or else it's going to go in Fairmont's
And
favor.
look at the ult advantage now. Just completely flipped. 3 ults for Fairmont. Only 1 coming up on the Smoke show. Let's see some tides
But
turning.
if he gets that ult, I think he might tier 5.
I believe it.
You're not as
truly.
optimistic as me?
I believe it. I believe in the Smoke show. They got forward spawns up. This is just so rough. Here for
Soldier's holding really close. He might get punched out for it.
Smoke show.
A lot of investments
Insta.
from Xavier. They get the Tracer for it. A slow fight loss for Fairmont. They only invested Visor for it, though, versus Xavier's Primal and Beat.
4 ults. 4 ults into 3. Not even yet.
Xavier has to play this really well here. They can't afford another fight loss. They need to win out the rest of this map.
They have to do what they did on the first map, even though they didn't win it on the first point of control, where they still won the fight against the 4 ults. So they just need to figure out how to do it again.
I think an early pulse bomb gets Suzu out maybe. Smoke finding himself in a lot of pressure. Gets himself out with that rush.
Oh, it's a
Ooh,
big
the beat
beat.
for Fairmont is huge.
Kiri down.
There's the copy again, but again, it's on Soldier. I don't think that's good for them.
I just like the soldier dude.
It gets the Queen out though, but somehow it finds 2.
This is not looking good for St. Xavier. No ults.
As per expected.
Final fight.
Fairmont's able to use their ults to really put themselves back in front. Stop the bleeding. You're not getting forward spawn for St. Xavier, so this is going to go really far. And they're just going to wait at mid.
Oh.
They decided
Fairmont, you
this is where they
dogs.
want to take the fight, and if you're St. Xavier, you have to meet them there.
And I know you're scared, because you have to walk into their brawl.
I'm scared as a St. Xavier rooter.
Biased caster?
No, I'm casting fairly. It's not my fault Smoke's the GOAT.
Oh, Insa. It's a big
early
axe.
pick on relay.
Oh.
Scrappy fight.
Oh no, Smoke 90 to Primal.
Fairmont 4v3.
Funky
Fairmont.
Monkey. Fairmont takes
Fairmont
it.
takes the map, takes the match 3-1.
3-1. St.
But Xavier did not make it easy for them.
didn't make it easy.
By
You
no
can hear
means.
the celebrating in the background.
You wouldn't celebrate if it was a sweep. They knew it was close.
I would have celebrated.
Oh, well.
Funky Monkey really put on here. Really good queen play.
Not enough props to Funky Monkey. Really played his engagements well.
Yeah.
Never got caught out over engaging, where sometimes it felt like Smoke might have.
Maybe Smoke got a little overzealous. Bought into the hype a little too much.
And maybe his parents were out there talking to us, hearing how much hype we were giving him, and really believed
bought
in
in?
himself.
But I think every player needs that. Every player needs to believe in themselves.
Yeah. Sometimes you might believe in yourself a little too much, but
I know. what
either
you
way,
mean.
Smoke played really well.
They all
Xavier
played really well. St. Xavier played very well. I
Yeah.
think the 3-1, like, it's still close, but I think the 3-1 was a lot closer than it
For
showed.
sure.
I mean, that control was close. I mean, that first map, 99 to 99. Second map, they won.
I think if Xavier was able to adapt earlier than they did, I think they walk away with this one.
I full-heartedly agree.
There were some maps where it felt like their win condition was obvious, but the changes they need to make were obvious. They ended up making the changes, but at the cost of 4 fights before they happened.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, Xavier played really well. Smoke
Very
played
good.
really well. Insa played really well. Funky Monkey, really good performance.
Yeah.
Insa.
I think Fairmont really, though, showing they are the number 2 seed. Like, that's them.
Yeah. After watching this match, you might have to go out there and hand out some of your $100 scholarships you were waffling about.
I'm going to have to give some scholarships out. I'm going to have to do it. I already said I would, so
I would write a contract, because if someone offered me $100 to come to college,
I will sign.
I would have to be in
I
writing.
will write contracts, and they will sign them. I assure you.
All right, it sounds like UC Overwatch might have a few new faces going into next year. Either way,
Hit me
great
up.
performance from Xavier. Great performance from Fairmont. We'll see you guys soon.
And we are back at the grand finals, and I'm back on the desk at this point. It's the matchup we expected. Saw Fairmont earlier in the game.
Yeah, I mean, what could you ask for? 1 and 2 seeds, battling it out. Like I said, I mean, Fairmont, that St. X team looked nasty, and Fairmont
They
3-1'd
clutched up.
them. They got them.
But
And
Forest Hills, though. Forest Hills coming off of that Map 5 win against Loveland, went into extra rounds on Rialto.
yeah, that's
That's a competitive team.
I feel like that Loveland team and that St. X team, 5 and 6 might have been a little too low for them. I'll just say it. But they both fought well.
Fought well, but ultimately 1 and 2 seeds. They made it to the grand finals.
Yeah.
They expected people to get here.
That's like it's just how it goes. I'm excited though. This seems like it'll be a good game.
Yeah, I think it might be a DPS showdown between both of them. Relay on the Tracer,
And Cal level. That
Cal
Cal
level?
level on the hit scan, he was on one.
and he has fans. That guy has support.
I'm a fan.
I'm a fan. But looks like we're about to get into this game, starting on Antarctic Peninsula, a bit of a brawl map.
Hot?
So that's what favors both teams.
Yeah, I like Ant Pen. I like that map out of the newer maps. It's definitely better than Samoa. I feel like you have a lot of, it's pretty one-sided, but like for comp wise, but I feel like it's still fun. And I like the maps. I like the penguins. I like the fish hole.
I can
Sue
agree.
me.
It does favor both of their styles, both leaning towards the brawl. Relay on the Tracer,
Yeah.
obviously going to be taking a couple flank angles, and that's what Control supports, so he'll still be able to work with that even
Yeah.
on Control, even on Ant Pen.
Mhm.
But the rest of the team, both their styles are going to clash really well.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be a battle for the first map. This
I'm-
is a best of 7 series,
Yeah.
too, so
It's
we're here for a while.
It's gonna be a long one. I'm excited to see we saw Funky Monkey. I mean, we were talking about the smoke show, but Funky Monkey, really not that many flaws when they were playing the tank that they were playing.
Right, and he was
So,
extremely flexible,
yeah.
too. Looked good on the Orisa, looked good on the Queen. Had some monkey showing himself. Like,
Mm-hmm.
he's getting the value he needs. But, man, Forest Hills coming out of that Loveland game. You've got to be feeling good.
Map 1 is Samoa. I'm looking at it now. Samoa. Yeah, map 1 is Samoa. Took a slight little gander at the rule set. You know I'd be pondering that rule set.
He keeps his eye out.
I'm locked in. Took a nice little nap before the games. Woke up, didn't know where I was. That's the best you can ask for, really.
It's the type of nap you need to take. Loaded up the energy drink myself. Got set in for this 7 map series potentially, but first to 4.
I think if it goes 7, you might end up solo casting this one. I ain't built for it. I'm
Locked in, bro.
I'm gonna say it. I ain't built for it.
The doors are shut.
I'm excited though. Again, I think this will be we had the map 5, but I mean 1 and 2. They're gonna be close. It's gonna be a close one.
Well, and that fight for that map 5 is what you need coming into the top 1 seed like this.
Yeah, I feel
You
like
don't expect them to falter that much, and Fairmont though looked phenomenal against St. X,
Yeah.
despite the smoke show, despite the DPS showing. Like, Fairmont pulled through.
looks like we're going into the map. Okay, and by the way, I like Ant Pen. I hate Samoa. I really truly hate this map with a passion.
Can't say I'm too big of a fan myself.
I was in a tournament one time. There's a rock on the edge. We got a boop, and
It was right on this map. The rock right over to the right.
He landed on the rock. Here, take a look at it. He
That's that
landed
rock.
on that rock. We thought that was out of the map, so we stopped looking at him. He killed like 2 people, and we lost the game because of it. Truly, it was just unfortunate. Live, laugh, love, though. I forgave The Rock. I forgave them.
Have you forgiven Samoa?
No,
Not yet.
not yet. Samoa still has to prove its worth to me.
I'm liking the look from Fairmont here, but for Forest Hills, hoping to see a Lucio come out.
Oh, I like what I'm seeing on the tank character. Listen, contrary to popular belief, when it's not Mauga versus Mauga, I think Mauga's pretty fun to watch. I like his kit.
I agree.
I like what he does. It's interesting. I think it's chill. What I don't like is the Moira Kiri. We saw, who did we see running that? We saw,
I think it was Saint X, and
yeah, and
they often lost to the Funky Monkey Queen Ults just due to not having a Lucio beat to counteract it, and we might see that same story here.
I saw
Raxu on the Maga though is gonna open up this fight.
Relay was in the back there poking around, so I want to see what happened with that. Genesis looking like they're going down low.
Isolating the Queen, Maga charges in, doesn't find much.
Oh, Kiri's low. Yeah, Kiri down.
Oil Drinker with the opening pick on the Kiri. And another Maga charge in.
Ooh. Yeah.
Queen falling over after that Maga charge.
Relay getting the pick
May.
though on Oil Drinker, which is big.
Suzu forced and the Kiri goes low. It is
like-
going to be Forest Hills cleaning up this first fight.
Yeah. Pretty scrappy, but all in all, I think it went pretty well for them. If we're looking at the alts, you got Relay coming up on their pulse, but Major Bear 2 coming up on the Coalescence, which I think Coalescence is a very good alt to use to engage. Oh,
That's going to be the first ult online.
that's tough. That
Oh,
this
finds the
Bay,
wall off
yeah.
of it, but gets shot from the angle from cow level.
Ooh,
Great
big,
pulse ends up getting Suzu though, forces the recall. Visor coming out from
big
cow
visor.
level.
Funky
That's
Monkey
going to
getting his
secure them
one.
the cap.
Yeah. Really well played there. Malg's off the map just to reset. I like it. Relay with a quick little 3K there.
And this is when you're Forest Hills, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to retake here.
Yeah.
You've got the Coalescence online, but Fairmont is coming up on the beat. It's going to allow them to turn the tempo. And they swap over to the Reinhardt.
This is interesting. So I think what we need to look at is how they use their Queen ult here. Ooh, this May is so unlucky with
And
these.
what a meaty axe.
Ooh, how did that pin not hit?
3-man Queen ult. Couple gets Suzu'd and the beat comes out from
Oh
Salad.
my, Funky Monkey. Do it to him, Funky Monkey. Show him the funk.
Show
Oh my
him the
god.
funk.
Ooh, 3. Still alive, still going strong.
Takes the fight on the Mega though. This might be a
Ooh.
mistake. And he
No.
gets bailed out by the Suzu.
The squad is with him.
The squad
4.
pulled up.
That's 4 in the fight for Funky Monkey, showing the prowess and showing how this Funky Monkey is built for the LAN.
He's built for the LAN.
Built for LAN.
And if you're Forest Hills, you've got to be wondering where that Coalescence was in that fight. Genesis with the Suzu on the Queen ult. Hopefully you want to see Major Bear come out with the Coalescence and sustain that Queen ult, but after that Suzu did not
Noon.
come online.
Ooh.
Pocketing the Noon. You might want to look for a Mail on the cover here. Apollo with a nasty Blizzard. Separates the Queen, and they're going to find that
You
Queen
have to kill the Queen. You gotta kill the Tracer off the side too. Big wall.
Walls off the angle, but you got
They
to
got the
force
flip.
this
They
Tracer
got the
out.
flip. That's all you need. And they win the fight, which is
Fairmont is out.
that's rough. That was 3 ults for 0. It was a rough trade. They still have Shatter, which
Shatter's good here.
I mean, they've got nothing to block it. So as long as you can get a good Shatter and get the kills that you need, preferably the Kiriko.
yeah, you need Marmar shows not to hide from the Shatter, otherwise that's going to be an instant Suzu on the Shatter.
Ooh, they got to go for it. I need to see a
Ends
big
out from
Shatter here.
Fairmont though. Need to see the Shatter. Need to see the Shatter. Alright, it seems like they might elect to hold it for the next fight.
Which is interesting because this
Next fight, it's gonna be
It's
tough
gonna
to
be
react
last.
to this Queen ult here.
Yeah, Queen ult, B, and Pulse into just Shatter. Maybe a Kiri ult in the mid fight, but it.
Yeah,
It's
you're
looking
gonna be
worrisome.
hard pressed to sustain this Reinhardt here. And a great knife onto the maze. Probably gonna force an early Shatter. Out comes the Shatter and the Queen ult though.
It's a big Queen ult.
Does not get cleansed. What
No,
a
and they
great
just
Queen ult from
Kiri down low on
Monkey.
both sides. Ah, but Funky Monkey, the 2. Just the prowess on this 3. That That queen, Funky Monkey knows how to get his funk on this queen hero.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, really just perfect plays. Great queen ults. Knives were on point. Always getting that Mei ult, forcing the block early. It was really good stuff.
Yeah, these knives are coming in, and it's forcing that Mei block, which often forces her to use wall as well. And if you don't have wall and you don't have ice block, you're not doing much on the Mei character. You should be on something else.
Yeah, and that's the character that you're gonna dive. Once you use the Mei block,
That's your next target.
Yep. So
I think a large story of that too was the alt game from Forest Hills. They didn't really use it, but Fairmont cycling their ults pretty well throughout.
Yeah. You see a Zarya here, and then now onto the Lucio, which is confusing.
And back on the Kiri, they just sped out for the TP.
I'm sick to my stomach, really. You need speed against speed. It's just, it makes me mad, but I digress. Both bubbles out.
Bubbles
yeah.
out. Might be looking for a queen engage with a knife here, or with an axe.
They get the low though. Ooh,
Oil drinker.
Valor down early. They're all low.
Forest Hill's
Oil
taking
Drinker.
a great fight.
Oil Drinker is on one.
He is on one. Even in the first game, he against
Did they
Eaton,
kill?
he found quite a bit of value on the Cassidy.
That's such a big pick at the end. Getting that Kiri out gets you.
You're good for another 10 seconds after that.
Yeah, I mean that's
Over here.
not, could be worse, but could be better for them.
Right.
So Tracer's trying something up there. I don't know what, but
Fairmont swaps Orisa into Zarya, which is a choice, but it seems like it might wall them out. No.
Cal level though, taking out their oil drinkers just is so consistent on this Cassidy hero.
Right, with the Zarya bubbles to support Oil Drinker, that's a Cassidy that's not going to fall over. He's got
Yeah.
275 HP plus 200 HP bubbles.
And a roll, which is damage reduction. It's just,
They're leaning towards Oil Drinker, and I think that's what you do if you're Forest Hills here.
ooh, low though. Ooh, caught out. Little overzealous there from Oil Drinker, I think. That was
Visor comes out from Cal level, kind of forces them into the back. Need to find a pick here,
it gets at least one.
and that's probably going to be this fight for Fairmont.
Yeah.
Need to clean it up a little faster, though.
Forest Hills is getting really good picks here.
See,
and
Forest Hills could still Coalescence here and win this. Will they elect to use it?
maybe.
I'd like to see a Coalescence here
I'd
on the Zarya, but it seems like Major Bear ends up getting called out. Because
they
Mini
sh-
Raxu is doing a lot without 100 charge.
They should have gold. I think that's a big missed opportunity. With the team coming back then, the Zarya lives with Grav.
Like, look at the ultimates. If you sustain that fight and come into the next fight, you're gonna be set.
I
But
guess
now you're retaking into a rush.
I guess the hope is that you just have 5 ults so you can just win this first fight. But
They're
it's
gonna have a recontest though. They've got the Lucio and you don't.
oh,
And great tempo from Fairmont here. Opens up the fight really fast. Ideally just trying to use rush here.
oh my.
Forces the beat out from Sour though.
Beat
So that's
and
a
rush
great
out.
fight.
Forest Hills cannot use any ults here. That's 2 ults for High Noon, which really is the worst ult on this.
Yeah,
board.
on the card. Like,
So
that's a trade you'll take if you're Forest Hills.
that's a really good trade for you. And I think I still getting hung up on that missed Cole, but maybe they know something we don't, and they're just confident they can win this fight. With the rush out, Visor
picked
out,
off
but
the-
dead. This is big.
That's rush and Visor out, and
2 ults down.
Forest Hills losing this fight.
Cole is a very fast ult to build, and
You'd have another by now.
you would have another by now if you have Cold your Zarya, and maybe you wouldn't have need another because you would have won. Because now we're looking at Orisa ult. You're looking at Cal Level's Visor, who Cal Level does good on the Visor, into a Grav and a Cole. So
Yeah.
no defensive ults, but it's
Yeah, you're gonna have Funky Monkey blocking a lot of damage if he gets caught in this grab. Probably look towards the back line ideally. Out comes the grab and it
onto the
catches
Lucio, which is big.
5v4 for Forest Hills at this point. Out comes the Coalescence, and Funky Monkey's kind of caught out. They should try to speed on to the rest of the team.
Oh, they
end up
yeah.
finding the Orisa.
They have to kill the supports. I guess they're dead. It's just really the Kiri just there. They do get up to 96, which is big. They still have Rush, Pulse, and the Orisa ult. into just noon.
Yeah, that's a good little retake comp.
It's
Arisa's
scary.
going to be able to stable on point, allows the Kiriko to build up the rush, but if you're Oil Drinker here, you're looking for a big high noon. Gets the pocket from the Zarya.
Oh, this is big.
Plans to get out.
Oh,
And gets finished off by Relay. What a kill. Mini Raxu brings it to a 3v4. Relay is just cleaning up in the backline with the Lucio.
it's a tough one.
It's the ult game.
I think Fairmont. I think what Fairmont has done better than the teams that we've seen them play on stream is they know how to cycle their ults and they know how to move well.
Yeah, it's ult cycling, and then they've got crazy tempo as they're doing it.
Yeah.
You see them opening these fights with this rush. You're seeing them mid-fight ulting whenever they get it.
Yeah.
Like, these ults are coming online in important, crucial moments, such as that Coalescence earlier from Forest Hills.
Yeah.
If that Zarya lives there, this is probably a point that goes towards Forest Hills, and
Yeah.
we'd be on a third sub-map. But
It's-
currently, Fairmont taking the 1-0.
And again, I mean, Forest Hills played well. Like you just can't even. They played well. Just, not well enough.
Right. Hopefully
So
to see some adaptations here.
Yeah.
Like the exclusion of the Lucio, especially in this meta, his
It's
buff
just-
boop beat to trade out so many ultimates, and instead you're electing for the double flex support backline, which if you're on Kiriko Mora, then your Kiriko's stealing ult charge from your Mora. And while the Coalescences weren't coming out, you want to be cycling that Cole as much as possible if you have a Mora on your team.
yeah, I feel like even if you don't have a Lucio player, you can have someone who can press E on speed.
Right.
Like, and your point exactly. You have two flex supports who are fighting for the important ult charge, and you're just getting out tempoed because they're just walking past you.
Yeah, they can walk in with speed. You aren't able to walk out with speed.
Yeah.
So Fairmont is suddenly on top of Forest Hills, and they have no way to react. No booping away the engage or anything. And playing to their strengths there for Forest Hills, you had Oil Drinker on the cast and Mini Raxu on the high charge Zarya. If you have a speed boost with that Zarya or be able to speed your high noons around, that's going to open up these fights and actually make high noon and like the Zarya a whole lot more useful.
Yeah,
But
because
instead, Zarya is being forced out a little early because she doesn't have the speed to get in.
yeah, and that's another thing. Your Zarya is getting walked on like she is, which means she's using bubbles when she probably doesn't want to use her bubbles.
Yeah, she's trying to use
And
ally bubbles.
It's
on a
just
shorter cooldown.
and like again, like you said, like high noon is probably the worst ult that they had on that board, and with a speed boost, it just makes it that much better.
It makes it so much better. It forces them into terrible positions.
Yeah.
They're safe behind cover, and suddenly a Cassidy's right over there.
Yeah,
Right around the cover.
I think maybe they're underestimating how effective speed boost is when you're nooning, but it's just I feel like Lucio, like Tracer, is a very if you have someone who can play Tracer, I feel like you should.
They should be on Tracer.
And if you have someone who can play Lucio,
Should be on
not
Lucio.
well, but if you can play them, you play them because beat is good, speed is good, boop is good.
Hoping to see the adaptations
Yeah.
here.
That's what I'm. So it's looking like we're having
A roll swap.
yeah. Genesis is going on to damage, and Apollo is going on to support for Forest Hills, which is. I mean, maybe Apollo is a Lucio player who. I mean,
If it gives the option, then
yeah, you make that swap.
Forest Hills looks a whole lot better coming into the second map.
What do you think for a hybrid map? What do you think? What do you think Forest Hills wants to take him to?
See, for Forest Hills, I don't know. You can maybe play the Streets of Kings Row, play it a little slower. Ultimately, if you don't have the Lucia, it's still going to be a little rough, especially making larger rotations on hybrid maps. So if you don't have a Lucia, you're not going to want to go to Blizzard World. You're not going to want to go to Eichenwald.
With
Because
those,
those are long rotations.
yeah.
You're going to rotate into Castle or somehow find a way to rotate on the first Blizzard World high ground.
Yeah.
But Kings Row kind of offers you the option to just play around cover a bit more and play more to your brawl style.
It does
again,
look like they're going Kings Row.
On the side of Fairmont, Kings Row is just a map that everyone's comfortable on.
I feel like no matter what you take this Fairmont team to, for hybrid specifically, I feel like they can adapt and play well. Even on that Paraiso map that they played against St. X, where they lost, they still looked good.
They did still look great.
it's like they didn't look bad on that map. That was a very close map. So it's
And ultimately, they lost that map due to like a couple swaps in between here and there, like playing Counterwatch a little too much.
yeah.
But sticking to their style, they've just stuck to this queen ever since that Esperanca map against Saint X, and
I mean,
they look great on the
yeah,
queen.
like I said I think I said earlier with when she was here. I mean, UC Black plays a lot of that queen comp, and it's a good comp when you can run it well, and I think they're running it well, and it's the teams that they're playing are having a pretty tough time playing into it.
Right, it's just so much tempo coming out from Fairmont. Not only do you have the Lucio speed, but you have the queen shout, and then you've got a Tracer in your backline too.
And
Relay has been on Tracer this entire LAN,
Yeah.
and it's paying dividends.
And again, the Funky Monkey knives have gotten so much value.
Nasty.
It's like
He gets his funk on.
he gets his funk on, and knife is like, I think knife is that's like the biggest thing that you need for that hero, and they're getting it
Right.
and they're doing it well. It's like you just gotta watch out for that one, and then like gotta position better, and that's not something you can adjust.
Yeah,
the
there
game,
was
really.
the queen counter comp that was really popular at University of Cincinnati Red. Won a couple lands on it. It was the Ramatra May Reaper.
Yeah.
Moria Lucio. Nobody for the queen really to run on, and then queen just gets blown up in the face of those two DPS. That might be an angle that Forest Hills can take if they have a Ramatra player. Already shown some ability to play the Reaper.
So yeah, back Kings Row. You know, normal. It's classic.
I think we'll see some pretty normal Kings Row compositions here. I don't expect anything too special. Not too much dive, not too much poke here. Probably just straight brawl. Hoping to see that roll swap pay off, and maybe we get a Lucio on the side of Apollo for Forest Hills.
And
It'll change.
I don't get it.
They do go with the Ramatra though, which I think is a great adaptation from the Reinhardt. I think he's quite the better brawl hero. But the Zarya was like doing good work for them. Fairmont with the Orisa though, might see some swaps over to the Zarya from Forest Hills if they decide they want to counter this.
I really wish I knew the reasoning behind this hero backline pick, because it just doesn't make sense to me.
It could just be that the tank doesn't feel supported enough with the just like more Lucio heals, but that's kind of something that you need to adapt to and up the tempo when you're playing with Moira. You just move a little faster and find your value out of your Moira, or you could go with something like a Baptiste Lucio for some more sustain.
Oil Drinker goes down, both walls out. You got Cal level on this widow. Ooh,
Kills coming out from
What?
the Lucio. You just like
Oil Drinker down so early is just such a big part of your comp.
yeah, and Fairmont is just holding this choke. They're not allowing Forest Hills to take any type of angles. Genesis on the Tracer though will allow the potential to contest this Widow if he takes the high
They're
ground.
getting so low, so early. They're playing with such speed, and it's. Oh, but as I say it,
Well,
Funky Monkey is going down super low.
he gets the stain from his supports though.
Yeah.
Marmar shows and Salad doing quite the work on Baptiste Lucio here.
Also, Funky Monkey has this ult already,
And you're just
but
he
goes
doesn't pull
down.
the trigger. He was gonna fall over if he pulled the trigger. So nice little attack from Forest Hills. And like
Forest
I said
Hills, yeah.
before, despite the lack of Lucio,
You gotta
Kings
go
Row
for
does
that.
allow you to play for just the corners a little bit more. You can play your cover and don't necessarily have to walk out as much as you do in Samoa.
Yeah. So, okay, Forest Hills has every single ult. So does Fairmont. Really, I think Forest Hills, again, they're gonna need to go fast here, and I think they've had a problem with it before. They need to try and get in before they build this B and this May ult.
Right, and on the side, if you're Forest Hills here, you have this May ult, and you look at their comp. Chu used to say, that's a May ultible comp, and
Oh, but Cal level.
what a phenomenal pick. It just forces Forest Hills back, and
Forces
now Fairmont
Forest Hills
gets to
back,
hold the choke.
Fairmont does use the window there, which I think is fine, all things said and done, but tough. They use the walls too, so they know where they are.
Want to see the mail here from Oil Drinker. See Rush comes out from the side of Forest Hills.
Both
And this is great
Mayots.
tempo here.
Beat coming out from
Mayolt gets cleansed on the side of Forest Hills.
Ooh.
And that's going to be a
Forest
great
Hills
counter
just-
to the Mayolt of Fairmont.
Forest Hills did that so well. Burning through that beat, beat is a good ability, but you can burn through it. It's not.
It's not a great counter to Mayolt anymore.
Yeah.
If you're all in the same target, that beat is going to be burned through. And Cal level, though, it's going to be a bit harder for him to find value on this Widowmaker on the second point.
I'm concerned for this second point here. Like you said, I think I saw them playing it earlier in the day. Which, if it's a comfort pick and that's what they play here, I go for it. But
This time, Fairmont's against the 1 seed, though, so
yeah,
he did swap over to the Ash on second point on
Ooh.
Streets, and what a great spear.
taking down Ice Block early. That's what we said. Probably gonna be forced out here. This is scary. Backup though.
The Orisa ult coming out from Mini Raxu forces them back, but Cal level finding a kill on the Widow, being uncontested on that top ledge.
Funky Monkey. Big pick there onto the May. They have to lose this fight here now.
Yeah, if
Probably
you're Fairmont, you want the stagger, and they end up finding it.
That's not what you want as Forest Hills.
Not at all. And Forest Hills alt bank. You're cooking up the mail, but not much else.
Onto the Monkey now, which is it's interesting, I think. I personally would make the swap. Especially,
yeah, I think I'd go back to the Zarya or something here, maybe. Give you a little bit more value in the neutral. You see Fairmont's coming up on the mail, you can bubble some people out of it. But Monkey here, I feel like he might just get blown up, or they might just skip the Monkey.
that's what
They're
I'm
just gonna
thinking
go on the
too.
backline, maybe.
Unless they really just. It's like,
Yeah, so suddenly the rest of Fairmont, or Forest Hills is exposed here. And Fairmont abuses that immediately. Although it was quite the trap for them.
I'm sorry, Forest Hills. I wasn't
familiar.
I wasn't familiar. That was a crazy bait and switch from them there with the mail getting him in.
Yeah, and Oil Drinkers built up that mail quite fast. It was only 75%, and I guess Oil Drinker found some great right clicks mid-fight and ended up building that up.
And
Hold up.
Genesis killing Cal level. Okay. If I'm Cal level here, I'm swapping off. I am going Ash. I'm going Cass. I'm mirroring the Tracer. Soj, that's fine.
So
It's
just solid.
you gotta make a swap there. The Widow is not. Mini Raxu going low, but has the primal, which we can look out for. Rush in.
Rush in. Finally some tempo from Forest
Yeah.
Hills. They're feeling
Cole out as
feeling
well.
themselves now. Although layer in the cold, they get out the beat.
Yeah, matched him with the beat.
Oh,
Ooh.
what a great pulse
Oh my
bomb.
god.
Lucio off the map.
Lucio.
Forest Hills
Interesting.
is still on the card. This is going to come down to last fight on the card. Fairmont's going to have a contest with Window and Orisa ult, but that Primal could cause some disruption mid-fight. Possibly
Hills-
force out the Baptiste, and Orisa wouldn't be getting heals.
Ooh.
Early Window, though, Forest Hills is just going to hide that super
Yeah,
smartly.
I mean, that's like,
That's everything you want out of that.
yeah.
They get to reclaim some space here.
Oh my god,
Genesis
the whole
forcing the
squad.
shit. That's value if you can get in with your Monkey now on the Baptiste. And Oil Drinker again with the mail. It's so much value on this Forest Hills team.
This dive, these May ults, this dive on this Genesis Mini Raxu dive is just so powerful. It's just, I mean, it's just so strong. It feels like there's nothing that Fairmont can do about it. Oh my god.
Genesis on the Tracer. That was the support last map. He's popping off now on DBS.
Why was this guy on support? This guy is owning.
He's owning. And that was a great look from Forest Hills there. Ultimately, Fairmont's last map, they were just running on top of the tank a whole lot at a time. But you can't run on Monkey. Monkey's going to drop a bubble down. He's going to jump away. Here you can TP to him. Suddenly in Forest Hills comp, there's not much to run on. And I think that's tripped Fairmont up a little bit.
And I think we saw it with that massive mail earlier. They're baiting the backline. The Monkey goes in, they think they have a perfect option, and they trap him. They
Yeah.
get him in there. It's
Caught right on Streets. That is a great time bank for Forest Hills too. 153 means that even if Fairmont caps, they need to cap with some time. Otherwise,
Yeah.
Forest Hills is just going to have the opportunity to win the map. Fairmont be forced to draw. Back to the Orisa for defense. This is solid. I think they'll be able to hold their angles quite a bit. And Cal Level electing to go the Sojourn on attack to start. I feel like if there's a time to go Widow though, that's right now.
Yeah, I feel like now would be the best time. Just, I mean, you that attack, that top window. Interesting. You have Marsho's on the back, which
That's gonna be
again,
more
still,
pressure on the Orisa on the enemy side.
Yeah, which it's this is a trade-off of how fast you want to play. But if you want Immort, then you want Immort.
Yeah, and
Like they're going
the
really
Lucio
fast
still has
here.
the option to go fast though.
It's a big.
Forces out
Oh my,
that-
that's incredible. Fairmont is angry.
Yeah, that
Fairmont is mad, and they're making
made
sure
them
they know.
upset now. Genesis getting forced out on the straight, so that
Stoked.
forces them all into a hotel, and Fairmont's gonna take advantage. They're gonna push this.
I mean, this is what was shown against the St. X. I mean, they just have their tempo is, it's just unmatched.
It's just a confident team, and that's really what you need at this level. Confidence in your ult cycle.
Yeah.
You're winning games.
I mean, how much time did they lose? 45 seconds,
Yeah.
even less, maybe.
Maybe less. They were on that point the
And
entire time Forest Hills was in hotel.
Apollo now going onto this Lucio and Mini Raxu onto this Zarya. But the thing that we have to look at now is you're down almost 50% to beat, and Funky Monkey has his ult. Mini
Yeah.
Raxu's at 20%. This is a massive ult disadvantage for Forest Hills. that
Right,
you
this
have to
could be a
look at.
potential roll of streets if Fairmont takes this fight right. But now that Forest Hills has that Lucio, they're coming back with a vengeance. Forces both bubbles out though, and Zarya has to back up.
Genesis is so early. Relay taking down the Lucio, so now you can't get out.
They're gonna
Mini
find the stagger
Raxu's
on
trapped,
the Zarya.
yeah.
And you look at Forest Hills ults.
Didn't use a single ult for that.
Genesis off of the pulse bomb swaps onto the Cassidy. You've got the Coalescence for recontest, but when you look at Fairmont's ult bank, they're set up for quite the good fight here.
I mean, I feel like no matter what Forest Hills tries to throw at them, they're gonna have an answer.
Early spear forces the ice block, and that's gonna come into effect in a couple seconds.
Oh.
Oil Drinker gets frozen because he can't ice block, and
It's just
it's the beat over fucking mail out for Fairmont.
into Coalescence and Freeze. I mean, that's
value.
that's all of Forest Hills.
And you're gonna
also
have a
they
5.5 minute time bank going into third point.
Jeez.
Like, Fairmont is set up for success, and we thought Forest Hills had a great attack.
I mean, this is incredible. I think the Tord swap. I mean, if you want to try something, I guess, but I
He
don't.
got buffed. He's pretty solid.
It's just
Finding some quite thick right clicks, and the grab gets 5, but how much is it really gonna get with Lamp and Orisa
get
spin?
the one.
Window comes out to turn the tempo.
Big result there.
That's
Big. Oh my god.
Funky Monkey with 3.
Funky
Cleans
Monkey
up the
with
Orisa
4.
or the Kiriko and the Mega.
Can he get the 5?
He's good for 5.
Oh my god. Actual ace. Funky
kill.
Monkey ace on land.
Funky Monkey ace on
Electric.
land.
Electric onto the Malga.
That's
Is
Bora.
this a desperation swap? I think Funky Monkey has emotion. Funky Monkey has aura.
Funky Monkey with motion.
This
Forest
is-
Hills has the high noon here though, so if they can reclaim one of these corners, but
They
we
ain't coming
saw
up
they're
on
off the
rush.
Lucio.
What is? I mean, you just can't teach that. You can't teach this type of motion.
At all. Looking to see the high noon come out from Genesis soon. They're kind of getting
Oh my
overwhelmed
God,
at
a
this
big
point with the
noon.
May ult.
And gets nobody. And they
Funky Monkey surviving at this point, and
just these
it's just cleanup kills.
Funky Monkey is just. Funky Monkey is running this lobby.
It's Funky Monkey and Relay for this map. They're doing so much.
4:08 time bank. That's
You
incredible.
finished with 8 more seconds than you started with.
You gained time. That's. I mean, it's. You just. That's. I feel like if you're Forest Hills here, that has to be so demoralizing.
Yeah,
Which is-
especially after that first great attack.
You think you have it, and then Fairmont does this, and it's just.
And And that's the thing about Kings Row. Every team is comfortable in Kings Row.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily the defense most teams are comfortable with, and that's why you often see the winning teams. Team takes them to Kings Row. The winning team is always going to take a attack. You're trying to get that demoralizing attack in immediately. Forest Hills thought they did that, but Fairmont, angry, comes back with a 408 time bank.
Yeah, I think Fairmont. I don't think Fairmont wants to lose this. I think they want that seed in Akron.
I think they want that seed in Akron.
Forest Hills coming back on the Mauga. I like this comp from them. The Mauga is questionable. A different Lucio player this time.
Different Lucio. Major Bear onto the Lucio. Previously, they're Moira player for most of the map. Apollo onto the Moira now at this point. And this comp honestly makes a whole lot more sense for Forest Hills at this point. Just need to see them play with some tempo. And their main Reaper to brawl the same people that their Mauga is, and they should be set up for success here.
Just these spears from Funky Monkey, just the skill shots are on point for them. I mean, those knives, those spears. But they're getting low.
And
Lamp
Funky
forced
Monkey's
out.
overwhelming them, but they aren't finishing off these kills. They force out the lamp, but you got to stabilize here a little bit if you're Forest Hills. Your Mauga's taking a lot of damage.
That's got to. This is a dogfight here.
Yeah, and they're slowly taking some space, but look at Cal Level's ult charge.
Yeah, I mean,
that guy's coming up on an overclock. Marmar Shadow's coming up on a window.
And you got to remember they don't have that much time. Funky Monkey just like doing so much on this Sarissa. And now you're in possibly last fight territory, really.
At this point, yeah, it's going to be this plus some staggers. And Forest Hills, you look at their comp, they have to play fast. You can't let this Arissa and Sojourn get value mid-fight.
I mean, and this is so unfortunate.
The playing fast is the thing that Marymount does best.
It's just like...
We got another fight here, but it's not a clean one. Look at the ults on the side of Fairmont. Set up for a nasty May ult.
That's so unfortunate there. The late kill onto Oil Drinker with the May ult.
Open up early with the overclock.
I like it. I mean, what are they going to do?
Mauga's already half. You're forced to touch soon.
They're going to have to go into boot. Terrible. Oh, no.
Cal Level doing so much on the Sojourn here.
They just barely touch. This is awful. If you're Forest Hills, this is so awful.
Yeah, this is your map too.
This is your map selection, and now you have to defend for. You have to full hold after what happened to you for the first time.
For 4 minutes.
This and not even to win the map. This is just a tie.
This is just for the tie.
It's
a tough scene if you're Forest Hills.
If I'm Forest Hills here, I know I'm so demoralized. I know my spirit is broken.
Well, one way to get that back up is a full hold here on Kings Row, just to lessen the damage and get the motivation back in check.
Yeah.
But Forest Hills, that requires some great ult cycling, and I'm not sure if that's going to happen with the comp that they're on. It's a tough scene anyways if you're having to hold first point Kings Row for 4 minutes.
Mercy, I don't.
They're playing into their strengths. Oil Drinker with a pocket could do some nasty things, but on the side of Fairmont, they're cooking up something.
I think if Fairmont wins this on this comp that they do and they don't swap, I really think it might be.
Their day started with a 3-0.
It might be a rough one for Forest Hills. It might be a rough series. Okay, thank God.
Okay. Normal comp plus a Reinhardt. They get the Maywall at the choke, but no one's there to follow up, so that's not going to be able to slow down the engage of Fairmont here. Fairmont elects to take Hotel as their rotation.
Gold used early, and yeah, Genesis dead.
And they're already on top of the point.
And
they have to stay on. They kill the person on the point, and that's wraps.
It's over.
2-0 for Fairmont.
That's I don't even. I'm at a loss for words, really. That's like such a heartbreaking map to experience.
And to find yourself on Flashpoint, at this point, you've only got two options. You've got New Junk City and Suravasa, and
I feel like they're all bad for you. And after seeing these,
it's not pretty. But
all of these are bad for.
That's the thing about this being a best of 7, though. They have another buffer map if they don't fall over on Flashpoint. But if they pick up Flashpoint, they're back in the series.
They're right back in it. I mean, Fairmont has to win 2 more no matter what.
Yeah, you're in for a series if you're Fairmont and Forest Hills picks up this map. But Fairmont is just looking like the top contender at this regional tournament. And the tempo and pace that they play at, the individual play is just relay finding picks. Funky Monkey finding the spears mid-fight. It's just forcing so much cooldowns. The spears, the knives. It's just a cohesive unit and with cohesive individual plays.
I mean, they're just working so well. And I think going on to Flashpoint is so unfortunate after we saw. I mean, after what we've been seeing, the pace, the coordination, the overall team play, I feel like will benefit them so much more on Flashpoint than it has any other map.
Yeah, and it's a similar style to Control, and Fairmont was looking quite nice on Control there. Forest Hills had a couple highlights when they were playing the Zarya Cassidy and just pocketing Oil Drinker, so maybe they can lean back into that.
Mm-hmm.
But coming into this Flashpoint, we've seen and talked about it already. If you don't have a Lucio, you're losing fights on Flashpoint. Not losing the fights by fighting. You're just losing the number of fights you can take on the map just due to how fast the point is captured.
And not only that, but you lose the ability to get back to the point after a lost fight to try and gain it back.
Right.
You are just so slow, and they are so fast.
The just percentage swing if you don't have a Lucio is so immense, especially across all 5 Flashpoints, then that even that if you're picking up points, they're getting so much percent by not having a Lucio.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see what they choose. I don't think they've chosen a map yet. So probably debating it, seeing if they need to do another role swap. They got to switch something up.
It seemed like it worked out for them. Genesis was doing a lot on the DPS there, but support line still kind of seemed unsure of themselves. Had the Moira Kiri with Bears on Kiri or on Moira, but then coming into their defense, Bears swapped over to the Lucio, Apollo went on the Moira, and so kind of a bit of a struggle deciding what they want to do at this point. And in a stressful series like this, you're down to important decision to make.
You got to be decisive, and I think it's another thing to point out. Both supports on that map played Lucio, at least once, and I mean, really, neither of them worked. And I think you have to look at it. You need that speed, but you really just need to. You just gotta. What's the word? You gotta commit to it. You can't be swapping around.
Yeah, you can't be half and half. That's the thing here is you see Fairmont's confidence and tempo. Fake it till you make it. It exists for a reason. Like if you're gonna crash out, do it from the beginning. But if you're indecisive, that's when you're getting called out. That's when Relay's finding you in the back line. That's when Cal is just putting in so much work on the hit scan. And the longer those fights go, the more the individual plays are going to shine. And I think in terms of Fairmont, their DPS find those individual plays quite often.
Yeah. And I don't even think it's a thing of individually who is better, because I think both teams have really good players. I think it is just it's just cohesion. This Fairmont team just seems like they want it more. But I'm excited to see what Forest Hills does, because I think it would be crazy to perhaps see a reverse sweep. If they're up for it,
reverse sweep
if they're up for it,
that's a series right there.
That would be the series of a century.
That's the one that I'll be like Nacho was on call for. I was there for that.
We were there. That would be crazy.
And Forest Hills, they have the clutch gene. They they closed it out versus Loveland, but when you're back against the wall like this, that's got to get yourself back in the series.
Yeah.
Get your foot in the door.
And I think maybe you can look at it at this point as, you know, it's maybe trying to do that, Lucio, at a certain point. Maybe that's not the play.
Maybe you just want to lean into your strengths.
Maybe you really just want to go comfort. Maybe you want to lock the Zard. You want to lock the Kiri Moira. I mean, we saw with Saint X the Junkrat pick. I didn't agree with it, but
And it worked. It worked.
I mean,
it brought them
to a
back into
certain
that
point,
Esperanca game.
yeah. You just need to try stuff. Throw things at the wall, see if it sticks.
Yeah, because there is a point at which you've got to start cooking, and while there's still 2 maps of buffer, the cooking might have to start now.
The oven is not on yet, and it needs to be on.
It's being preheated during this break, and I think might be just Forest Hills trying to figure out what they want to do coming into this next map. As, like I said, 2 options. You've got Suravasa and you've got New Junk City. They play to some different play styles. New Junk City often leaning more towards the brawl. Suravasa can be a bit of dive, bit of brawl, and if you're wanting to cook, then Suravasa is the map to go. But if you're wanting to take them in the brawl mirror, if you're Forest Hills, you're wanting to go New Junk City.
Yeah. So no map pick yet. So we both played in ESO. Me more recently than you.
Yeah, I've
Been
been
gone
out of the
for a
game
bit,
for a little
yeah.
bit. It's 2021 grad.
We've both had pretty decent levels of success.
Yeah, honestly, it was for me. Our coach got us into it, and he was in the chat earlier. I appreciate the comment stringer, but he brought us into this league, and it was a 5-stack of basically just me and some of my best friends.
Yeah.
We brought it pretty far. Like first go around, it was called Quaranturney for Esports Ohio,
We
were all playing from the humble abode and did okay. I think we went like 4-4 or something. But coming into the next season, once we finally got to play in our esports lab, things were looking up. We made top 8 and like the final Akron tournament.
Yeah.
It was still online due to COVID, unfortunately, but Fairmont, like we had battles ourselves with it.
Some big swaps coming in.
Seems like the cooking
Forest
is
Hills.
coming from
The oven
Forest
is
Hill.
coming on.
Yeah,
I can hear it.
the bread is in, and they're looking for the win.
Hopefully it cooks.
Hopefully it cooks. How about Marymount's success? And so
Well, that quarantine thing brought up some terrible memories. We were god awful, but we got better. We had some success, regional success.
is that Middletown? I was
Yeah,
there.
we did we win the region?
I think you did.
I think we won the region.
Or you got cooked and got second place. It was either like a 4-0
Well,
or you won.
We got an award. We got a trophy. I know that for sure. We got a trophy, and then we got cooked, and I remember that. But I remember my last season got an all-star, which was really cool. I think all in all, it's a really cool environment that Esports Ohio set up for people.
I can agree. And I mean, you look at all these players, and these are potential collegiate players too. And
Yeah.
Hey,
I mean,
University of Cincinnati, we're hosting the tournament, 1819 Innovation Hub, 40 PCs. If any talent, hit us up. Use the Overwatch Discord.
I made the joke earlier about scholarships, but a lot of these players would be much appreciated on the UC Overwatch family.
And looking at some of these, especially the DPS, like some of the DPS
They're
in this
nice.
tournament, come to UC.
Come,
Got a good environment for you.
this isn't a request. This is a need. This is a very
This
strong
is a-
one.
This is a demand. Come to UC.
Okay, so Apollo. Okay,
Apollo?
they don't swap it all up.
Okay, wait. Major Bear on Tank now, and Mini Raxu on Lucia. They
And
are
Genesis is back on support.
back on support.
They're trying something, and I'll tell you, I respect it. Like I said,
You have to
something's
throw
got to
some
switch.
stuff at the wall.
Something's got to change, and this is what they're trying, and I'm excited to see what happens. This is uncharted territory.
On the side of Fairmont, it's nothing but charted territory. This queen comp has paid dividends for them this entire tournament, and it's not looking to change up anytime on Suravasa. Forest Hills finding the point first is going to allow them to poke this queen comp out. Fairmont is going to be forced to walk in.
Oh, bait. You got to keep
Nice
your horse
spear
up.
out, but Xavier needs to be kept up by his supports.
Some big spears. Oil Drinker taking down Relay. That's big. They can go in with that. The
Yeah,
Kiriko's
soon-
super low.
Your Reaper
Big
is
pick.
in. You are able to walk.
Your Reaper is in. It is Friday. We're celebrating the two shotguns from the side. That's some good tempo from Forest Hills there.
Absolutely, and I think it was off the back of that Symmetra. Symmetra just got them on the point so fast. And Fairmont wasn't liking the queen angle there. Swaps over to the Arresting themselves.
And
However, in the brawl, Forest Hills takes this fast enough. They're going to have a Symmetra with a high beam, and Reaper should be in. But if they take this fight long, Fairmont is going to find some angles from their soldier.
And I really like this. I mean, look at the ults here. They use Visor, but as the beat in, that just counters it. You can walk in, you're going to get rush.
Yeah, and they aggress with this beat. Forest Hills does some great tempo, follows up with the rush. And they're taking this lane. Symmetra's teleporting in.
I mean, just so swift. I mean, they did it. I mean, I'm not going to speak too soon, but at least for this point, they're looking good.
They're looking good.
They're looking a lot better than they did. I mean, we were saying that Fairmont is super cohesive and they're doing really well, and this Forest Hills team is looking a lot better.
Yeah, and
that's just
Apollo with the wall. Fairmont has nothing really here. They'll come up on the beat eventually, but that wall might split the players. Some people might not receive beat. And just due to the Symmetra, they're bunkered up on point with this Symmetra Reaper.
Funky Monkey on the flank, which is a little interesting. Confused, maybe. Going back to the team.
I think he wanted his team to wrap around, maybe, but that was not in the cards. Simwell comes out, and beat comes out from Sallard. Maybe a little early, though. Oil Drinker with the Reaper ult is going to get it after the beat.
It's big, and they trade out. Oh, but that's big, too.
Marmar shows with the window. Calible finding a couple through it. They're walling them out, but if they don't find this kill on Calible, then it's looking a little rough for Forest Hills.
I mean,
Fairmont's going to clean it up.
25% is still good, though. And you look at the ults. You still have beat. You're going to come up on a result, and you're only going into the 2 DPS ults, which, again,
Not great ults.
I mean,
You can use them well, but
you can use them well, but they're not going to change the game.
and if you can overwhelm them, then they aren't really going to have an opportunity to use that, and that's hopefully what they can do with the Symmetra TP plus speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and clearly there is some leader on Forest Hills calling their rotations, and I like that.
Yeah.
It's so much more decisive than we've seen the last couple maps between the speed and the TP. And Major Bear with the massive Arissa ult coming up, they're going to force them off the point, probably Arissa ult as they walk in.
Yeah, and they flip point. That's big.
It's so much value to flip point on Flashpoint.
You use B and you flip point. You save. You're coming up on your Kiriko ult.
Decisiveness here
punish him.
goes on the soldier.
Oh
Lucio
my.
falls over.
Uh-oh. Genesis
Relay,
down early.
crazy
That's
flank
big.
on the Cassidy.
He just dies though for it.
And if you're Fairmont, this is the last fight. Forest Hills wants to pick up these kills right now.
If I'm Forest Hills here, I need to build this wall to save for my Kiriko to get back, I think. This is...
Major Bear going low. Probably needs to get out that wall soon, but Apollo is quite low.
I don't...
Soft
is
little
gonna be a
reset, but
awful push if they try to
yeah,
attempt it.
they're just gonna fold this point. Forest
Yeah.
Hills looking great on this comp.
Up 2-0. I mean, you gotta remember, this team got speed run on Kings Row and now is up 2-0 on Suravasa. I mean,
They say every reverse sweep starts with a 2-0, but honestly, Forest Hills looking for the 3-0 with this, with the ults that they have.
We said it with, I know I said it with the St. X team when they went to Monkey. This is a completely new team that we're watching.
It's beautiful, and just the decisiveness out of Forest Hills at this point is just paying off so hard. And it seems like Fairmont hasn't been ready for this tempo this entire tournament.
He's trying. Oh, he's getting devious.
I see
Oil
the vision.
drinker.
I see the vision.
Oh my. It's big. You take out the one, you get out the beat.
Need to keep your Reaper up though, but
Oh, it doesn't even matter. They're just going so
flip
fast.
the point, flip the point.
And they use visor. Fairmont uses visor there
a bit
in
of
a
a mistake.
lost fight. So now you're down window, you're down beat, you're down visor, going into a beat and a result. This is big.
Yeah, and you've only got the Orisa ult on the side of Fairmont, and if Orisa is properly poked out, or Sim being, because Sim is just going to burn through her spin, then she's not going to find that ult super easily. Might be able to throw a lamp on her or something, but
Then you're
Forest
down
Hill's
lamp,
looking up
and
in this
it's just-
fight.
The
Funky
Reaper
Monkey looking to engage
Wraith
with
forced
it.
early.
Both Orisa ults come out. I think they're going to hold this to 500%.
And
Funky
Funky Monkey down early,
falls
but
over.
the trade is out. But
And
Apollo,
if they get these staggers here, they just win the map.
Apollo on this sim is just
The TP, they're chasing that.
whew, little spin move there.
Yeah, a little 360 on him.
I got the
And your
moves.
Lucio's down on the side of Fairmont. Just respawn. You're going to have a really rough touch. Not even close to this Mayout yet, so.
You're gonna have to pray you get Mayout here against a wall and a Reaper ult.
Yeah, and the turret's out from Apollo. Build him up this sim ult right before the fight opens, and I'd like to see him use this immediately. Wall comes out immediately. Reaper's going to have so much shield to play around here. And he's going to find so much value on this point.
Yeah,
with those
Funky
Blossom.
Monkey down.
Soon comes the Reaper ult,
Oh my god.
and it's a completely new Forest Hills team.
From the back foot, a sweep on Flashpoint. That is
That's how you get back into a
incredible.
series.
This is how you get back from a 4-minute time bank on King's Row. Impeccable.
I don't know what they were cooking in the Fairmont suburbs, but something's working. And those roll swaps,
It's
they've got some comfort on it, and leaning into those comfort rolls it's working out.
incredible.
I'm happy to see we aren't seeing a 4-0 here.
I'm gonna say it. That was surprising.
I wasn't expecting it. After seeing Fairmont roll out on that Queen comp that they've had so much success on, and then finally getting out tempoed for the first time in the tournament, it seems like Fairmont didn't know how to react, but
they got
7-map series for a reason.
they got put on their back that map. They got
A little bit.
they got pushed over, and they got their one key thing that they've been doing better than all the other teams. The speed was just nullified because they just too slow.
They got out tempoed
It's
for the first time this
the
tournament.
first time, and I'm sure they're confused. They're shocked. Where did this come from? I mean,
and
that's what I'm thinking.
maybe that's what it is. I mean, Forest Hills was the one seed coming into this tournament for a reason. Fairmont,
Yeah.
while looking strong, sticking it to them for the first part of this series, but that Suravasa, I'd argue it might have been even more decisive than their King's Row attack.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that Suravasa was so clean. I mean, they didn't really lose fights
At all.
I mean, I would be
They
surprised.
capped first every single time.
Yeah, I mean, like, I would be surprised if any of those players had more than 5 deaths the whole time.
Yeah.
Like, incredible things from Forest Hills here, showing
That's a momentum swing.
showing why they are that #1 seed comparatively.
And we've already got our map pick. We are going to Esperanca. It seems like neither team is wanting to take a break here. Forest Hills wanting to keep the momentum, and that's an angry Fairmont now.
Fairmont needs to get that momentum back because, I mean, I already said it once, but I don't know how I would come back after that. After being swung like that, it's a rough one.
Seems like no swaps in terms of roles here, so
I mean-
both teams' lineups are locked. Forest Hills, I wouldn't swap off of that.
I would not. I mean, I'm surprised they weren't on that to start with after seeing how good that was. Maybe they weren't ready for it, I guess, but that was decisive. There was nothing up for debate there.
At all. And like I said, there must be some couple of leaders on that team that have just changed the tide of this.
Yeah.
Like Apollo and the Symmetra might be super vocal with the TPs. On the Lucio, Mini Raxu, looking stalwart on the Zarya, swaps over to Lucio and is hitting some of the best rotations I've ever seen in high school.
I mean, yeah, like maybe it's the tank knowledge in them, knowing where they want to go and being able to facilitate it better. Because I mean, like you said, that they were running in circles around them.
And to give credit to the rest of the lineup too, like DPS were still showing out. Genesis was great on the support. Major Bear, off of the Moira, he had been criticized earlier in the series just not using that Coalescence mid-fight, but on the Orisa, it just looked like a natural.
Look, I mean, a completely different player there. Like, I mean, using ults well, abilities well.
Hitting the spheres, like, it just as a cohesive unit, like, Forest Hills took over that map, and that's what they're looking to do with Esperanca.
Still waiting to go in. Waiting for Forest Hills.
I'm Forest Hills, I'm readying up.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm Forest Hills here, I'm not wasting a second. I mean, I would have said R before they chose Matt. I mean, I'm ready to get back in there.
Hey, just throw me onto whatever push. No picks, no bans. Throw us in. You're riding that high from the map, and you're wanting to keep that momentum.
Like, they are ready now, so
we're going into Esperanca.
I think this will be the. I mean,
this is the turning point.
I really do think if Forest Hills can even this one up, I think it's big.
If they even this up, then suddenly it's quite the series. But if you see Fairmont picking up this map, 3-1, that's a tough deficit to come back.
That is a tough deficit.
Like, Forest Hills, you're going to be on their map picks for the rest of the series. You're going to be on Fairmont's map picks, even if you're picking up games.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately, a 3-map deficit, you've got to play well 3 maps straight. It's a long series, and you don't want to get burned out, and going down 3-1 can be quite demoralizing. So they're looking to pick up this map.
So we'll see what they roll out on. I'm hoping it's the same thing for Forest Hills.
Same exact comp.
Which, again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Really.
And again, Fairmont rolling out on the Queen, they've been so comfortable with this entire series, but you saw last map on that first flashpoint, Funky Monkey swapped right over to the Orisa after seeing their comp, and I wonder if that'll be the same case here.
Yeah, it's just they've been figured out, I think. I mean, you could say it's, again,
The download is complete.
Well, I don't think it's fair to base it off the first, like that one map. So it'll be good to see it, but it's looking good for Forest Hill so far. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, it's definitely not right to count Fairmont out here, but after a decisive map from like that, Forest Hills is definitely feeling their confidence a little bit. Might see a TP onto the high ground, potentially get their Reaper in early.
So the thing I'm looking at here is Fairmont is playing such a ranged comp to try and prevent this Symmetra and this Reaper to get in, which I like from them. But it just doesn't matter because Apollo just takes down your main source of healing.
And look at this tempo. Like
they're just going
get that
in.
first pick, and they're right on top of the high ground.
I mean, TPing in like this is... We thought the tempo of Fairmont was crazy, and now we have this, and maybe they were going easy on him for the first 2 maps.
Sandbagging. I don't know.
Content. Oh my god, get out of there.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
Small mistake there. We're a little too much tempo.
It happens. You get your one goof.
Although this is still great push from Forest Hills here. 45 meters to start off Esperanca is huge.
It's going to be really one fight, it seems, and you get back and get 4 checkpoints.
Right, and with the Lucio, with the Symmetra, Fairmont's just starting the bot off. They're probably going to get 10-15 meters. After that, though, you're back in the fight with Forest Hills. Apollo with 75 on the the sim ult.
They're already there. I mean, that's...
They taken stage from the high ground. They're going to force Fairmont out and then likely look to go on top of them. Yeah, this tempo's kept up by Major Bear on the Orisa.
Kiriko dead already.
That's a great
You
Kiriko
take that
kill.
trade.
You've got to keep up Major Bear, though, if you're Genesis here.
Oh, that Lucio's so low for Fairmont.
This is still turnable, though. You have the beat, you have the sim wall coming up, and that might be a fight you want. If you can get out, though, you should have a touch before they get lead, but looking on the Fairmont side, you're going to be playing into an overclock and a soldier ult on the high ground, potentially a rush, too.
We talked about it earlier. Relay showing why we've been talking about him in the other games. I mean,
Yeah, and just such a consistent player throughout this land. And they do touch before the lead.
Okay.
Oil Drinker opening up with the Reaper ult, and they're right on top of this Queen, too. What a fight from Forest Hills. Like, the tempo. We spoke about it with Fairmont, but Fairmont they got choked out before they can even use their ultimates, and that's what you want to see. Forest Hills is looking great.
I will say, though, that was
Expensive fight.
an expensive fight that maybe you didn't need to sink all of them into.
Yeah, maybe didn't want to use the beat or the sim wall or something. Which your sustain here is going to be rough, and if they get a touch before forward, that's a good look. Although,
That's 2 ults out now from...
2 ults out. They do commit the Orisa ult, though, but it does not find anything, and you
Fairmont
might want
used
that back
everything.
That's true. You might want your Orisa ult back if you're Major Bear, though. But again, Forest Hills comp with the Symmetra and the Lucio, they're gonna have a fight before
They're
forward.
going to get back before they can take the lead. 100%. I mean, they're going to be out there.
And this isn't a fight you want to be playing into. Like, you're going to walk the bot a little bit, and you want your DPS on high ground here. But if you're Queen here, you need to be moving back. They're going to go right on top of that Queen.
This is a full dry fight from both of the teams here. This is... Lucio goes down low.
Whatever team has the better neutral, and Oil Drinker goes in, applies some pressure, but gets his Wraith forced out. And you'll take this if you're Forest Hills. You might want to cycle out and stabilize a bit, though.
The Reaper coming close on ult. I didn't even notice this. Like, coming up with beat as well. Sojourn is so low.
Oh, and they keep going in.
Oh my.
It's just these decisive plays. They continue to go forward. Fairmont backcapping, though, might end up picking up the lead if they don't get in.
I think they might, actually. This is bad.
Oh, they get the touch. You might
Someone
want
else
Reaper
needs
on
to
the
help.
point. Yeah, you need help here. Well,
I guess it's just the 2.
it's Major Bear on the point. That's good. And oh, you get this Kiri stagger too. She TP's in and
Oh my.
Suzu's.
Mini
And
Raxu fragging.
That's a
Can they kill?
that's a nice touch.
This would be amazing. If they can
This is
kill,
the best
oh
kill
my.
of the entire map, right there.
Might be the kill of the series, really. I mean, if
Forest Hills bring this back, then
that's
part of it is this forward spawn here. It's so powerful in Esperanca to be able to play that high ground and just stall the bot, and they're gonna pick up the forward spawn here.
just on push in general. You have it's so hard. It's such a
It's just such an advantage to
such an
have that
advantage.
forward spawn.
It's like
It's the back and forth, and the more like respawns you have, the closer they are. It just allows the map to be deathmatchy, which is what their brawl comp wants. Cal level uses the overclock though, but it gets kited and gets killed through
that
it.
was an
Expensive fight here though.
oh my god. This is just
It's a different Forest Hills.
I think this Forest Hills team is playing even better than they did last map, really. I mean, they've lost fights, but I mean, they've gotten right back in it. They've forced bad plays. I mean, already just
Finally, Fairmont bringing back some of the tempo. They open up with the rush, but look at this kite. Mini Raxu is clearly like communicating. He's communicating what they need to do, but a
that's
knife
bad.
on the Orisa ends up getting that kill.
but you still have the forward spawn, so it's
Yeah, you can just
you
reset
can
on your high
leave.
ground here.
You can get out and you can just sit high ground and wait for your tank to come back to you, because I mean, you're not going to give them lead.
An Oil Drinker setting up for an early Reaper ult if they elect to drop. Calible
Oh,
though,
that's-
finding the kill on Apollo.
You can tell Oil Drinker wants it.
He wants it real bad, but gets the Wraith forced out early. And Relay on the Soldier is just taking beautiful angles mid-fight, and that's what you need to do against this Brawl comp. You can't be gotten on top of, and you need to take these flank angles.
That was
That's a good fight for Fairmont. No ultimates used.
It's a good fight. You're going into Visor, Rush, Kiri, and you have a. Oh, this is
Got a couple good ults here.
Yeah.
It's a pretty neutral fight, but ultimately this point of the map kind of plays more into what Fairmont wants to play more than Forest Hills. You've got these long lanes that your DPS can shoot down. And
Funky Monkey forced back.
But the tempo here, Reaper ult comes out.
Oh, that's still big.
Gets finished off though. Gets
I mean, you're
traded out.
even, and you get the pick.
Yeah, this is a fine visor too. Like you want to get these staggers here. Queen in your backline, you could leave her.
You could. Yeah. I mean, there's no reason to try and feed for that.
Yeah, the Forest Hills with the forward respawns would have been able to help her through the mega. So electing to leave that queen there is pretty okay.
Yeah.
Now they're gonna have to make the decision: do they want to touch before forward? And they just do not. So Funky Monkey coming up on this reversal. It's gonna be good. Forest Hills doesn't have Pete yet. What a great rail from Cal level to kill the Kiriko as she's rushing.
This has been 3 ults from Fairmont compared to the 2 from Forest Hills.
But
I think that was an expensive fight to win.
that is an expensive fight. But if you can win this next fight with just the overclock, you need to establish early high ground control over Forest Hills here. And Cal level, just we spoke about him the entire series for a reason. He needs to come up big with his overclock on land.
Back on the sim. I like it. I mean, I really do. I think. Oh, you got to be so careful here.
The Lucio,
So-
and he finds it. Gotta
With
respect
B
the
as
rail.
well.
Now, if you can save this overclock here, you're set up for success. Ice block forced out, and Relay taking a window angle is going to be able to go on top of this maid now that she doesn't have ice block. Fight slows down a little bit, but Forest Hills is being forced out, and this is great from Fairmont.
It's just Fairmont's getting their. I mean, they got their mojo back. It feels like this is really good team play. They're coming back, and you got 40 seconds left on the clock. You really have to.
And honestly, the May swap from Oil Drinker, I don't know how much I agree with it into this Fairmont comp. There's nothing you're really going to find with the
Be a
Mail.
big pulse, I think. Oh, Genesis goes
High
down.
level overclock comes out and he finds a great kill on the Kiriko.
Big beat though. Big
Forces
beat.
out the beat,
You got to keep Major Bear up. Oh,
and he doesn't live. So Fairmont's gonna take the lead here, and that's really what you need going into this overtime here. Mail comes out, and if they don't win this fight, it's kind of wraps for the map.
Funky Monkey dead.
They have the respawn advantage. Can they have a touch from Reinhardt here?
Oh my
And Reinhardt
God.
is on, but if they kill this Ryan, then it's the last couple staggers of the map.
That's a
Wall
big
comes
wall.
out and they're fighting for it, but if they don't win this, then that's
Apollo
the map.
taking down the Lucio.
This is actually a massive
Oh my God.
wall.
It's just the Doom. They
It's
can
just
kill the Doom.
Doomfist. Sim gets crazy beam on this Doomfist. Kiriko TP's in. You might want to swap the target.
They do. They do it so well. Oh
And
my
Forest Hills
God.
from the trenches with the spawn advantage brings us to a 2-2.
Holy. I had to catch myself there. This is exciting. Holy cow. That Ryan coming back, that saved enough time to just live with the help.
Yeah, and I spoke about the May before, but the Blizzard ended up picking up too, and the wall allowed them to stall some time out, and that ultimately allowed the spawn advantage to go towards Forest Hills, get some stagger kills, and Fairmont's got a long run back.
Insane. Forest Hills. That number 1 seed resilience.
It's clutch, Dean.
You can't teach it.
You can't teach that.
Incredible. I feel like you couldn't ask for a better grand final so far. This is
Absolutely. Like, Fairmont almost clawing themselves back into that after the 60 to 100 deficit, and that you've got to look back at that expensive fight that they won. 60 meters on their side of the map, and they used 3 ultimates. They used the rush, their overclock, and I believe their queen ult.
Yeah.
If you don't have that in that contest fight, then that's what allowed those staggers to get through. You couldn't close out the fight in time.
And I think it was yet out coordinated by Forest Hills. Forest Hills had the target focus. You saw when that Kiriko came back, they all went on her.
Swapped.
And it's just Fairmont couldn't do that.
Something's in the water up there. They were the roll swap. It's just something clicked, and I want to say it's Mini Raxu on that Lucio. We spoke about it earlier in the series, but not only is it just the speed, it's the decisiveness with the speed, and that's what we saw that entire map.
They're doing everything. They're doing everything so much faster now, and just better now. And it's, I mean, yeah, you gotta give it to that. It's just working so well.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily a tide turner. It ties it up, but if you're Fairmont, you're thinking about each and every mistake you made that map.
I think both teams are probably pretty scared right about now.
Yeah,
I mean,
like Forest Hills, that wasn't easy. You're out of breath during that overtime fight.
I mean, you're more or less back to 0-0, so it's a scary one. Looking at it,
2 maps to win for either side. So
they choose Circuit Royale.
And what a map that we've not seen in this
We
tournament.
have not seen it.
But you got to think back, Cal level, that Widowmaker, he was comfortable on it.
This is interesting because I know Oil Drinker can play that hit scan pretty well, but I don't.
Has he shown the Ashe? Has he shown the Soj? Has he shown the Widow?
I think I don't know if he's shown the Widow, but I know he's shown the hit scan and he can do well. But it's I think this is going to be down to who can play the Sigma better, because
in terms of tanks, we've not seen Sig.
No, we haven't, and I think we might see your support comp is going to be totally different. Your DPS comp is going to be totally. If this is I don't know who's got this one.
Yeah,
really.
that's a completely adjacent style. I'm going with Cal level on the Widow.
I think Cal level. We've seen Cal level play Widow. It might be the difference maker here.
Seems like Forest Hills is going with attack to start. Might have something cooked up. You can play it by the books. You can play Sigma Bab Zen with snipers, or you can cook a little. I want to see if we see some cooking.
That sim, they could do it again here.
They could do some TP shenanigans.
They could do it again and just walk over those snipers, because at the end of the day, snipers aren't going to do anything if you're on top of them.
Yeah, and if you choke them out, you don't give them that time, then they don't get the value that they need. And
yeah,
that's what you need if you're Forest Hills. Just keep that tempo, because great map selection from Fairmont. It's going to slow it down quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. Or we're completely wrong, and Apollo or Oil Drinker are just
legends on hit scan.
Just profit. It's like, my bad, my fault. That's going to be a good one. That's for sure.
Such a different style from what we've seen the entire tournament. Every team has been Brawl, and at this level, like I said, it's the ult cycling and your tempo, and tempo is what you need with Brawl, but Circuit comes down to completely mechanics, and you have the macro for it. You can change some things up, but it's definitely easier if you just have individual players hitting shots on snipers.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is going to be the map where you're going to see the
cook.
Interesting. I don't think they're gonna do what we were thinking at all. I think they're both gonna be doing this type of comp.
Incredible. There are notes to be taken from these high school teams.
I like this. They're not playing the break because they don't need it, because I bet they know Fairmont isn't gonna run a dive, so they can have the Anakiri.
Yeah, you can get a little bit more greedy with the backline, and Mini Raxu showing the prowess on the Lucio. I wouldn't be surprised if he has some flex support aim as well.
Or just back to the Lucio. I guess you need the speed. I'm surprised. I really am. This is not at all what we were expecting.
Definitely not the standard comp for Circuit, but that does make this map a whole lot more entertaining.
I will
we will
say
see some things happen.
this is going to be a lot. This is going to be very difficult for Major Bear 2 to jump in on.
Yeah, you're gonna be coach gunned by this Ashe, and he avoids everything he needs to. Use bubble a little early though.
In on the DPS, out. But now the Ashe is on low ground.
And
Super
without
low,
bubble,
and he's dead. It's
cow level on hit scan.
oh my.
Cow level on hit scan. He's good for 3.
He's a
And
good first 3, and that's just. I mean, that's what we were saying. As
when
really
you see someone as comfortable as him on that hit scan roll, that's not someone you want to take to circuit. And unfortunately for Forest Hills, that was not their map pick. This is Fairmont's ball game.
I don't. This Moira pick, I just.
Yeah, I
the
can't
mini
necessarily
Raxer, I
agree
don't-
with the Moira on circuit.
I just really don't like it when you have such a good Lucio play from Mini Rax. You're restricting them on the Moirites.
Although if they're on the Moira, they're in a great place to fight it. They end up going under the high ground, so Calibal can't find
I'm
the
sorry.
value he wants to.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Sometimes you doubt. Sometimes I doubt. That's okay. We're here to be proved wrong, and Forest Hill is doing quite that so far.
Maybe-
Oil Drinker maybe has the mail early in this fight.
Maybe Fairmont is thinking what we're thinking. Is like, there's no way this can work, and then it just doesn't. It messes with them because 4.5 minutes after first. That's
It's a decent time bank. Mail at the window maybe?
that would be nasty. Oh,
He wants it, but gets the ice block force. There it is. Bit of a suicide ult, but they're gonna find the Baptiste.
That's you take that trade and you can just.
Off high ground he goes.
Well, interesting to say the least. I would have just burned.
It's a
but
4v4, but Forest Hill's got the better of that trade with the Baptiste. Major Bear gets 2 at the Orisa ult. Forces a
that
split.
Lucio's so low, and they get him, and they get Funky Monkey. Apollo with 2 there in the fight. I don't even know what's they're thriving off of the chaos. I feel like with this Moira, they're just like, what is this?
It gets confusing mid-fight, and if like Fairmont not decisive enough, you see that they're trying to take a brawl with the Baptiste, Lucio, Orisa, but their DPS don't really stick to that brawl as much as Forest Hills do. Forest Hills has that Mei to support them in the brawl, and Cow level and relay. Some good
Oh
signs
my
shown,
God.
but
Like,
not
you're
enough
just-
kills.
Like your main person there that has been doing work for you is just dead right off the bat, and you're somehow getting outranged with a
These spears from Major Bear
could be big.
doesn't end up finding it. Forces
Major
the
Bear
gold
goes
though.
really low.
You're up on resources
And
here
it
if you're
just-
Fairmont, but it doesn't matter. Forest Hills is playing with such tempo. Like, despite the Lucia, just the Mei slows down the game and allows you to isolate some targets. And we're gonna see another 4-minute capture, and it's on Circuit Royale.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
And I think this is like, honestly, this is one of the harder maps to get a full cap.
Absolutely.
This
And
Havana,
with such a time bank, he's gonna build up this mail during that ice block, and that's popping down right on the point. It's gonna be a tough hold for Fairmont.
after the beat too, beat's already gone.
That's Lucio frozen. Doesn't get finished off though. Fairmont needs to find some trades here. Slowly killing the Orisa.
And it doesn't even matter, they're getting the picks, but it just,
I wouldn't call it too soon. Fairmont is gonna end up cleaning this up, and that's why this map is hard to full cap.
yeah.
Those spawns are so
I mean-
close, and that contest came through from Fairmont.
Cow level with a hero play. I mean,
Absolutely.
just complete, again, really, I guess we know why they did bring him
Okay,
here.
is he gonna stick the ball?
I
He's
would.
close. He's close on mines.
If I were them, I would stick the ball here. You can link up with relay, you can disrupt, you've got mines.
And you've got Cal level to follow up on your slams. Gonna find an early slam here on the rotation, hopefully.
Oh,
Decides to not go for it.
Cal
level
level
low, though,
dead.
not getting support. Major Bear is in on this Lucio.
Lucio's so low. just incredible. Genesis down though, so you.
Mine's out on the point though, but that's what you need if you're Fairmont here. You just need trades. You've got the spawns, but Forest Hills is cleaning up this fight fast.
Apollo in the backline killing 2 there. It's just.
That's a decisive circuit attack.
Forest Hills. I mean that third point is so difficult to cap, and they're just doing it. It's with ease.
Initiating match.
I wonder what Fairmont can do here. Because if I'm them, I'm concerned here.
I'm definitely concerned.
This is Fairmont's map pick, and you got capped with 2.5 minutes.
It was the same thing with Forest Hills going Kings Row, getting capped with 4.
I mean, this is just a. It's a nice.
That's the thing with these long series is these map picks. If you can win on your opponent's map picks, that it helps you so much out in the series as you'll get the next map pick even if you lose.
It's Forest Hills with the soldier. I don't know how I feel about it. Fairmont trying to. You see Fairmont here with the same comp that Forest Hills tried at the start with the monkey. We'll see how it goes. I'm not that big
Depends.
of a fan, but
On the defense, I feel like it's going to be a lot more rough to get value out of this monkey. If Funky Monkey commits too far, he's just going to get walled off and blown up. But if he plays this slow and plays for the Sojourn value from Cal level, they might be able to find some mid-fight jumps and kills between him and Relay.
We'll see how the soldier goes. Maybe it's just a comfort. I liked Apollo on the Sojourn though, so
Yeah, he looked quite good on that character. Forest Hills looking to play this fast.
big spear. You're chunking down. Cal going a little low here.
This is great car push from Fairmont. Monkey jumps in and that's gonna force the Mora fade.
Tracer's up there alone, and Sojourn is low. Sojourn dead.
Oil Drinker finding the first blood here.
Relay is no recall and trapped in the back lines. They have to be careful here. And Forest Hills just takes it. I mean, they took that fight. They get a late kill on the Lucio there too.
And I can't help but think there might have been some bad target focus on the side of Fairmont. Everyone on Forest Hills was 1 HP, and between the Suzu and the Mora, I think they sustained through it.
I mean, this feels like they might be falling a victim to what the other teams that they've been playing have fallen victim to. They're just playing slower. They're playing sloppier.
And
that Kiriko's
Forest Hills
so
not letting up
low.
this card at all.
And just dead.
Major Bear finding the spear down the lane, and out comes the mail. Hopefully that's all they need to win
That's
this fight.
a big mail. Oh. What?
Mouse got disconnected.
Huh. And it's still even. Incredible. It is still even. And they
clean it up.
They win the fight.
You look at the comp from Fairmont, and you cannot kill Major Bear with this comp.
No.
Your game plan is killing the rest of the team, but with the backline of Kiriko Mora, they've got so much healing to sustain.
Just overclocked out. Really no value here so far. I mean,
again,
that was
another kite from Forest Hills. It's just a completely different team. There's a different leader at the helm.
beat out the Fairmont, and they're just trying to sustain, but
that's a couple ult kited themselves. If Tracer can get out here, that's great.
Calible getting a good pick, but the Coalescence out, getting everyone back up to full.
Yeah, you're in a 4v5 now. This is winnable for Forest Hills. Need some target focus here from the side of Fairmont. And it looks like they're finding the kills they need to.
It's looking like they focused up. It's gonna be a last-ditch effort to take it, but I mean a good first point hold. All things said and done.
Absolutely, 2.5 minutes off the clock is huge when you have a 2.5 minute time bank on third. That's one of the easier points to cap. This one.
And Apollo now onto the Reaper, which is gonna be. I mean, I think
they're looking to counter the monkey,
and you're forced to be a lot closer on these points. I feel, and with the Reaper, you're gonna be. I mean, you can't go forward as this comp. It's gonna be.
Yeah, it's gonna be so much more difficult. Like you're forced to only play for your Sojourn, and that takes several people out of the fight. Monkey already being forced out. Yes, they have to play this slow, but as Forest Hills comp encroaches, Reaper's gonna find so much value.
And I think, like you said earlier, you can't kill Major Bear on this comp, really.
Like,
Who
he
are you
just
gonna
sustained
kill?
an entire overclock. Genesis getting picked off, though. That is a large kill for Fairmont. They commit to the beat, and they're going to close out this fight. And you might argue the one of the best recontest ults that they had mailed there, getting thrown out for Forest Hills. So Fairmont set up for a nice contest fight, having this primal.
Yeah, and I feel like you usually can get away with having a mail that doesn't get a lot if you split a team up. But I don't think it did that.
Yeah, they kited quite well, and Fairmont with some aggression here. Orisa ult comes out, but they just cleanse and get out of it. And that Reaper ult just gets booped back, but
Boop
gets
back
booped back into the Kiri.
Genesis with a kill on Relay.
That is a massive kill, and they're gonna sustain with the Coalescence here, and they should win this fight.
Forest Hills taking it back. Cow level dead with the Cole. Can they get the monkey? Can they get Funky Monkey on the monkey? Moira's out. They're gonna have to wait, but
That's a great fight win if you're
a good
Forest
fight
Hills.
win.
That's 2 ults for well, I guess 3 ults, but holding this point here is so good if you're Forest Hills. Now that you get to fight on the bot again, you're gonna have a fight on the Cardigan with Rush and Reaper, and that's not gonna allow Funky Monkey in.
ooh,
What a stick from Relay. Ends up only finding the tank though.
Apollo down early. That's not good. With the
High level out needs to be
Ooh.
sustained through this overclock. Maybe
Major
gets a
Bear.
little too aggressive.
Oil Drinker getting out Marsh. They're just Forest Hills. Oil Drinker. It seems like Fairmont just does not have an answer for the May.
It seems like we finally have some cooking on the side of Fairmont, though. Coming up on this Pharah, which there's not much on the side of Forest Hills to contest Pharah, but if you're Forest Hills, you kind of want these fights to go longer, and Pharah is going to make these fights go longer.
You're gonna
Forest
be
Hills,
building
if
up
you
the ults.
yeah, and you've got an ult bank.
I think it's an interesting swap for sure, but we'll see how it goes.
Fury just needs to properly support Calible on the Pharah, and Mail comes
Oh
out.
my.
It's getting several.
It is gargantuan.
It refreezes after the Suzu. Lucio ends
I
up
mean,
getting
that-
out though.
Oh, what a wall.
Funky Monkey is not able to build up the primal before he falls over, and
What
they
a
ult and Coalescence just to win that fight, and Fairmont still does not have any ults.
They still don't have any ults, and you still have that Orisa ult, which, I mean, we've seen how they're getting value from these ults, and it's...
Yeah, you're going to plant the Orisa on point if she ults here, and you're going to be able to sustain her through her entire ult. And there's not much to counter that on the side of Fairmont.
Your Reaper's
Well-timed
gonna be able to
Suzu,
get a-
potentially, but
Oh my, he's dead before he can primal.
yeah, Orisa's now posted up on the cart, and that's going to get some value there.
Major Bear, what an ult there.
Relay back on his signature Tracer, though, and the Barrage.
Wow, 3 with cow level.
What a turnaround of this fight.
What a turnaround.
Cow level
Some
bidding up such a
heroics.
fast barrage. I did
Yeah.
not see that coming up.
The heroes from cow level here keeping Fairmont in this map.
Relay back on the signature Tracer too. Just that duo. Far's gonna hit the rockets and Relay's gonna finish this off. He's been consistent the entire series. Got to look at the time banks though.
I mean, a minute, and if they go below a minute, I mean,
Even more.
Forest
even more
Hills
shaved
stays
off.
more. They have to try and win this fast. I don't think they can lose a fight here.
Absolutely not. And especially with the ults on the side of Forest Hills, they're taking this fight early. They're gonna get multiple fights on third point.
Well, Relay though taking out Mini Raxu.
They kite out here, but you can't afford to stagger if you're Forest
tell me.
Hills.
Don't.
I
No, don't
think
do
he
it.
ults.
Don't do it.
He's not gonna do it.
I'm scared.
I believed in them, although. And those are such great kills on the side of Fairmont.
Some good staggers, but still,
You're
only
fighting
have
into a
30
rush and a
seconds.
Reaper on point. So Forest Hills has a great
Can't
contest,
up
and,
on Mayhole. This is gonna be bad.
and this is the last fight.
You're gonna have to watch out for this. For the barrage again. Yek. Taking out the Reaper with ult. That's bad.
Finds Zamora without fade. That is a That is a kill you want to see.
And the
barrage
from
again.
Cal level.
Forest Hills doesn't find enough time to use their ultimates,
Wow.
and Cal level on this Pharah. What a
Just
swap.
going crazy. Apollo didn't get to use that reprol. That was rough. Just taking out early. This is something better for Fairmont. They still only have a minute against 3.5 minutes, which is, it's rough.
A little rough.
It's rough.
Especially when it took so long to cap first point. But,
Yeah.
I mean, you know your comp that you want to roll out on now. That's Cal level you want on the Pharah, and it's going to be Forest Hills to attack first, so they're going to set the bar for Fairmont to jump over.
But I think now as Forest Hills, you know that they're going to be on that far.
I lied. Forest Hills is not attacking first. But, yeah, Forest Hills does know they're going to be on the Pharah now, and so I think
the
Apollo
Sojourn,
adapts
yeah.
a little bit with the Sojourn.
I feel like now would be the time to play the Soldier.
Thank you, Sojourn. I'll try
You
that
know?
next
It'd be so good into that Tracer, too. Soldier's definitely your pick here. You can find some value out of the rails, building up the charge on the
Are
Orisa,
they
then
going
shooting the
close?
Pharah. This is one of those calls. This is one of the decisive
is
calls.
one
They
of-
want multiple fights.
This is a call of all time, I think. I'm not going to take this fight. You're clumped up, taking a
Yeah, I
fast
don't
fight
like this
against
versus
Farah.
Farah.
Because
You want to play
have
your
know
you want to
what
play
they're
your
doing.
angles versus Farah, and if they get caught up in this room, it could be a little dicey.
And they know. It's an early gold from both Orisas.
And they're getting good cart stall here. But I mean,
It's just
it's a
that
call in the side of Forest Hills just to burn this time bank, and
Apollo going down to relay so early. Yeah, Fairmont is just taking control of this. Like we were saying, that Far already has 65 to ult.
yeah, you want to say that's fine if you're on the side of Forest Hills. You shaved off 30-40 seconds of clock, but
At what
you,
cost?
at what cost? Look at the ultimates. Fairmont is going to have a much better fight if they don't close this out fast enough.
I think this is it's one fight for Fairmont. All Forest Hills has to do is win the one fight.
Yeah, Mini Racks who closed the Coalescence, but again, both DPS on the side of Fairmont coming up on ults. And this fight's going long, and the longer this goes, the more value Far is going to find.
Gets nobody with the pulse.
Nobody. I thought it was going to get the Moira. The Orisa ult does not find anyone.
Oh, Oil Drinker
Oil
too.
Drinker, though.
Two big ones right
And
there.
he's coming up on the mail if he's able to be
Oh my god,
sustained here.
three kills for Oil Drinker here in the final fight of this push.
And you're happy with that if you're Forest Hills.
Yeah, and you're just 4 kills in the final fight there. Oil Drinker showing why they've been showing up time and time again in this tournament on any hero.
It's the DPS line on these teams.
The Cass, the Mei, just every hero that Oil Drinker has been playing, they have been on it and they've been turning the tides.
Yeah, very flexible player, and it's showing prowess on every single character he clicks.
I mean, if you're Fairmont here, you might have to try the forward hold again, like Forest Hills did, because 3.5 minutes. That's
Yeah, you're kind of forced to hold close, but again, you ask yourself at what cost, and it seems like that's a forward hold comp.
oh
But you see the cooking on the side of Forest Hills. What if they just TP past the forward hold,
yeah. I mean,
flip the map on them?
that it's the Bastion that scares me. I really dislike Bastion.
This is a Relay decided it's time to either win or lose, and Bastion is such a decisive and permanent pick that you hope to take a couple fights here in a row.
Bastion
Otherwise, you're
Ashe.
losing value by picking this character.
I like the Ashe pick. They're gonna be playing their range more still, but with the TP, they're just gonna be able to walk past.
Yeah, and one thing to notice here too is Oil Drinker on the Mei. Fairmont has nothing to react to the Mei. They can amp speed out of it. They can Orisa walk out
How
of it.
level
but
taking down Mini Raxu so early
They TP on the TP gets destroyed.
instantly. I mean, this Bastion is gonna prove so oppressive here with the
Although
Ashe.
they're giving up the corner. You want to see a fast tempo play from Fairmont here. walk out with Bastion Shift plus Orisa, but Forest Hills decided
Ooh.
it's their fight to take, and this is a great CP from
Taking the
Apollo.
top.
Look at all of the angles that they surround them with now. It's so difficult
The
on this side of
fadeaway.
Fairmont.
Just melting through the Orisa. You just Apollo on that sim is just insane. There's no answer.
Look at Oil Drinker's mail charge.
Oh my god.
That's a 1-minute blizzard.
Shumis the craziest mass here.
He might be losing a spot on red. And this mail here starts it off. Gold allows Orisa to get out of it, but at what cost? He's split now, and
That
he's gonna
Orisa's
fall
dead.
over.
And they cap. They take
cap.
the lead. Forest Hills.
Forest Hills up 3-2, down 2-0 once in this series. Made a couple roll swaps.
3 consecutive map wins. It is match point now.
You are on your back if you are Fairmont. Your back is against the wall.
I mean, this has been. You expected to win those next 2 maps, and now you are down a map. Like,
And just think of the momentum here. You hear the players out there screaming
I mean,
in
they're-
maps like they are locked in.
They
this
are
is their
so-
series to win.
they're so. I mean, the energy is there. I mean, the skill is there. Obviously, this is just looking so good from Forest Hills.
Absolutely, and it just all stemmed after that time bank to start. Like, Fairmont, they adapted, but they adapted late.
Yeah, again,
Got held
I mean,
a couple times on second point, and that shaved some minutes off of their time bank. And once Kyle Level finally went over to that Farah, he found a whole lot of value out of his barrages, but leading into the rest of the map, didn't find as much value, and Forest Hills just had too large of a time bank to overcome.
Yeah, and it's the same problem they had on Paraiso against St. X. They make the swaps that they need to make,
Just
but
a
they
little
make
too
them
late.
just too late.
And those crucial minutes are like so important in these close matchups, and
100%.
we are seeing why Forest Hills is the #1 seed.
So we're going to control map.
Back to control.
Back to control. This is. I'm excited to see this new Forest Hills lineup on a control map because again, they played well on the first one. It's
definitely, it's not out of the cards for Fairmont to get back into
Yeah.
it, but with the momentum on the side of Forest Hills at this point, they're feeling good coming into this control map with this roster.
for sure.
They switched out a couple players, put them on different roles, and since that point, it's just been all forward,
Full steam ahead.
full steam ahead.
If you are Fairmont, what control map are you picking here?
See, with multiple options to pick at this point, I don't know if you want to take them to Brawl,
I don't either. I think
but
I really don't know.
could you maybe lean into the Farah? Like
Ilios,
Oil Drinker has shown the
Le-
ability to hit scan into
Yeah.
the Farah, but they were a little late to adapt as well into the Farah. So maybe an Ilios pick could
I
pay
could see
off.
an Ilios, and even if you don't go the far, you go the Widow on Ruins.
Yeah, I was surprised to not see it on circuit with how good he was doing.
Yeah, I mean it's a decision to be made for sure because this is your season.
Yeah,
This is the make or break time. You are on the hot seat. You got to come back from 3 unanswered maps. I mean,
yeah, there is a decision to be made, and since the lineup changed for Forest Hills, all they've been making is decisions. They are their foot is forward for this map. What is our 7th map type? In case we go
if
there,
it goes to it, it will be a escort map.
escort map to close it out.
Which would
Can't
be-
tie escort.
Can't tie escort. Can't tie control either.
Can't tie control either, but maybe there's similar of hope for Fairmont here. Just the fact they won control earlier in the series. Maybe control's a weird map type, but
Control is.
it's a bit similar to Flashpoint, and
We
Forest
saw-
Hills had
we
a
saw-
dominant Flashpoint.
We saw what Forest Hills did on Flashpoint. I'm interested in how Fairmont is going about this map pick because if it's me, you know that you are if you're Fairmont, you know that you want to play a rush, but you also have to take into account that Forest Hills might have you matched on that.
Yeah, they've they've been matching the rush ever since their lineup change between the Symmetra and the Reaper that played on Flashpoint.
Mm-hmm.
If you give them the opportunity to do that again and keep getting on top of you with Mini Raxu and Lucio, then you just get outplayed by tempo again. You have to look to your star players like Cal player or Cal level and Relay. Just sustain long enough in these fights and just give yourself some time to get some things going on DPS.
I think if I'm Fairmont, I'm choosing Ilios or I'm choosing Busan maybe.
I can agree. Busan's quite open as well. It should allow them to kite a little bit more, kite the rotations from Forest Hills, kite the TPs, and just allow some time.
Yeah.
Because the longer those fights go, sometimes Fairmont shows out in those longer fights. But when the fight is happening quick, ever since that change, Forest Hills is right on top of them.
Forest Hills is right on top of them, and it just seems like they've just adapted so well. It's just, it's insane.
Yeah, and it's quite the decision for Fairmont here. They are taking some
Season
time
on the line.
yeah, this is your season on the line. Trip to Akron.
And I think if you're Fairmont, you got to be so sure about this because you have to win this and then you've got to win the next,
And the next is going to be on their map pick.
which has to be scary.
Certainly.
But Forest Hills has been winning on Fairmont's map pick, so
They have been. It's gone back and forth a couple times. Fairmont won on the Kings Row, which was Forest Hills map pick, but that was before the role swap happened.
yeah,
Things changed.
times have changed.
Little brother got off the PC and big brother hopped on.
Little bro hopped off, and it's shown. Really, it has shown. It's just a much better team.
Certainly.
At first, I was hoping for a quick game because I am exhausted. However, this has been such an enjoyable match to
This has been a series to
cast.
stick around for.
I'm getting into it. I feel the second wind hitting.
Like you look at the rest of the bracket, started off with a bunch of the 3-0s, but ultimately the 1 and 2 seeds find each other in the grand finals, and
they're showing.
not only is it competitive, but the adaptations from both sides are there, and it's whatever team adapts faster, whatever team takes faster fights, use their ults better. And
Yeah.
that's what you need to win.
Yeah, doing incredible jobs from both teams, really. Even the maps that Forest Hills is winning, Fairmont is still playing pretty close.
Yeah, they're still keeping it competitive. Like, we think back to that Esperanca, and if it wasn't for the spawn advantage, if they can close that fight out just a tiny bit faster, that's a win for Fairmont in overtime.
Incredible.
We called it the tide turn of the map because Fairmont picks that up. They're up 3-1. That's in a great position. But
Yeah.
in terms of Forest Hills, it's back to a 0-0 game, or rather 2-2, and it's a bit of a reset. And they're at the head of the table now.
The ball was in Fairmont's court, and they gave it right to Forest Hills.
It's a bit of a turnover.
Ilios,
And they do go to Ilios.
Exactly what we were saying. That's I think it's the best thing for them. They are not forced to play a brawl. They can play what they want. I'm really excited, but I think Forest Hills can still run their comp, and it'll be decent.
Yeah, it's ultimately Ilios is still like a close range map. Even on runes, while you've got the Widow sight lines that they can take for pretty long, you've got all the pillars that you can play around, and cover just plays to Reaper, and so
Yeah.
oil on the Reaper could come up big here. Apollo just with such decisive TPs and the speeds from Raxu, it's confirming.
It's just, I think this really, I don't think we could have had a better grand finals.
Absolutely not.
Just waiting on the teams to be ready.
Checks.
But there's some pep talks being given, some motivational speeches.
Coaches right behind them.
Coaches saying, "You got this. You guys got this." Again, Forest Hills, #1 seed, and they're showing
why.
it. Resilience, that going down 2-0 to be able to go and win 3 more is is a tough thing to do.
And if you're Forest Hills, what an experience to have home land right now.
I
The
mean,
energy is just so high.
we're going in. Match
time.
point. Well, to start,
Little start. Do we see anything silly? Do we see a hog?
You think Cal level will go far and try and get some boops?
I think I kind of want to see it from Cal
I
level.
want to see it. I want to see.
Apollo showed the sojourn, the soldier as well. But if Cal level can come out on the far and do what he did towards the end of circuit, we'll see quite the value out of that character.
I want to see Major Bear Funky Monkey have a. Yeah, there we go. Exactly as we said there. On
Sorry,
the fire.
I've got the Fairmont coach in my ear.
I mean, I like it. I really do. I mean, no soldier on the side of Forest Hills. You still have the sojourn, but I mean, you only have rail, and that's onto the soldier.
Onto the soldier.
Exactly, and that's
They had the
again,
vibe check.
The tracer is gonna be, I think, is gonna be marked a lot harder by the soldier.
And it gives options to shoot the far once the tracer's out. If you're Forest Hills, you want to take this fast, though. The longer this fight goes on, the more value far gets. Force out the tracer and maybe look for an engage.
Tracer's so low. Oh, this is. Ooh,
And the
Funky
push,
Monkey
the
down.
push into the team.
Tracer.
Nice option from Major Bear. And they're
Oh,
gonna
we gotta watch
stabilize
out
him,
for this move.
take advantage of that tank pick.
Tracer and Rickball though, this is big. They just have to take the fight quick, and they get the first cap, which is, I mean, really big.
And it came down to that Orisa kill in the beginning. Fairmont, they're able to stabilize as much as they can, but if their Orisa falls, then the rest of their comp needs quite a bit of support. And what a right click from Oil Drinker.
Oil Drinker just, I mean, some crazy right clicks coming in from Oil Drinker here. Just like, is that Lucio going after the? I don't think so.
They're feeling themselves
Oh,
here.
they are.
It's free poke.
I mean, they're all getting so low. Look at the alt. Look at the alts on the side of Forest Hills.
You're coming up on that mail, and they're gonna be in the choke.
Oh,
Doesn't find enough value with that far out though.
that was
Immediately
not what
kited.
you wanted. But Apollo going low. Apollo dead.
Funky Monkey.
The farce.
Major Bear getting picked off here. He sustains though. The beat comes out.
Late beat.
A little bit late though, and you're gonna be wanting that beat back if you lose this fight. Bit of a sustain here though. Holds the point for a couple more percent. And
I mean,
Fairmont has a great ult bank still.
I feel like though, now that I'm looking at it, that's not too. I mean, it sucks that you waste it,
But
I
it's
don't.
it's only your beat.
It's only your beat, and I don't think you need to save your beat for any of these ults.
Yeah, not particularly. Like the result, you're just gonna speed out of it, and Farah, you're gonna kill her, or else she's gonna kill you. So you don't really need the beat for it.
Forcing the Tracer recall is so big.
Yeah, and she's out. The Suzu from the Orisa and Major Bear pulls them back into the Rockets.
Ooh. Oil Drinker is just.
That is a great tempo fight for Forest Hills there. You look at Fairmont there. Maybe you needed to go with your ultimates a little earlier. Use the beat to react to one of them.
I think
on the back foot again.
I think what you're seeing here too is this is not even a thing of just Oil Drinker playing so well, or just Apollo playing so, or just Major Bear playing so. This is, I
Yeah,
mean, they're all having
it's-
such good
it's-
moments.
They're living too. It's not like they're getting called out too often. And
Gotta watch out for this barrage again, though.
a little too high. Finds the kill.
You
That's
traded
that's an
out,
okay
though.
trade.
Very
He
close to
comes
that
in from
Ajax.
Fairmont, and they flipped the point at this point. So this is a solid little fight. But
Yeah. But you use 3 alts.
Forest Hills did too.
Yeah, and Fairmont is coming close on the, closer to getting their ultimates first. I mean,
Yeah, they're gonna have the rush online first, and at this point, fight tempo is gonna be slowed down a little bit due to no ultimates on either side, and it's likely gonna come down to one fight.
Ooh. I think them going through
Taking a nice rotation. Avoid some
Cal level
poke.
slow.
Need to keep your Cal level up and
Relay taking down the mini Rax, who's so big and coming
yeah,
up, and
you want to get
Pulse.
these staggers.
Both supports down. This could be last. Relay. That's
Relay with
4.
3.
4.
Does not find the 5. He
Doesn't wanna
forces
do
the
it.
heal pad though, and
Yeah.
Soldiers. That's an 18-second cooldown now.
Fairmont takes the lead now with the ult advantage, I'd say, really. I mean, you're
All right, you want to see Ormar shows with the rush to start this fight. You want to take this fast before that blizzard comes online.
yeah.
Yeah, there it goes.
Cal level taking out
Find the early kill on the Moira.
Cal level
Ice log forced out.
Oh!
And Fairmont takes first point of Ilios.
Close one, really close. I think that far is what did it, but I will say I don't know how much value they're gonna be able to get from the far coming out. I mean,
Yeah,
really, I think that is the best.
if you're Fairmont, you're hoping for Lighthouse here. If you get Ruins, it's going to be a whole lot harder to get the far value.
And you get it.
They get Lighthouse.
This is a
But look at the swap from Forest Hills here.
interesting. Huh.
Back to their decisive comp. Apollo's going to be looking for mid-fight TPs, kind of trying to get through this far value.
I'm interested in the. Oh, please no. Please no. I like the cast, but please no, Ryan. Please don't do it.
This is a choice.
Oh my God.
It's
He did it. Oh my God, are they?
okay. They're gonna go. They're gonna go straight to point, but
They're going-
against Farah, I'm not sure if you want to go straight to point. She's gonna take several angles on the outside of point, find so much spam. Cass gets booped out, and your shield's already low. Look at these angles that Relay and Caliber are gonna take. Forces the Suzu.
Yeah,
and
oil drinker dead already. That's your only protection against the. Yeah, Funky Monkey taking out Genesis. This is. Okay, you need to swap off this Reinhardt. This
Yeah.
Reinhardt is doing negative for you, and I really.
the Reinhardt experiment has now ended.
You need to end it, or else I think this map is over.
Yeah, it's just Fairmont's comp plays so good into the Reinhardt.
They are
Okay, some good swaps, but
Anti-Fara.
now that you see that TP to point, Cal level's ult charge.
Again, back to the Moira, which I don't.
And on Zarya.
Cal level going down now. I mean, really, from this double hit scan setup, which with no Far, you can force recall early, which is really important for you. You just need to kill Cal level. Ooh,
Mini Raxu finding Lucio.
what a big pick. You just have to watch out for this Tracer. You gotta kill this Far. Far down to Apollo.
Yeah, they're just ignoring Relay, and it's working out.
Yeah, I mean, Relay.
Finding the flip, and if they can get these staggers, that's great for them. Nice spear to help the Orisa out, actually.
And they're backing out, which I like. And on the side of Fairmont, coming up on 3 ults compared to the really only the high noon.
Yeah,
And-
and Cal level swapping
yeah,
off to the Fara into
which-
the double hits can. Probably a good swap.
I get it.
Rush from Fairmont, though, they're taking this fight with some tempo.
Oh, I thought he was on
Orisa 1 HP. Relay with
Relay
2 on the
with
pulse
2.
bomb.
That's so big
That's
for
such an important
Fairmont.
fight.
But we're looking at all the ult advantage here.
Double support ult, and they're back on the Reaper.
Double support ult with Visor against Beat. I mean, this could be big for Forest Hills to try and get a fight and hopefully not use them all.
Yeah, Cal level's going to be really hard to contest on this high ground, though, unless Oil Drinker could find some mid-fight TP, maybe with some support from Major Bear. Soldier's going to sit uncontested this fight. They're flipping the
They
map
need
on
to
him, though.
contest him. If they're playing point here, but Apollo goes down so early. They flip
They
though.
flip.
They do get the flip.
And they still have Rush on point if they want to go with it. I'd rush and try to keep your Reaper up.
Yeah, I think you
but
have to really.
Fight is slowly leaving. You might have needed to see that Rush a little earlier. But I guess
Don't rush.
you get Visor out. This might be some percentage that you'll take for free. It's just going to be a hard retake.
You're coming up on. Well, you have a free grab here. All you have is Bell into. This I'm nervous for Forest Hills here. This could go to map 7.
This could go to map 7.
One final fight,
85%.
really.
All it takes is one pulse bomb. If this isn't cleansed, then it's... And it's not cleansed. It gets 2. And that's going to be the map for Fairmont. We are going to map 7.
My God.
And what a pulse bomb from Relay there.
The juke to psych them out. Incredible.
Relay, we've been saying it. It's the DPS line from Fairmont.
This is the DPS. I mean, just a battle of the DPS here. This is just incredible. I mean,
And you got to look back at this choice to go Ryan and TP to point here, knowing that they're going to play the Pharah, and it's one you want back.
I think they want that back so badly because as soon as you see that far the map before, I feel like there's no possible reason why you go Farah. I mean, why you go Reinhardt. Like, it's
not this deep in a series. Not when you've had so much success on the other characters. Like Major Bear had so much success on Orisa these past 3 maps straight that they've won. But
you see them
even game again.
Yeah, and you see the success gaining on that Farah. So I feel like you have to know that they want to try and force that. So it's
especially with a map pick such as Ilios, like that's the Farah map. And Fairmont though in the driver's seat, but Forest Hills, they get their map pick here and it's on Escort. What do you think they're gonna go? Got Circuit out of the way.
I am not sure, and I just received a news feed. Incredible. Justin Fields is on the Steelers now. Pretty wild. I think what escorts are left? So they could go.
See,
I feel like
a route would play to both of their styles pretty well. Rialto, and there's one thing about Rialto is that in Forest Hills' game against Loveland, Rialto was the map 5 that they closed it out on.
And they played the Farah. I'm almost positive they played
Forest
the
Hills
Farah.
played Farah?
Maybe it was Loveland, but you can play Farah on this.
You can
map
play Farah
pretty
here.
well. I'm not too confident in this pick, but if they are, then
They closed out. Forest Hills closed out the game on against Loveland on this map.
they did. They won it, and they're gonna try and take it.
And it wasn't like a full hold type of win either. Their attack was good. They capped it all the way, a couple minutes on the timer. So Forest Hills sticking to what worked best in their previous series. Ready checks coming in from both teams, and I believe we're headed in.
Going in, map 7. What more could you ask for?
This is what we wanted to see. This is the 2 best teams at this regional
best teams in the
playing for a spot in Akron in states.
This is really like the best. I mean, obviously the best Overwatch we've seen all day.
Yeah. Just adaptations from both teams coming in, and some work, some may not, but it's been up to this DPS line. Oil Drinker, so important in this series, and Cal Level and Relay doing so much work. Apollo decisive TPs when he's played that Symmetra, and 3-3. This is
All
match
comes down
point.
to this. Wait. Swap on the heroes here. Mini Raxu
back on tank.
Interesting.
This is a decision to make in map 7. Maybe it's the option to dive.
I guess so. But I don't like this map here from.
Yeah, I don't
Forest
like the
Hills.
comp.
The comp is it's
You can find some extra pressure on Farah, I guess, if she's not well supported. And
Moira,
at that,
goes with your.
Cal Level's not going to be supported super well between this Lucio Baptiste backline.
That's true. I mean,
And,
that's true. You've got.
Got to rely on him for his self-sustain.
Relay on this Ashe though. We've seen them. Is ambitious to say the least.
Early bubble. Although they're backing up to the corner, though. Forest Hill's getting some great space to start off this Rialto map.
We're still using both of her cooldowns.
Sniper Monkey coming out from Mini Raxu.
He's not getting healed.
And like we mentioned, it's just tough to heal that far between the Lucio Baptiste backline.
I think they have to go to their force to get health packs.
Yeah, and that's the lamp out from Marmar shows.
Wow.
Apollo on Sojourn.
Wow.
Okay.
Genesis
I doubted
for
the
free.
Genesis Baptiste.
3 of them.
Three of them.
I think we're like... Caster Curse is real, I think.
I think it might be, and
I
this
think it's
Forest
real.
Hill team is just full of like hyperflex players. Like they've got characters on each role, and despite the role swap, they're the decision makers here, and they decided to swap those roles up, and they're rolling into point 2 with 5-minute time bank.
I think really it's criminal to attempt to doubt this when they know the situation that they're in, and they're making it. They're deciding, they're making their decisions in there. Ooh,
The tracking
so
on
low.
Apollo there. Forces far out, and he's taking a wide angle for this visor. Reaper all getting defense matrix, gets the lamp out though, forces B, and you'll take that if you're an oil drinker.
Mini Raxu as well. Interesting barrage, to say the least.
And Forest Hills,
Just,
this time bank going into third.
I mean, this
Everything is
looking-
working in their favor. Apollo swaps over to the Symmetra.
I think
and
they're gonna go
third-
more towards a rush here.
Wait, what a decisive and great call from Forest Hills.
Yeah, what a
They go into the brawl
Ooh,
point. They're gonna
the
counterpick the
Zarya.
Diva, and they're gonna play best with
Bad
just a brawl
break.
on
They're going to
third
bad
point.
break.
And you see that adaptation. Well, I don't know. I don't like the Arista swap too much, but I guess it's better than the Diva.
I think the break for the when you thought that they were still gonna be on dive, but I don't like it anymore here. I think
Yeah, break pick definitely lost a lot of value once they swapped over the rush. Although Mini Raxu low on bubbles though,
Ooh,
but Apollo finding a
relay
nice
down.
right click onto relay, and that gets the kill to start off the fight.
and they just get to walk with cool. Coming up on their ults. Just the Orisa can't do anything but back. Their back just
Staggers
cut
with
out.
3 on the cart. They're gonna cap with 4.5 minutes.
This is, I mean, again, we doubted the Rialto, but you said it. This is what they've won on against Loveland, and they're just 444 on match point. Map 7, ice in their veins, swapping the comp up. Just
There's someone at the head of the table at Forest Hills, and they are making some insane swaps, and it's working out like perfectly. They've got their lineups that they've won on. They switched it up, won 3 maps straight. Fumbled an Ilios, but come out with a decisive 444 attack on Rialto.
444.
Bro,
Like,
they are eating, and
that's fast.
eating good after this.
That's faster than the King's Row cap that Fairmont had.
Yeah.
I mean that one we were
Like,
just shocked at that. Now it's
407 time bank on for Fairmont on Kings Row, but
It's a
a
half a
444
minute
on a
faster.
harder map to attack.
I mean,
You're feeling the pressure if you're Fairmont.
these points are hard to attack. I mean, that was teams can get stopped at full health, they can get full health. Second is hard to attack. Third can be extremely difficult to attack, and they breezed through it. I mean,
Such a beautiful attack from Forest Hills. Genesis on the Baptiste, just the 3K to start it off, and just staggering them throughout the map, always remaining like 3 on the cart while they're taking these fights. Just steamrolls through all the points.
I never felt like Fairmont had a full fight that they committed to. It
Yeah.
was just, they were just piling in. Here we have the Reaper again for the monkey, and it's
That's going to be a lot of pressure on him.
And
Baptiste has some great pressure on Monkey too. If you're on the side of Fairmont, you're looking to dive this Baptiste between your Tracer and your Monkey.
Farge gets so low, and it's they're all going down so low, and this comp from Forest Hills is just seems like it's made to counter this. I mean, this Fairmont comp. The
Yeah,
Tracer.
you see the marking of the Tracer. Tracer cannot do anything versus the Soldier.
Tracer can't do anything, which makes it so much harder for Farah to engage in.
Yeah, like if Tracer's out, then Soldier's not being pressured, and if Soldier's not being pressured, that's a whole lot of pressure on Cal level on the Farah. And it's between the backline of Warrior Baptiste, Mini Raxu's not gonna fall over in the front line either.
And just taking out the Genesis goes down, which is unfortunate. However, they still have the Moira. I mean, that's the benefit to this comp.
Yeah, and Cal level has the barrage. I'm hoping to see some stuff from him.
We didn't see that.
See what?
That's what I'm talking about. The barrage is going to be interesting here because I feel like you might have to just try and focus down one target. And
Yeah, you're looking
hope
for
you
a
can get the
solo
pick.
barrage here. If you go for anything else, you're gonna get beamed out of the sky by Genesis and Apollo.
see, like
And they're
oh, the
Not-
Death Blossom killing the Farah.
not often you see that kill feed, and what a
Really
kill to open
never.
up that
And
fight.
to get the late pick onto Sallard on the Kiri, there's
More time off the
so
clock.
Big. They've spent 2 minutes and they're swapping up characters now. They
If
do.
there's a time to swap up characters, it's at 2 minutes. You still have time to build up your ultimates, but if Forest Hills cycles theirs properly, then they're gonna be set for each of these remaining fights. Probably got about 3 left.
Forest Hills has the ult advantage here. just
Opening it
have
up
to
with the
watch
rush.
this barrage here.
Finally
I
some
mean-
tempo out from Fairmont, but Forest Hills with a perfect kite.
Perfect height. I mean, you're gonna have to.
Oh,
They get
that's
the one.
what
but
you'll
it's-
take. Yeah, if you get stunned out
can-
of that barrage, then suddenly Calibal's back in.
Oh, you gotta. Oh, that's a bad pick, and you gotta keep Major Bear up. But Oil Drinker just living rent free in the backline, finally taken down. But
Fairmont looking to cap this.
it's looking like they will. Very, very well invested ults. Really, just the barrage and the rush, but.
Yeah, the rush forced them back, and then Calible finding one with the barrage, and then getting speared out of his ult, so he didn't actually die during it.
They could have killed Apollo there. That would have
Pretty.
been nice.
Although Arissa's just gonna deny this high ground.
Yeah. With the Tracer up there too. Watching Pulse, we gotta.
Oh, that's tragic. It doesn't knock Reaper off, but forces the gold, and bit of a reset for both teams. Like to take the fight on card, and through the window, the
Just
Helix
melted.
rockets take down the Funky Monkey on the Orisa.
This is that was so well played from both of them. Only one ult used by both.
And as this time bank ticks down, you just have to think about how much Forest Hills cap, but you're wanting to get something similar if you're Fairmont.
I think really
Bit of a reach on that.
Yeah, trying to get too fancy with it. I think at a time like this, you have to go with.
What's safe?
Oh,
Cal level 2 with the barrage. And
Apollo with a.
you get 3 on the cart here. You've
think
no
he-
Lucy on the side of Forest Hills. They're gonna cap the second point
Yeah,
with some time.
I think they take it. However, I think Forest Hills comp will prove better on this third point.
I can agree. The Reaper's gonna get so much value, and Cal level on the far is gonna lose so much value from the inside point.
I mean,
Gonna be a
Caliv
bit
already
rough.
forced out from the Reaper early. Oh, that's all you needed from that. He stays in, and he survives.
Bit agreed, but ends up working out. They invest the Coalescence here, and again, if you're Forest Hills, over-investing sucks, but
You're winning these fights, and you're forcing them back so far.
yeah, absolutely. And just, again, mentioned it once, mentioned it twice, but the time bank.
And I still think Forest Hills might have the ult advantage here. They both have the same tank ult, but they're closer on
Yeah.
window than any of the other ults.
And Forest Hills just has the advantage of like defensive positions too. They get to choose when they want to engage.
And Oil Drinker
Kills
killing
the Pharah again.
High level. Incredible.
It might be time to swap off the Pharah. And they're taking these kills.
Oil Drinker has to be careful here. Tracer almost at pulse we have to watch out for.
Slowing it down a little bit. Both Oasis have ultimates, and Genesis has that window now.
Oh.
And Relay getting a massive kill onto the Moira.
Oh.
Almost recalls into his own pulse bomb.
And he into the
gets a little
wall.
lost.
Oh, but Oil Drinker goes down. That's really bad. That's a lot of your damage down.
Yeah, and they're inching this cart forward. Fairmont's not giving up yet, but if you look at the alt bank on the side of Forest Hills,
It's so juicy.
You're hoping for a big barrage.
Forest Hills has so many ults, and they just... That barrage is going to be what... Oh! That
Marmar
is...
shows getting killed during the Coalescence.
And the Visor, it's just such a clean fight there. 2 ults. 2 ults used.
2 ults used. And now Farah has to find a way back in before she's allowed to barrage.
They still have 3 ults, and they're good ults as well.
Yeah, the Reaper ult's going to find so much value in the mid-fight here, just fighting in this inside point.
And
Mini Raxu just has the opportunity to pull that trigger and at least force Suzu at any time.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a well-fought fight from Forest Hills there.
These mid-fight ultimates from the DPS line that are getting so much value. Solo barrage is the Reaper ult. That's value for Fairmont. End up keeping the tempo up with Rush. They're looking to go in.
Funky Monkey so low. That's so bad if you're Fairmont there. And they're coming back here.
Yeah.
Picks after picks.
You're
Gets
down to
nobody
one
with
fight.
the pulse. You're just dead now. And no ultimates. Oh, what's Mini Raxu gonna do here? What devious things?
No way.
You dirty dog.
You dirty dog. The Mog dog. But
I love this pick.
30 seconds left decides Fairmont's time in this tournament. Forest Hills looking to secure their spot in state.
This is Forest Hills to lose. I mean, they have this. What a wall.
What a wall.
Already
Forces the
forcing gold.
gold.
Forces cleanse. Forces TP. Crow.
And Apollo finds the bar kill.
And it's just looking like they're. Yeah.
They're getting these kills. Mog is unable to die, and that's going to be Forest Hills holding Rialto and getting
Forest
these final
Hills.
kills. Once
They
down
win.
2-0, find themselves in Akron, in state.
What a rally. What a finals. What a game. You really just couldn't have asked for better.
You can't ask for a better finals, and Forest Hills, you're feeling it after that. We hear them out there. They are excited after this win, and it just doesn't matter. They had such decisive calls made
They just.
between maps. After they went down 2-0, they switched up their lineup, got 3 consecutive maps, switched it up again on this map, and despite the change, they kept their foot forward.
It was just so clean, and the mistakes they had, they were able to recover from them so well and so cleanly, and it was just such a good map.
Yeah,
and such a good game from both sides.
and they'll be taking home the regional trophy.
Yeah.
Is there a chance we get some interviews an interview from one of the Forest Hill players?
Can we get that? Hey, if you get some, just get them all. Bring them all in here.
Bring the boys in.
Bring them all in here. Bring all the fellas in here.
Wow. Like, you can't ask for a better grand finals.
You just can't ask for better grand finals. Is that on? Do you want me to test it real quick? Yeah, just tap it. Is there another chair? Yo. Do we want to test that one too, real quick? Here. You're more into it, like into the front. It's fine.
If we want to get them like suits a mic.
Here, bring that chair over here more. Here, scooch in more. Oh, inward.
Congratulations, guys.
Hey, come on, interviews. Who wants to go first? Who are you?
I'm Genesis.
Genesis, put on the headset.
All right.
So again, when you speak in, be sure to speak directly in.
All right.
All right.
Sounds good.
So, first off, you guys had a lot of comp switches and lineup swaps. What was the reasoning for that?
Just finding what we're comfortable on.
Finding
Finding
what
what was
you're
most comfortable for us. I mean, there are times where I would play damage and it just wouldn't click. There were times where it would click. We just had to figure out, depending on the maps, what
Yeah.
we wanted to run.
So, you guys go down 2-0. Kings Row was you guys had a very good attack, and then the 4-minute push. How do you guys mentally stay in the game after that?
I don't know, man. We've been in this situation before. I mean, 2 years ago at regionals, we were down 3-0 and managed to come back, win 4-3. It's just that you have
Hell
to
yeah.
play a lot and be in these situations, and you just kind of get used to it and figure out how to do it.
Yeah, the
It was
resilience
difficult
there.
for sure, but we pulled it off.
And just the I don't know, just how after Ilios and they win, your guys' choice to go to Rialto, is that due to the fact that you guys beat Loveland on it and you guys were confident?
Yes,
Yeah?
that's one of our more comfortable maps for sure.
Was that the same lineup that you ran against Loveland in terms of roles?
I believe it was. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, it was the same lineup.
Yeah, we spoke about that, and you guys clearly had the clutch gene against Loveland, closed out that map 5, and this time down 2-0 in the beginning, closing out map 7. Is there any specific change that was made besides the just getting comfortable in your roles, or was there anything that clicked in terms of leadership? We saw some like super decisive speeds and TPs starting off on that Suravasa map. Was there any particular person that stepped up in terms of communication?
I think we all did. I mean, we all stepped up when we were down. The whole team has to be there to make that play and recognize that, okay, we're down. We need to get back into it, lock in, and make the plays. And that's how we were able to pull out the win.
Yeah, you guys look like such a cohesive unit once you guys swapped over to the more brawly style. First couple maps, it just looked like your tempo was a little down, and seemingly like different team coming into that third map, and just throughout the entire series, those swaps made and just the hero selection you guys were on, everyone looked comfortable and like in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
And I'll say the entire time before this map and before really into the first 2 maps, we were seeing Fairmont as the team that was playing the fastest, the most coordinated, and we were like, you know, we were thinking that, at least I was, that they were gonna be able to roll through. And then after that map 3, you guys, the tempo, you guys picked it up, played faster. I mean, you know, props to you guys. So it was really well played.
Yeah, it was a close match. They were very good for sure. They
Yeah.
did an excellent job.
And you guys find yourself going to Akron. Is there other teams in the other regions that you guys are looking to beat, or
Oh, yeah.
anyone with that on them?
Yeah. I don't know if I have any specific names, but there are a lot of teams that we know are very, very good. And we've always won off of our team cohesion rather than individual player skills. So that's what we're looking to do, build that team cohesion, build that skill. I mean, we have a lot of work to do before Akron, but we're going to work hard and we'll be ready.
Hell yeah.
Awesome. And for your guys' team, you guys seem pretty young. Y'all have a lot of years. That's a good thing too for team cohesion.
What are you guys' years?
I'm a senior.
Senior? Because I feel like
You were there
I'm
when I
Obi-Wan.
played.
Yeah, I'm Obi-Wan.
Oh,
For
really?
Marymount?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 years ago.
Yeah. So, senior, junior.
Sophomore, senior.
Damn.
Okay.
That's
Some
2.
veteran status.
Yeah?
All right, yeah.
Anything
so-
anything else you guys want to say to the crowd?
Anybody want to come in, take the mic, say something? Come on. Now's your time.
Just last thing, like,
Come on.
yeah, just one last thing is GG's to both Loveland and to Fairmont, both excellent teams, both did a phenomenal job today. A lot of great teams, a lot of great competition. Everyone did really well.
Hell yeah.
Gotta love a humble winner.
Love the sportsmanship, really. I mean,
All right.
Great job,
Thank
guys.
you very much.
what a game. Wow.
What a series.
What a series.
And you hear all of the applause.
Incredible.
Clearly
Just
the
truly
crowd showed
incredible.
out for Forest Hills, and what a finals they actually closed
What a
out there.
finals they got. What a finals everybody got. What a incredible viewing experience that we all got to experience.
And we called it earlier in the series. It wasn't particularly a reverse sweep. We got some back and forth, but we did
Yeah.
get that map 7, and I was there for that.
We were there. We were there for that. We were there. And again, you couldn't have asked for anything better. It was back and forth. No team really stomped. Obviously, that last map was less close than the rest, but
like Fairmont still with such crazy plays on their part. Calivo and the Farah might have stuck around for it a little too long on that third point, but as a unit, Fairmont is still a phenomenal team, and they worked so hard to get here.
So good.
And what a hard-fought series.
Yeah. So is that about it that we have for the stream?
I believe it might be.
So, yeah, again, love Esports Ohio. Like we from there. As seen, we've played this teams. You know, we have the experience.
Yeah,
So
and
all that
honestly,
experience.
like Obi-Wan coming from Esports Ohio, me, a fossil at this point. I graduated like 3 years ago, but also came from Esports Ohio. Now we find ourselves in the casting seats, and
Surreal.
that's UC Overwatch. If you looking to go to the University of Cincinnati, especially all these talented players that we've had here today,
Offers
come on
open.
in.
100
Yeah,
Hey,
arms open.
hey, it's up to a band now. Full band. Full band.
for the
You get a
scholarship.
Better than Ohio State, better than Akron,
Hey.
better than OU, better than Miami.
Yeah.
QCC winners. You guys can be here. You guys can make your mark.
The Queen City Clash, hosted at the UC Innovation Hub right in this building, hosted less than 2 weeks ago. The University of Cincinnati beat out Ohio State University, Akron, Miami University. This is the school that you're going to want to come to if you want some good Overwatch, and there's plenty of good Overwatch here today. So we will see you guys next time, and good luck to Forest Hills and the finals.